Chapter 1321, Secret and Pursuit. Chapter 1321, Secret and Pursuit. In the bright star space, Han Xiao's figure was speeding away. So that's what happened. Information form alert. Thinking back to the information he had just received, Han Xiao's expression was grave. Barbani had told him quite a lot of secrets, including the information form warning networks, high-dimensional information vision, and so on. Han Xiao finally knew how the other party had discovered him, and he could not help but have a headache. Unless he possessed information form technology that surpassed the World Tree, such detection methods were almost impossible to solve. No wonder the three universal civilizations had exposed themselves so quickly. It was indeed difficult for outsiders to do anything in the World Tree civilization's territory. When he triggered the alert, it should have been because he had observed the Earth-Yellow planet and the World Tree route at a close distance. As an outsider, he had interacted with the World Tree civilization's information gathering, so he had been discovered. That was why the Holy Tree Emissary had come to check, using his high-dimensional information vision to track the traces he had left behind. Even with the mark of Destiny's Child, it was not effective in completely shielding him. It was like having an extremely strong sixth sense. Anyone looking at him would allow him to be able to sense the direction of their gaze, and it might even be able to allow him to pinpoint their position. This won't be easy. I don't think I'll have a chance to complete this mission. Most importantly, as long as the alarm was not triggered, the World Tree would not be able to detect it even if he left a trace. However, now that he had been discovered, the World Tree emissaries could follow the traces and track him. Under such circumstances, if he used the energy of Destiny's Child to encircle the area, he was worried that he would be discovered by the high-dimensional information vision, and this would make it inconvenient for him to even leave a throne behind. According to the system of the information form alert net, it was not impossible to avoid it. As long as he had the awareness to avoid the interaction of information and only flew within the barren universe, not coming into contact with anything related to the World Tree, it was still possible to hide. Just like when he first teleported over, there was no information entanglement, so the World Tree did not discover it. However, this was easier said than done. At the very least, the alarm had already been triggered this time, so there was basically no chance to hide anymore. As for the other secrets, Barbani had also told him some of them. Some of them were already known by Han Xiao, and some were unknown to him. The most important thing to him was the ability of the World Tree to sense the external locations where there was information about it. The more people who knew about it, or the deeper the conflict between the two sides, the more accurate the directions to the explored universe would be. This was not good. Although the three universal civilizations hid the information, they still let a portion of their people know about this in order to explore in secret. If we don't take further measures to keep it a secret, the number of people who know will only increase. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The more one knew, the easier it would be to sense them. The World Tree's anti-tracking ability was too troublesome. It was a pity that this information did not contain the coordinates of the World Tree's main body. According to Barbani, he had never read any related information in the Mind Network. None of the Holy Tree emissaries or upper echelons that he had come into contact with knew anything about it either. Even so, the value of this intelligence exceeded all the results of the previous explorations. It was probably the biggest gain of this trip. Only after uncovering the various methods of the World Tree could they take measures against it. Luckily, virtual purification is effective. Otherwise, I would not have been able to obtain these secrets. Han Xiao thought that he was lucky. The intelligence that he had now exceeded that of his previous life. After witnessing Barbani's resolute action, he realized that the effect of virtual purification might be beyond his expectations. There were many foreign races that had been assimilated by the World Tree. If everyone received the same awakening through purification, they could all become potential spies. The World Tree would definitely target this move once it was prepared. Once someone lost control, it would immediately rewrite their mind and cause the duration of the virtual purification to plummet. However, at the very least, they should be able to have some time for self-destruction. This way, the foreign experts that the World Tree devoured might not be of any use. However, the emissaries of the World Tree would not completely die. Once one died, they would turn into a seed and return to the World Tree, falling into a deep slumber. The World Tree could consume resources and time to mature the seed, allowing them to reawaken and revive. The mechanism was somewhat similar to the underworld, but there were also subtle differences. The foundation of an underworld spirit's existence was its soul. By obtaining a physical body, it could recover its combat power. As long as the hero spirit existed, it did not matter if its body died because it was still alive. The revival mechanism of the World Tree was different. It was an information-type ability, and every individual was unique. Because of the World Tree's connection, the information was refreshed in real time. When an individual died, they would not be able to maintain their consciousness like hero spirits, and their thoughts would become dormant as though they had really died, turning into seeds. Only when the World Tree replenished their nutrients could they be revived. From this perspective, the revival of the World Tree and the Sanctums had similarities. However, the revival of the Sanctums only required the activation of the Sanctum and did not require additional resources and time. The revival of the World Tree required a lot of resources and time, which meant that as long as one died, they would not be able to revive in a short period of time. Han Xiao could not help but think of the military barracks of the strategy games he played in his previous life. The production units needed to be trained, and the stronger the unit, the longer it would take. The revival principles of the World Tree and the Sanctums are related to the information form, but there is a unique principle. What will happen if the Sanctums revive the expert that has been devoured by the World Tree first? Will the connection still exist? Han Xiao could not help but be curious. If it was possible, the Sanctum revival might be able to continuously take away the powerhouses controlled by the World Tree, causing the strength of both parties to even out. However, the possibility of failure could not be ruled out. After all, the individual had a symbiotic relationship with the World Tree, so even if the individual died, as long as the individual's information form template still existed, the individual who died might be judged by the Sanctum as still alive. That way, they would not be able to revive and would forever be enslaved. Furthermore, according to the mechanism of the World Tree, Han Xiao even suspected that the World Tree was like the previous owner of the underworld, keeping the information form of his subordinates and not allowing them to enter the Sanctum. Thus, there was no way for them to revive. Han Xiao pondered. For now, I can only guess. I'll only know if I try it myself. But it's not convenient to take the risk now. Since Barbani was dead, Han Xiao did not want to take the risk of using the Sanctum revival. If the connection between the World Tree was not broken because of this, it would bring many more risks. This could be tested after the war broke out. At that time, he would not have to worry about being discovered. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. After digesting the new information, he opened the interface. The mission, Nowhere to Hide, that he had triggered previously had been completed, and he immediately collected the rewards. A notification popped up on his interface, showing that he had received 210 million EXP, 2 random reward chances, and a Barbani character summon card. However, the card was an offensive skill and was not very useful to him. Other than that, it also indicated that the favorability of the World Tree faction had greatly decreased. At the same time, a new mission was activated. You have triggered the urgent mission, World Tree's Rage. Mission Introduction. Your actions angered the World Tree, and it sees you as a huge threat. It has decided to launch a large-scale operation to hunt you down. Mission requirements. Face the pursuers and escape from the territory of the World Tree civilization. Reward depends on mission rating. Mission rating depends on the amount of resistance put forth while escaping. Remarks. The moment you activate this mission, it means that the World Tree has remembered you. No matter when it discovers you, it will hunt you down. This will take effect permanently. Heh! I really poked a hornet's nest. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. It seemed that the virtual purification had left a deep impression on the World Tree, and it saw him as the #1 threat. As long as he was discovered, the World Tree would immediately chase after him. The mission itself was very simple. If he wanted to escape, he could just use the king suit to escape. However, the rating depended on resistance. If he completed the mission so easily, he would probably get the lowest rating. He did not have a chance to complete his original mission this time, so he could only come again at some point. However, Han Xiao thought for a while and did not plan to retreat immediately. Since he had been discovered, he might as well use virtual purification to obtain more intelligence and kill some of the World Tree powerhouses at the same time, allowing them to return to their seed state and temporarily reduce the World Tree's advanced combat power. It was a pity that he did not know what would happen to the connection between the World Tree and the individual after the spacetime amber sealed the target. He did not dare take the risk at the moment, afraid that he would be remotely located after taking the amber away. However, this is the enemy's base camp after all. There are many strong people here, and there are many factors that can threaten me. If I treat this too casually, I'm afraid I'll fail. Han Xiao calmed himself down and took out bombs that were specially used to remove traces. As he sped forward, he set them up along the way. This type of bomb could remove the usual traces of information form, other than the high-dimensional information forms, preventing the information form from being read by the information form camera. Setting up these bombs could also expand the area that the World Tree Army could not detect, which was beneficial to him. Behind Han Xiao was a huge fleet in pursuit. In the command room, a group of Beyond Grade as looked out the window, using the power of the World Tree to light up the high-dimensional information traces. The outsiders have begun to eliminate their traces on a large scale. The other party already knows about the existence of the information form camera from Barbani's mouth. This is most likely a targeted measure. Send more people to search the area to prevent the outsiders from leaving anything behind. The tall figure standing at the front slowly spoke with an unquestionable tone. Everyone present followed his lead. Tidrian, a 9-leaf executive officer, was in charge of this chase and was the highest-ranked person present. There were 5 great tree kings in the World Tree, and each of them had 2 executive officers who were ranked from 1 leaf to 10 leaf. The tree kings were usually in a deep sleep, absorbing the power of the World Tree to strengthen themselves. Therefore, these executive officers were the highest executive officers who dealt with the affairs of the World Tree civilization. Not only did they have a high position and authority, they also had powerful personal strength. None of the executive officers under the kings were below the pinnacle beyond grade A level. Other than him, there were other pinnacle beyond grade as in the room. If we just chase from behind, it will be easy for the other party to escape. I've already informed some Holy Tree emissaries to use their roots to intercept them, a person beside him said with a deep voice. This was a high-level Holy Tree emissary. He had a deeper connection with the World Tree, as well as stronger personal strength. He was far from what Barbani could compare to. There seems to be only one outsider. He's very strong, at least at the level of an executive officer. Be careful not to let him ambush you, another person said. This time it was an ancestral spirit. This identity was usually responsible for matters related to faith. The person who spoke was not an ordinary ancestral spirit, but a member of the 13 ancestral spirits. This represented the strongest 13 of the ancestral spirits, all of which were at the pinnacle of beyond grade A. Don't worry, His Excellency Tree King has been paying attention. If the situation isn't right, he will come personally, Tidrian replied coldly before looking back. Barbani was bewitched by others, but there are no weak-minded people who are following me in this pursuit. I hope all of you can resist the strange bewitching methods of the outsiders. Everyone nodded. Although the World Tree did not know the theory behind the virtual purification, it felt threatened when it saw the performance of Barbani through the mental network. To be on the safe side, the people who were sent to chase after the World Tree were all individuals who were loyal to the World Tree. There were no outsiders who had their mindset overwritten. Chapter 1322 Guerrilla Warfare. Chapter 1322 Guerrilla Warfare. Right at this moment, the World Tree experts in the command room suddenly stopped moving. The movement in their high-dimensional information vision suddenly split into 7 and headed in different directions. The outsider threw out bait to confuse our tracking. They are trying to disperse our manpower. It seems like they have the intention to retaliate. Seeing this, Tidrian narrowed his eyes and said with a solemn tone. One of the 13 ancestral spirits, Roxilian, stroked his beard like small tentacles on his chin out of habit and said slowly, "In this case, we can only split up. We can't ignore any trail." Although the high-dimensional information vision could see through information closure and track the traces, It could not trace back to the specific details like the information form camera. The World Tree still had its limits, so they could not immediately tell which one of the 7 tracks Han Xiao was on. Only by collecting enough information samples could they differentiate the traces. This would take some time, and they would have to follow the trail and collect samples to lock onto the outsider. If the goal of the outsider was to escape, scattering thousands of trails was a good way to mix things up, and it was enough to stall for more time. However, since there were only 7 trails, Tidrian guessed that the outsider had not given up and wanted to fight back. Even if the other 6 trails were just bait, they had to deal with them to prevent the outsider from leaving their troops or other dangerous things in the territory of the civilization. Then let's gather more people. Our reinforcements are very fast anyway. The high-level Holy Tree Emissary Offerman nodded in agreement. The group did not have any objections. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, they could travel quickly on the World Tree routes. As long as someone discovered the target and shared their location through the mental network, the others would arrive quickly. Leave some people to act as mobile support troops. The rest will split up. Tidrian nodded. Not only were they chasing from behind, but they were also following the direction of the trails, allowing some troops to pass directly to the front and intercept them. After confirming the changes in the trail, they would keep on shrinking the range. The troops of the World Tree were constantly mobilized, gradually forming a large encirclement. A fleet followed one of the trails for quite some distance, and the Holy Tree Emissary on the ship focused on maintaining the high-dimensional information vision. At this time, a message came from the mental network. The sender was the intercepting troop in front of this trail. There's no follow-up information trail ahead. We're turning back and heading toward you, narrowing the search radius. Be careful. Hearing this, the Holy Tree Emissary immediately perked up. They were some distance away from the intercepting troop. Since the trail ahead had been cut off, it meant that the target was likely within this distance, and it was very likely that they would meet each other. Be careful. The enemy is close, the Holy Tree Emissary instructed the crew. He carefully sensed his surroundings and was a little angry. It was a pity that the information form camera was of no use this time. Otherwise, they would have no need to be so careful regardless of what the enemy had planned. After traveling for some distance, an alarm suddenly sounded on the spaceship's radar. High-energy attacks detected. Shield activated. Please watch out. At the same time, beams of light shot over from afar, penetrating the fleet's formation and quickly destroying many battleships. Enemy attack! The Holy Tree Emissary shuddered, and without hesitation, he called for reinforcements through the mental network before immediately activating his energy shield to protect himself. A small mechanical troop surrounded by golden mechanical force suddenly charged over from the distance, closing in rapidly and firing continuously. In the high-dimensional information vision, the source of this trail was this troop, but the outsider did not seem to be here. It seems like the trail I'm chasing is just bait. The Holy Tree Emissary had a frustrated expression, as though he was regretful that he had not caught up to the outsider. At this time, spatial rifts appeared around them, and many routes extended out. Reinforcements quickly arrived, and several beyond grade as arrived. Seeing this mechanical troop fighting with the fleet, everyone knew that this path was not where the outsider was. One trail removed. There are 6 left. Let's get rid of these mechanical troops first. Let the Holy Tree swallow them and analyze the information. Without any hesitation, they charged forward, planning to end the battle quickly. However, at this moment, one of the mechanical soldiers suddenly self-destructed, and a blue psionic light burst out, instantly swallowing the surrounding mechanical soldiers. The light expanded rapidly like it would never stop. Damn it! It's primordial psionic energy. The expressions of the World Tree experts changed drastically. They hurriedly stopped and retreated. The encircling fleet also dispersed and turned to leave immediately. However, there were still some spaceships that could not escape in time and were swallowed by the primordial psionic energy. The larger the sphere of light was, the faster it expanded. All matter and energy that came into contact with it were assimilated, and psionic energy expanded continuously. However, at this moment, spatial rifts appeared once again. The World Tree roots extended from the cracks and stabbed into the psionic energy ball and absorbed its energy rapidly like sucking a jelly. Only then did the psionic ball stop expanding and slowly shrink until it disappeared. Everything that had been devoured by the psionic energy before was completely destroyed. The World Tree experts who had run far away finally stopped, their faces ashen. This was not the stable secondary psionic energy but the violent primordial psionic energy, and quite large at that. Although they were beyond grade, as they did not want to test the primordial psionic energy strength with their bodies. The Holy Tree Emissary had a lingering fear in his heart, and he angrily said, "That outsider must have set up primordial psionic energy on all the bait to blast the pursuers to oblivion. Tell the others to be careful." The news quickly spread from the mental network to their comrades. Every chasing team immediately became cautious. A troop has already detonated? Han Xiao was speeding through the universe when he suddenly sensed the mechanical force feedback. Not long ago, he had sent out 6 mechanical troops to split up. On one hand, they were to split up the forces of the pursuers, and on the other hand, they served to act as a ward to see the size of the pursuers. The mechanical army did not enjoy the protection of the Destiny's Child's mark, which meant that all their actions would be seen through by the information form camera. However, after receiving the mechanical force link, the mechanical army would be able to share the disguise of the Destiny's Child's mark and become bait. Han Xiao had left some tricks with the bait, and the primordial psionic energy was one of them. He did not mind spreading psionic energy pollution in the World Tree Civilization's territory. Planting mushrooms in the enemy's home would not only damage the pursuers, but also wipe out his own troops, preventing them from being swallowed by the World Tree. However, he did not count on the primordial psionic energy causing too much damage to the other party. After experiencing the war in his previous life, Han Xiao knew very well that the World Tree's ability to devour energy was just as effective against the primordial psionic energy. This way of dealing with the psionic pollution was much more convenient than the 3 universal civilizations method. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw a spatial rift not far ahead from which a World Tree fleet appeared. Found him! The Holy Tree Emissary leading this intercepting fleet was both surprised and delighted. He immediately sent the location through the mental network. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around to attack. Golden mechanical force was released, and a large mechanical army emerged, bombarding the fleet unreservedly. With his current energy level, the destructive power of his mechanical army was already shocking. It destroyed this small intercepting fleet almost instantly. The Holy Tree Emissary hurriedly dodged and defended, but he was unable to withstand the firepower of the mechanical army. He was riddled with wounds immediately and was scared out of his wits. At this time, spatial rifts appeared around him one after another. The first batch of reinforcements from the World Tree Civilization quickly arrived, and Han Xiao sensed 5 beyond grade as energy. However, he did not care. His energy erupted as he charged forward. A portion of his mechanical soldiers quickly gathered and turned into a small mechanical deity, almost instantly arriving in front of the injured Holy Tree Emissary. Splitting rays were released from the fingertips of the mechanical deity, tearing apart the defense of this Holy Tree Emissary in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao activated the device in his palm. A spatial shockwave shot out, temporarily freezing the target in midair. Then, he threw a punch at the horrified Holy Tree Emissary. Boom! Shockwave erupted. The accumulated power of Charge Endless potential hit the Holy Tree Emissary's body with full force. The powerful force crushed his muscles and bones, and even his cells instantly withered. Green blood exploded in midair. This Holy Tree Emissary's body disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the mechanical fist. With one punch, his HP was emptied. You aren't even an S+ rank, yet you dare to block my path. Do you think I flew so far for nothing? Let's start this by killing one. Han Xiao grinned. The combat information showed that this Holy Tree Emissary's energy rank was less than 50,000, slightly weaker than Barbani. He had moved quite far, and the power of Charge Endless potential had stacked quite a lot. Together with the focus fire of the mechanical army, he insta-killed this Holy Tree Emissary. He did not waste any time and immediately changed his target. He led his mechanical army and charged toward the 5 World Tree experts who had just arrived. The upgraded celestial punishment edge was unfolded in his hands and slashed. The surging psionic energy turned into a sharp blade. Dodge! Seeing how Han Xiao had insta-killed their comrade, the expressions of the 5 World Tree experts changed drastically. They did not dare take the attack head-on and quickly left the fleet behind to escape. Boom! The fleet could not dodge in time. The battleships along the path were crushed by the celestial punishment edge, instantly exploding into fireworks. The fragments of the battleships were swept up by the blade, turning into hot lava that splashed on the surrounding spaceships and burned their shields. Han Xiao used virtual purification on the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them only swayed slightly before returning to normal. They did not look lost like Barbani. Is the World Tree on guard? It didn't send foreign races to chase after me. It reacted quite quickly. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, but he was not surprised. He turned his blade and locked onto the weakest of the 5 people shown by the combat information. He charged forward, scaring the other party so much that he turned and fled. The other 4 people hurriedly launched long-range attacks from the side, trying to restrain Han Xiao. However, it was like scratching an itch. Their focus fire could not even penetrate the mechanical deity's shield. Han Xiao could not even be bothered to block. At this time, more and more reinforcements arrived. When these World Tree experts saw this, they immediately joined the battle. The number of people surrounding Han Xiao rapidly increased to double digits, and it was still rising. However, what shocked the many World Tree experts was that even though the number of attackers had reached double digits, this outsider was still able to run amok as though there was no one around. He ignored the damage and only attacked without defending. He endured the focused fire of so many people and killed an ancestral spirit that he had locked onto. This gave them the second casualty. However, as more and more reinforcements arrived, the group finally managed to tie down this outsider and stop his killing spree. Not long after the battle, Tidrian and the others also arrived on the battlefield on the World Tree Express. They immediately saw the mechanical deity, which was protected by a large number of mechanical soldiers, fighting dozens of World Tree powerhouses without being suppressed. This outsider's combat strength is too excessive. Tidrian's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he comes from a civilization with extremely advanced individual strength? Offerman was shocked. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Roxillian was terrified. It seems like I was too conservative in the past. He's definitely at the level of a tree king. The 3 of them had previously judged Han Xiao's combat strength from what happened to Barbani, but now, they realized that this outsider's strength was a little frightening, far beyond their expectations. The situation isn't right. I have to summon the Tree King. Tidrian made a prompt decision and immediately contacted his superior through the mental network. This time, the mechanical deity suddenly unleashed its full power, temporarily forcing back the surrounding people. The next moment, the mechanical deity disintegrated and revealed Han Xiao. The mechanical troops around him shrank rapidly and were absorbed into his body. Han Xiao looked at the situation on the battlefield. There were more than 30 beyond grade as who had come to help, and there were even a few peak beyond grade as, under such circumstances, there was basically no chance for him to continue killing. Furthermore, the World Tree was still sending in reinforcements, and if he stayed there, he would definitely be kicked around like a ball. Furthermore, the World Tree did not lack top-notch individual strength, and the 5 great Tree Kings were each stronger than the last. He turned to look at Tidrian and the others and narrowed his eyes. Tidrian, Roxillian, Offerman. They're all familiar faces. During the war in his previous life, there were casualties among the experts of the explored universe and the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao naturally knew some of the powerful figures of the World Tree. If he did not remember incorrectly, all 3 of them had blood of beyond grade as on their hands in his previous life. The previous owner of the space-time amber had his head smashed by Tidrian, causing this universal treasure to fall into the hands of the World Tree civilization. Later on, he was killed by Carlet. Just as Han Xiao was recalling, something happened. Another World Tree root appeared, and a powerful pressure far exceeding that of the others spread out. The next second, A tall figure with an imposing aura descended. His long white hair hung loosely, and his eyes were cold. His entire body was surrounded by blue-green light, mixed with dark red electric arcs. This person had a light green mark on his forehead, shaped like a burning flame. He was currently staring at Han Xiao. Yo, here comes a strong man. Han Xiao raised his brows. One of the 5 great Tree Kings, subduing Tree King Saint Grace Belandair, a pugilist. In his previous life, he caused huge casualties in the explored universe. Dragon King Milizao's and Beast Ancestor Garuten had both died to him. In the end, Carlet and Love Carrier Silver Shadow merged and killed him with great difficulty, almost dying together. In his previous life, during the war, he had personally witnessed the subduing Tree King attacking many times, and he had even been killed more than 20 times just by the shockwaves. It had left a deep impression on him. Frubnell.com. If I can kill you, the revival time will definitely be quite long. Han Xiao had this thought, but after looking at the dozens of World Tree experts around him, he immediately dismissed it. If it was a duel, he would not be afraid of the other party. However, in the enemy's base camp, it was basically impossible for him to do this. At this time, the World Tree experts who had been forced back earlier were about to surround him again. However, right in front of everyone's eyes, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How did he disappear? Has the space anchor lost its effect? Tidrian was shocked. In order to prevent the outsider from teleporting away, they had locked this space during the battle. Logically speaking, other than the World Tree Express, which was unique to the civilization's territory, no other teleportation methods should work. However, he soon received a reply from the others on the mental network, saying that the space lockdown was normal. He actually escaped in this almost impossible situation? Roxilian was unhappy. It seems like he has some kind of special teleportation method that can ignore a spacetime anchor. Then we have no choice. Offerman frowned. The group was instantly discouraged. They had finally surrounded their prey, and even the Tree King had personally descended. But they actually failed at the crucial moment. Tidrian had no choice but to bow to the Tree King. Your Excellency Tree King, we did not do our job well and let this outsider escape. The subduing Tree King glanced at him and said indifferently, he escaped quite fast. Otherwise, I would have given him to the Mother Tree to devour and grasp the location of this foreign civilization. Sorry, I ruined your plan. It's my... Tidrian was about to continue his self-reflection when he suddenly stopped, his expression turning interesting. At the same time, everyone present received the same message through the mental network. The pursuing troops that had gone to chase after the other bait had suddenly encountered the outsider and were completely wiped out. The Holy Tree Emissary, who had led the team, only had time to send out a distress signal before the sound disappeared. He was dead. Tidrian's face turned dark with anger. This outsider did not leave. He finished another troop. At the same time, at the location of one bait mechanical troop, Han Xiao grabbed a dying Holy Tree Emissary and broke his head. Then, he took back the throne that this mechanical troop was carrying and smirked. He did not just put primordial psionic energy in these bait teams. He had also given each team a throne without caring about the losses. This time, he did not bring much equipment with him when he came to the territory of the World Tree civilization other than bringing many kings. After so many years, he had used his banknote ability to accumulate a large number of kings, so he did not need to worry about them. Throwing away the corpse, Han Xiao licked his lips. Indeed, we have to fight in other people's homes. Chapter 1323, Using Force to Break Tactic. Chapter 1323, Using Force to Break Tactic. Just as Han Xiao was about to use the king's suit to teleport and finish another fleet, spatial rifts appeared around him, and the troops that had surrounded him earlier rushed over again. However, before Tidrian and the others could arrive, Han Xiao changed into another king and disappeared in front of everyone. This time, he was teleported to a bait team that had yet to be caught. When the Tree King, Tidrian, and the others arrived, they were only left with the wreckage of the fleet and the corpse of another Holy Tree Emissary. Damn it! Tidrian was furious. Even though the World Tree Express reinforcement speed in its territory was already fast enough, they were still a step too late, allowing the outsider to kill another one of their companions. The other Holy Tree Emissaries and ancestral spirits also had gloomy expressions. High-dimensional information vision had locked onto the target. Everyone had thought that this outsider had nowhere to run, but they did not expect him to have such a method, catching them off guard. Although the other party's trails were still visible, he teleported to another bait team that had yet to be caught, so they could not immediately lock onto Han Xiao's position. They had to retrace the trails. The three universal civilizations did not know much about the World Tree, but equally, the World Tree civilization had even less of an understanding about the explored universe. This was also the first time they had seen the king's teleportation method. If that's the case, the outsider might appear in other bait trails at any time. The trails are dangerous, and it's very likely that the pursuing troops will be killed instead. Roxillian's face turned grave. When they thought of the outsider's strength, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They could chase after him, but it was hard to say who would be the unlucky one. This outsider definitely wants to use this method to chip away at our forces. As long as we split up and chase after him, there will be a risk of us being killed. However, we have to chase after him and not let this level of strength roam freely in our territory. Speaking of which, what kind of civilization does he come from? To actually send out a super of this level to take the risk alone, could it be that this civilization has many high-level combatants of the same level? Offerman said with unease. Thus, when they thought about how the outsider was not only strong individually but also had this kind of powerful mobility method, most of the people present felt a deep sense of fear. Just one person had caused them so much trouble, running amok in their territory. This was a provocation to the entire World Tree civilization. Originally, it was a one-sided hunt, but not only did the outsider not flee, he even treated them as prey. They did not expect to fall into a passive situation in their own territory. This was something that had never happened before. After fighting in the universe for so many years, which hostile civilization would not make careful probes when coming into contact with them? They had never seen such an arrogant guy. No matter what, we have to solve this problem, Tidrian said with a deep voice. Wake up those guys who are not showing themselves and join the pursuit. For the time being, he did not think of a way to deal with the strange teleportation ability of the outsider. However, since the target of the outsider was to kill the lone troops, it was a good idea to increase the manpower of every pursuing force to restrict the other party so that he could not deal any damage before the reinforcements arrived. However, Tidrian was very worried that the outsider would send out another batch of bait to force them to split up. Initially, he could have collected a high-dimensional information sample to lock onto the outsider's route, but the other party's teleportation method made it possible for every bait to turn into the main body, so there was no way to tell. With that, Tidrian turned to look at the Tree King and nodded. Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think? The subduing Tree King had been listening to the discussion and did not interrupt. He then said slowly, notify me when you surround him. Also, I will clear out the star field and lock it down. There's no need to care about the losses. After saying that, subduing Tree King turned into a turquoise stream of light and disappeared among the World Tree roots. He had already made a wasted trip this time, and it was likely that he would not be able to get rid of the outsider anytime soon. He did not want to be messed around along with the others. Hearing this, Tidrian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The planets in the World Tree Civilization's territory were not formed naturally. Instead, they were high-value planets that the World Tree had regurgitated using information form. They could freeze the current evolution at any time, swallow it back, store it in the information state, and restore it in another location. With this characteristic, the World Tree was like a mobile base, taking away the entire civilization and relocating its base in the universe to deal with all kinds of situations. It was almost born for war. Clearing this star field meant letting the World Tree take back all the planets and creatures in this area. This way, they did not have to worry about the outsider wreaking havoc everywhere. Only the Tree Kings were given this level of authority by the World Tree and could give such an order to the World Tree. The others did not have the authority to do so. However, the World Tree could not leave as it wished. After changing the location of the base camp, it had to take root in this area from the beginning and turn into its own information assembly points, fusing with each other. Some abilities could only be used in areas after fusion, such as the World Tree Express, which could only travel quickly in one's own territory like the Stargates. In other places in the universe, it was impossible to arrive as casually as now. At this moment, spatial rifts appeared again, and many troops that had received Tidrian's summons came to reinforce them. Among them were many high-level Holy Tree Emissaries and ancestral spirits who had woken up from their deep sleep. There were also a few executive officers who had arrived, as well as some high-ranking military generals who were in charge of foreign battles. The size of the group was snowballing. Although the opponent was only one person, the World Tree gave him a very high level of treatment. An army of this size was more than enough for a universal war. The pursuit battle continued, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Han Xiao had been kiting around the star field to deal with the encirclement of the World Tree's troops. He split up the bait troops time and time again, constantly using King's teleportation to cut through the pursuing troops of the World Tree. Sometimes he set up a throne, but sometimes it was just primordial psionic energy bombs mixed with fake ones. At the same time, he also used the King's positioning function to repeatedly warp around, making the World Tree troops suffer. The King was like a god of guerrilla warfare. Using this tactic, Han Xiao obtained some results, killing 6 beyond grade as. However, as the World Tree experts gathered, it became more and more difficult to kill the enemies in every battle. Every pursuing force had a sufficient number of experts, enough to restrain Han Xiao for a short while. In the blink of an eye, dozens of beyond grade as would appear as reinforcements. With the peak beyond grade as appearing, Han Xiao was forced to reduce the time of each battle, not daring to stay in one place. Furthermore, the size of the World Tree fleet was too large, and they surrounded the entire star field. Han Xiao's guerrilla warfare range also decreased, and the time it took for the pursuing troops to catch up to the bait was getting shorter. At the same time, Han Xiao also realized that the navigation star map had lost its effect. The planets in this area seemed to have disappeared, and he could not locate them accurately. Could it be that the World Tree swallowed all the nearby planets? To deal with me alone, it actually paid such a large price. In the empty space, Han Xiao sped forward alone while pondering. This was somewhat out of his expectations. Only the World Tree had such rich assets and did not care about such a small loss, resolutely clearing out the field. After more than 10 days of guerrilla warfare, he had already fought the World Tree experts almost 100 times and met a lot of acquaintances. Other than the Tree King, almost all the pursuers had fought him. Although he did not get the chance to kill the enemies later, Han Xiao was able to obtain a lot of information about the attributes of the World Tree experts through combat information. He also learned about the specific abilities of many of his opponents, which was all extremely valuable information. My guerrilla warfare range is getting smaller and smaller. If this goes on, I'll be blocked very soon. Furthermore, I can't kill the enemy's experts now. There's no need to continue guerrilla warfare. It was true that the World Tree could not restrain the King's guerrilla tactics, but this was their base camp. They could destroy all tactics with their army. Although guerrilla warfare was good, when faced with the overwhelming strength of the World Tree civilization and the rapid reinforcement system, it was reaching its limits. Time to slip away. Han Xiao nodded inwardly. Although he did not complete the map this time, the harvest was beyond his expectations. Not only did he obtain a lot of important intelligence, he also sent several World Tree experts to heaven. This was more than he had expected, so he could retreat. It would not be good if he stayed. However, before he left, Han Xiao wanted to find an opportunity to meet the Tree King and find out more about the other party's combat information. All the bait has been cleared, and there's only one high-dimensional information trail left. The outsider has not sent any more bait, so we can lock onto his main body. In the command room of the main ship, Tidrian looked at the current situation. His gloomy expression that had lasted for over 10 days finally disappeared. We've finally surrounded him. This outsider is too difficult to deal with. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. God knew how they had spent the past 10 days. An outsider had disturbed their peace. The number of World Tree experts participating in the chase was much higher than 10 days ago. There were 6 high-level Holy Tree Emissaries, 7 of the 13 ancestral spirits, and a few military commanders and executives. There were about 20 peak beyond grade as with an energy rank above 71,000, which was equivalent to 2/5 of all the peak beyond grade as of the World Tree civilization. At this moment, a high-ranking general in a military uniform coldly said, "Don't be too happy yet. Since he has such a teleportation method, there's a high chance he can escape." Hearing this, everyone was a little helpless. They naturally understood this logic, but after researching for more than 10 days, they still could not crack the teleportation method of the outsider. Their requirements had already decreased from killing the outsider to banishing him. Let's chase the outsider away first before considering what happens next. This might be the strongest civilization we've ever encountered, Tidrian replied with a frown. At this time, everyone's mental network suddenly received a message. The pursuing troops had finally caught up to the outsider's main body and shared the coordinates. Go! The faces of everyone present turned dim. They immediately activated the World Trees Express and quickly moved through the routes. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. The outsider was floating in space and did not attack the pursuing troops like before. The pursuing troops were waiting for reinforcements and did not dare take the initiative to attack. For a time, there was no movement on either side. Seeing this, many World Tree experts turned into streams of light and shot out of the fleet, landing around Han Xiao and forming an encirclement. More reinforcements were also arriving unceasingly. The number of beyond grade as present quickly approached 100, surrounding Han Xiao like a tiger eyeing its prey. Due to the elimination of all the bait this time, the outsider could no longer use guerrilla warfare to trick them. Tidrian then informed the subduing Tree King. Boom! The next moment, the Tree King's figure descended rapidly, and his oppressive might swept through the entire place. Your Excellency Tree King, Tidrian and the many World Tree experts greeted him in the mental network. The subduing Tree King looked at the situation and nodded. You have finally surrounded him. Why aren't you attacking? This outsider seems to be fearless. He will probably use that teleportation method to escape our territory, Tidrian explained. Just as the two of them were conversing, Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the subduing Tree King. He then curled his finger. Energy fluctuations increased steadily, locking on to subduing Tree King. Seeing this action, everyone present understood what the outsider meant. He was provoking their Tree King. The subduing Tree King looked at Han Xiao with an expressionless face. He casually raised his hand and waved it down. Get rid of him. Fruibnovel.com. Chapter 1324, Escape and Fear. Chapter 1324, Escape and Fear. 10 minutes later, in a certain space deep in the secondary dimension world, a light suddenly flashed. A figure fell out of nowhere and landed on a boundless, white sea of sand. It was as if it lost its balance and staggered. Han Xiao barely managed to stabilize himself. He took a deep breath and put away the dark gold king mechanical suit, revealing his body that was covered in wounds. Blood spurted out from his wounds and seeped into the sand. Very soon, the ground was dyed golden red. There were large scorch marks on his body, and his cells were dying. Phew! Almost lost my life. 1 against 100 is indeed too much. Ouch, it hurts. A burning pain filled his entire body, as though every single cell in his body was screaming in pain. Han Xiao's face trembled slightly. He took out a syringe and injected a tube of highly concentrated life essence from Aurora into his body. A numbing and comfortable feeling immediately swept through his body, suppressing the pain and filling his body with warmth. The pale golden light surged, and the wounds on Han Xiao's body quickly closed up, restoring his body to its peak state. There were only congealed blood stains left. It was quite a close call just now. The combined strength of more than 100 beyond grade as had exceeded his limit, and there were more than 20 peak beyond grade as well as experts at the level of the Tree Guardian King. However, he was fighting alone. They were all beyond grade so even if his combat capability was off the charts, as long as he did not break through to a new level, he could not completely ignore the difference in numbers. Just the subduing Tree King alone would be difficult to deal with, and he was the strongest pugilist he had fought so far. Furthermore, he had the help of a group of experts. There was no need to elaborate on the process. It was impossible for him to have the upper hand, and it was also an extravagant hope to ask for a draw. The combined damage of so many experts had already exceeded his recovery speed, his HP fluctuating up and down like a roller coaster. At the most dangerous moment, his HP had even dropped below 16%. If it were any other beyond grade as of the explored universe, they would already have died, and even Wernos with Church National Treasure would most likely not be able to take it. However, Han Xiao did not plan to fight to the death. He had hidden many abilities, mainly to achieve his goal and obtain the combat information of subduing Tree King. Although the other party's level was higher and some of his attributes were question marks, many of his abilities were exposed. The value of the information was not small. If he met the subduing Tree King again, he would have a rough gauge in his heart. After receiving the information of the subduing Tree King, Han Xiao did not continue fighting. He immediately changed into the king and left. He came to the temporary secondary dimension where the king's throne was buried and escaped from the siege. With the secondary dimension as a buffer, it will be safer. Han Xiao patted his chest, shaking off the bloodstains on his body, and changed into a new set of clothes. Although the probability of King's teleportation being tracked by the World Tree was very low, to be safe, he still used the secondary dimension as a transit zone and did not directly teleport back to the explored universe. Then, Han Xiao took back the throne and left behind the secondary dimension destruction device, shattering this secondary dimension and allowing it to be devoured by the chaotic space flow, removing all trails. After doing all this, Han Xiao opened the interface to take a look. The World Tree's Rage mission was completed. As expected, the bigger the ruckus he caused, the higher the mission rating. He had already reached the highest rating, and the reward was quite generous. Just the EXP alone was 740 billion, which was more than the EXP he had gained from defeating the 3 universal civilizations. With a large amount of EXP, he was closer to the level 360 promotion. Another reward notification popped up. You have received 5 random rewards and the milestone talent, World Tree Nemesis. World Tree Nemesis. When fighting enemies of the World Tree faction, damage increased by 12% and a certain probability of triggering Fear status. You have received 5 Gods Trait Transformation Points. You have received 1 Universe Legendary Point. Universal Legendary Point. Mysterious Outsider. You have made a name for yourself in the World Tree civilization. Countless people know about you, a powerful and mysterious outsider, and they are shocked. Your deeds are being spread around here, awing the World Tree, and able to make children stop crying. Sweet. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. There was no need to talk about World Tree Nemesis. It was a faction targeting talent similar to Elderly Killer. Although its effect was simple, it was quite useful. 5 Gods Trait Transformation Points was exactly what he needed. It was equivalent to building 5 universal treasures. Currently, the God's Trait Transformation Void had reached the 13th level, and he was just short of the last 2 points to level up. This windfall was enough to raise the God's Trait Transformation Void to the 14th level and still have some surplus that would push him close to the 15th level. This reduced his workload. Finally, this Universe Legendary Point had clearly left a deep impression on the World Tree civilization, and they were filled with fear of him. The next time they met, the people of the World Tree should be able to recognize him immediately. There was also the last reward notification on the interface. Han Xiao looked at it and saw that it was a piece of each sanctum fragment. This meant that his level of authority in each sanctum had increased by 1 level. This was the bonus reward for the highest mission rating. Yo, good stuff. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. Sanctum authority was something that he needed urgently. The higher the authority, the closer the time flow of the sanctum was to the main universe. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to level up the authority from the mission. Suppressing his excitement, Han Xiao left with his bountiful harvest. In order to be safe, he planned to travel in the deep layers in secondary dimensions for some time before returning to the explored universe. In the World Tree Civilization's territory, the battlefield was a mess. The wreckage of the World Tree fleet was everywhere. Roots were sweeping the battlefield and swallowing all the debris. In the command room of a flagship not far away, Many World Tree experts who had participated in the siege surrounded the subduing Tree King. Their expressions were solemn and somewhat horrified. A portion of them had injuries on their bodies. Tidrian pressed down on the table and said with a surprised tone, "There's no doubt about this outsider's combat strength. He's one of the strongest individuals we've seen in our many years of fighting in the universe. It's unbelievable that so many of us couldn't even kill him. It's basically certain that none of us are his match in a one-on-one fight. Even His Excellency, the Tree King, will find it difficult to gain the upper hand." Many of the World Tree powerhouses felt a lingering fear, and many peak beyond grade as fell silent. Even the expressionless subduing Tree King did not refute and only shook his head. Facing the siege of more than 100 people, this outsider actually dared to stay behind and fight head-on. This was already very shocking to them, but they did not expect him to still have the strength to fight back and even injure quite a number of them. Although they had the absolute upper hand in the siege just now, this outsider was unbelievably tough. He endured the focus fire of more than 100 people and held on for more than 10 minutes before retreating with the strange teleportation method. Although the enemy had been expelled, the strong performance of the outsider had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, almost becoming a trauma. Every time they thought about it, many of them could not help feeling deeply shocked. Although we chased this outsider away this time, we can't guarantee that he won't come again. "This is very tricky," Roxillian said with a deep voice. Tidrian nodded, his tone grave. "And so, if we can't restrict the other party's special teleportation method, our territory will become the other party's backyard. He can come and go as he pleases, putting us in a passive position. We can't always clear out the star field and send so many people to chase after him." As he spoke, his expression became even more shocked. Furthermore, only a civilization with extremely strong individual strength will produce supers of this level. Who knows how many high-level combatants there are in this foreign civilization? We've leaked too many secrets this time. If they send more supers of the same level next time, we'll be in trouble. Hearing this, everyone was worried. Han Xiao's astonishing combat strength made them make the wrong judgment. They thought that there were more experts of the same level in the explored universe, and they could not help but be frightened. They had always been conquerors, and they were basically the ones who took the initiative to invade. However, at this moment they felt a rare sense of fear, and they even had thoughts of escaping. "Then what do you suggest?" an executive officer asked. Tidrian clenched his teeth and said, "This unknown civilization has already grasped our coordinates. My suggestion is to clear out all the star fields and move our base immediately. This way we can avoid being harassed by them. Then we will think of a way to find out more about them." "This is indeed a method, but we can't use our advantage," someone objected. "If we stay here and let the enemy continue to harass us, information will become more connected. This way we will be able to locate this unknown civilization faster." Before Tidrian could speak, someone else interrupted. "I don't think that's possible. This outsider used some tricks to bewitch Barbani. Now that the other party knows about the secrets of these abilities, they will definitely avoid more information connection." Hearing this, everyone had a helpless look on their face. The biggest problem now was not that the outsider was strong, but that the intelligence gap was too big. Their side had leaked too much information, but they knew almost nothing about the outsider. The group was divided into two factions. One side suggested migrating while the other suggested staying. Both started arguing. Tidrian turned around. "Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think?" Everyone stopped discussing. In the end, it was the Tree King who would make the final decision. The subduing Tree King closed his eyes and pondered for a while before opening them again. "There's no need to migrate. The loss of territories is not important, but the information connection is crucial. Now that we have had some interaction, I will speed up the sensing speed of the World Tree. At the same time, I will inform the information form for seers to increase the frequency of the prophecies. Then, I will get the expedition team sent out in recent years to speed up their journey." Subduing Tree King paused before continuing. "Also, strengthen our internal surveillance and set up more detection devices. The outsider has already obtained some of our confidential information. We can't just rely on the information form warning network. If you find the outsider again, inform me immediately. Despite the calm expression on the subduing Tree King's face, his heart was actually racing. Han Xiao's strength had also shocked him, but he did not show it on his face. Although he did not say anything, the subduing Tree King had already engraved Han Xiao in his mind and was looking forward to fighting him again. It was because of the fighting spirit that was compulsory to a pugilist. But more than that, the World Tree had expressed its desire for Han Xiao. In the face of all new things, the Mother Tree had an extremely strong appetite. It requested that the subduing Tree King send this outsider into its mouth as a tribute. As one of the executors of the World Tree's will, the World Tree's request was his mission, and he could not reject it. Chapter 1325 Cause and Effect. Chapter 1325 Cause and Effect. After staying in the deep layers of the secondary dimension world for a few days, Han Xiao returned to the explored universe and immediately visited the Holy Accord organization to ask Destiny's Child about the World Tree Civilization's movements. As he arrived at Destiny's Child's laboratory with ease, the staff around looked at him before lowering their heads and continuing with their work. "You came to see me." Destiny's Child sensed something and turned toward Han Xiao. He pressed his hands on the inner wall of the container and let out a happy mental wave. Han Xiao smiled and knocked on the container. Destiny's Child noticed that the mark on Han Xiao's body had yet to fade. He tilted his head and said, "You didn't set the area? Fiabnovel.com. There was an accident, so I didn't have a chance to do this." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "I need you to tell me what the other side is doing." "Okay." Destiny's Child did not reject and shared the information in the mental link. Han Xiao quickly browsed through the images. He could almost see the real-time movements of the World Tree Civilization. He soon saw that the World Tree Civilization had been stimulated by him during the few days that he stayed in the deep layer of the secondary dimension, and they were looking for clues related to him. They had also increased the frequency at which the Foreseers activated their abilities, indirectly increasing the surveillance of Destiny's Child. His trip had left a deep impression on the other party. The reactions of the World Tree Civilization entered his eyes through Destiny's Child's surveillance, so he was not completely clueless about the developments in the World Tree Civilization. Destiny's Child was the most important intelligence channel at the moment. Observing the real-time movements of the other party would allow him to make targeted arrangements ahead of time. Like two players in a real-time strategy game, one side removed the fog of war while the other side was still trying to figure out the opponent's position. The difference was obvious. Seeing the World Tree Civilization's disordered movements, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, black flames surged, and Oathkeeper arrived. "Black Star, why didn't you tell me before coming?" As he spoke, Oathkeeper's gaze swept between Han Xiao and Destiny's Child. His expression had the feeling of, "You guys had a rendezvous behind my back. I'm just here to ask about the surveillance. I'll come over more often in the future. If I have to tell you every time, it will be too troublesome. Just get used to it." Han Xiao waved his hands. "Do you think you're the leader? Inspecting whenever you want." Oathkeeper cursed silently. "All right, that's all. I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave." Han Xiao nodded. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to speak, he changed into another king's suit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oathkeeper helplessly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child also ignored him. Seeing that Han Xiao had left, he went back to sleep. There was no initiative like when he met Han Xiao earlier, as if he was treating Oathkeeper like air. The discrimination was obvious. Seeing that Destiny's Child was not giving him any face, Oathkeeper's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, suppressed his heartache, and turned to leave. In the conference room of the three universal civilizations, Marbrew sized up Han Xiao's remote projection and said with a confused tone, "Black Star, you're finally back. What took you so long?" Lewis and the church leader were also curious. After sending Han Xiao away, they had thought that Han Xiao's first exploration would not take too long. But half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and there had been no news from him. If not for the fact that Han Xiao contacted them, they would have been unaware that Han Xiao had returned. In the past half a month, The three of them had been living on tenterhooks. Because they were unable to contact Han Xiao, who was far away in the World Tree Civilization's territory, they had been worrying every day, thinking that something had happened to Black Star. Seeing that Han Xiao had taken the initiative to contact them, the three of them heaved sighs of relief. They were curious about what Han Xiao had done during his long stay in the World Tree Civilization. There was an accident along the way, and I was delayed. Let's not talk about that for now. I got some intelligence on this trip. Take a look. Han Xiao waved his hands. He was too lazy to chat with the three of them and went straight to the point, sending the World Tree secrets that were revealed by Barbany to the three of them. A virtual screen appeared on the table, and the three of them could not take their eyes off it. This is all information you obtained from this trip. Marbru's eyes widened in disbelief to the point of being stunned. The three of them originally had limited expectations for this intelligence. They felt that since Han Xiao had gone to the enemy's headquarters, it would be difficult for him to move easily. Even if he did gain something, it would not be too shocking. However, what was with this piece of intelligence? It was all unheard of secrets. Information form warning network, information form camera. A ton of important strategic intelligence. It was obvious that this was not information that could be easily obtained. Could it be that Black Star had hacked the World Tree's secret database? The three of them could not help but feel a little dazed. How many times had they explored the World Tree civilization? The best they could have done was steal some general information from the internet, but it was all superficial. Black Star had only gone there once, but he had already obtained an explosive harvest. Be it the quality or quantity of information, it was countless times greater than theirs. The repeated explorations of the three universal civilizations were not as good as Black Star's one trip. The three of them looked at each other with complicated feelings. Black Star had given them a headache when he was their opponent, but he was extremely reliable when he was their teammate. If not for the confidential intelligence that Black Star provided, they would not have known how passive their three universal civilizations were. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the three of them focused on browsing through the secrets of the World Tree that Han Xiao had shared. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes grave, sometimes surprised, and sometimes frustrated. Very soon, the three of them read through the information and showed complicated expressions. So, this is how we were exposed. Lewis sighed. After seeing the information form warning network, they finally understood how the World Tree civilization discovered them. This kind of technology is impossible to guard against. The World Tree civilization's research standard is much higher than ours regarding information form. The Pope frowned with concern. Looks like Black Star is right. We'd better stop the regular exploration. The three of them looked at the intel and felt immense pressure. At the same time, they were glad. It was all thanks to Black Star for stealing these secrets. If not, they would have continued exploring without knowing what was going on, and they might have suffered a heavy blow one day. Now that they knew about the World Tree's detection method, they would be able to deal with it. Marbruce could not help but ask, "Black Star, how did you get this information?" The other two also pricked up their ears. "Nothing much, I just fought them and interrogated some people. By the way, I recorded the abilities of all the high-level combatants of the World Tree I fought. I am sending the files to you." Han Xiao did not reveal his ability and gave a simple explanation. After thinking for a while, he shared the intelligence about the World Tree experts with the three of them. The information recorded was not as detailed as the combat information on the interface, but it was enough to roughly understand the abilities and combat strength of more than 100 World Tree experts. Gathering this information was not for his own use, but also to let the Beyond Grade, as in the explored universe, gain a basic understanding of the enemy so that they would not be caught off guard. There was no need to hide it. Seeing the data of over 100 World Tree experts, the three of them were stunned. Damn, did you go to infiltrate or to fight? Having fought over 100 high-level combatants in someone else's base camp, your life is really full of excitement. Isn't this too radical? Lewis could not help saying. Han Xiao looked at him and spread out his hands. If I did not do this, do you think those secrets would fall from the sky? Don't worry. Although I fought the enemy, all traces were cleared. My intelligence channel monitored the real-time movements of the World Tree civilization. They did not discover anything. Marbruce was speechless and somewhat moved. Black Star, you took such a huge risk to gather intelligence. Everyone will remember your contribution. From his point of view, if not for collecting strategic intelligence, Black Star would not have taken the risk to fight the World Tree experts, resulting in him being pursued. All of this was for the big picture. The other two also nodded and sighed. Han Xiao raised his brows. Seeing that the three of them had misunderstood his motives, he did not bother to explain himself. He was more than glad for them to think that way since there was no harm in it. No matter what, this piece of information you brought has extremely high strategic importance. It can provide an important reference for our strategic direction. The three of them sighed for a while before getting excited. Whatever the case, the intelligence that Black Star had obtained this time had solved their urgent needs. It was more than enough to change their strategic deployment. The three of them began to discuss the next step of the plan, asking for Han Xiao's opinion from time to time. Hearing that the three of them had finally accepted the suggestion and decided to stop the regular exploration, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He had finally convinced the three universal civilizations not to do anything unnecessary, and his trust level had increased. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, two spindle-shaped, dark green spaceships sped through the endless, desolate universe. Their concealment devices covered the trajectory of the hyperdrive light. In the cockpit, more than 10 operators sat in their seats and worked. No one spoke, and the room was silent other than the operating sounds. The cabin looked clean and tidy, but traces of time could still be found in some subtle areas. Every once in a while, the World Tree civilization would send out exploration teams in different directions in an attempt to find other civilizations in the vast galaxy. These two spaceships were one of them, and the crew could not remember how many years they had flown for. It was like they were silently wandering in the cold universe. Suddenly, the radar that had been silent for many years made a sound. Unknown metal object detected. Direction. The people in the room were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and immediately controlled the spaceship to fly in the direction indicated by the radar. The two spaceships dragged streams of light and turned around. Very soon, the object locked onto by the radar entered their sights. Not far away, an egg-shaped metal cabin was slowly traveling through the universe while letting out low-power exhaust flame. Its outer shell was mottled and had traces of cosmic radiation erosion, as if it had been sailing for a long time. The people present looked at the metal cabin on the observation screen and had the same thought. This looks like an escape pod. The group of them turned on the vital sign detection device. The extremely high level of technology penetrated the outer shell of the escape pod, detecting the life signals inside. The appearance of the life forms in the escape pod was quickly displayed on the screen. Chapter 1326 Interlude. Chapter 1326 Interlude. After obtaining the secrets of the World Tree, the three universal civilizations accepted Han Xiao's suggestion and adjusted their strategy. They would no longer send any detection devices to the World Tree civilization's territory, reducing the possibility of an information link forming between the two sides, and they increased their investment in the secondary dimension expedition team. Han Xiao rested for a period of time. With the help of the multidimensional sky opening transportation device, he made another trip to the World Tree civilization's territory. Because he had the intelligence advantage this time, he carefully avoided contact and completed the mission safely, obtaining the reward deep within the enemy camp. After that, Han Xiao did not continue to infiltrate the World Tree civilization's territory and harass them. He also reduced his contact with the World Tree civilization and stayed in the explored universe to build machinery every day. Occasionally, he would go to the Holy Accord organization to check on Destiny's Child's surveillance. On the surface, he returned to his normal life. In the short term, he did not plan to go to the World Tree civilization again. Now that the enemy was prepared, he was also afraid of getting into trouble. Furthermore, he had enough intelligence for the time being, so Han Xiao did not plan to provoke the enemy anymore and concentrated on expanding his strength. The unaware galactic society maintained the pace of normal life. As time passed, the buzz created by the news of the three universal civilizations acknowledging the Beyond Grade A Association's independence also gradually cooled, but it did not disappear. The dissatisfaction of the galactic residents toward the three universal civilizations settled down and remained in their hearts. After the political position was written in the galactic laws, the Beyond Grade A organization had a much better life. No matter how complicated the civilizations of the various star fields felt about this, they still acknowledged this point. They treated the Beyond Grade A Association like they would treat a civilization and increased their cooperation with the association. Initially, all the organizations thought that the Beyond Grade A Association would take action, but the association continued to develop as usual and kept a low profile, as if they were not the recent topic of discussion. Whether the galaxy was chaotic or not was up to the big shots. Since the top organizations did not want to do anything, the life of the Galactic Society gradually returned to normal. Time slowly slipped away in this atmosphere. In the flickering world, more than 10 small battleships with the Army's insignia slowly landed on the Kundi race's planet number 77. They docked at a parking platform with 3 large transport ships. The wind pressure kept blowing out, blowing away the tiny dust on the ground. Landing gears propped out of the bottom of the ships, latching onto the magnetic force suspension lock and stopping steadily. The cabins opened one after another, and groups of Kundi race members wearing the standard armor of the Black Star Army alighted from the spaceships. Leading them was a tall Kundi race member wearing the special uniform of the logistics department. It was Barton, who had been imprisoned and released by Han Xiao. There were already groups of people waiting on the ground. They took the initiative to welcome them, and both sides exchanged greetings. Barton was used to it. He waved his hand and said, "The supplies have been delivered. Help me unload them." His prestige here was very high here. When the people heard his words, they started to work. They unloaded batches of goods from the transport ships, loaded them onto the transport vehicles, and sent them to different cities. Barton stood at the side with his hands on his hips. At this moment, a Kundi race member wearing a robe walked to his side and smiled. "How long are you planning to stay this time?" "Half a day at most. The Army's logistics department has a very important mission. I can't delay it. I'll leave after sending these supplies." Barton looked back. The person who had spoken was someone he knew. It was the person in charge of this planet, a feudal lord-type figure. Over the past few decades, the Kundi race planets had been freed one after another, but due to some interference, there was no unified regime. Every planet had a feudal lord, and they were only responsible for the affairs of the planet. They allied with each other like a union. After tens of years of adaptation, the Kundi race gradually integrated into galactic society and got used to the various rules and regulations. However, they were still very weak and developed slowly. The industrial system was not complete, so relying on supers to feed them was still their main way to obtain various resources. In the past few years, a large number of the Kundi race members had chosen to join the Black Star Army and acquired various resources through working for the Army. As the subsidies for the various planets were decided by these supers, their status was extremely high, and the various Kundi race lords had to fight for the support of the Kundi race supers, forming a dependent relationship. "Yes, the Army's work is more important. I was thinking of hosting you properly, but since you don't have the time, let's postpone it for next time," the supervisor said. "We're already acquaintances. There's no need to specially entertain me." Barton shook his head. "That won't do. You're a famous person from our planet after all. Planet number 77 has been developing quite well all thanks to you," the supervisor said warmly. "All right, you won't miss out on the supplies for the next period." Barton sighed. He knew what the other party meant. A few decades ago, after he was pardoned by Han Xiao, he had joined the Army without a second word, determined to support his race, and slowly climbed up from the bottom. As he was a mechanic, Barton joined the logistics department after passing the internal assessment. He was initially a low-level researcher, but after successfully advancing as a super to grade B, he was promoted to a middle-level officer in the logistics department. He was one of the highest-ranking Kundi race supers in the Army. Due to his position, his purchasing of resources was discounted. Thus, Barton's position in the Kundi race was very important and prestigious. Every planet's feudal lord wanted to please him, and he was already used to it. "How are the thoughts within the race now?" Barton changed the topic. Hearing this, the supervisor turned to look at his people who were working and smiled. We have been carrying out ideological reformations. There are fewer and fewer radicals, and most people now yearn for peace. That's good. Barton nodded and looked at the Kundi race members who were full of vitality. He could not help but feel gratified. They had a grudge against the Crimson Dynasty for destroying their homeland, but the difference between the two sides was too great. Barton had always been using his position to request the feudal lords of the various planets to strengthen their ideological education so that their descendants would not be influenced by hatred. After so many years of hard work, the Kundi race had finally taken a positive development path, and the radicals were rare, unstable factors. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause under the influence of hatred? Barton did not wish for his race to be implicated by a small group of radicals, destroying the peaceful situation that was obtained with much difficulty. Luckily, the past few decades had changed the minds of most people, and the number of radicals seeking revenge had decreased. Most of the Kundi race were satisfied with their current lives and had hope for the future. If only we could maintain this peace, Barton sighed in his heart. The courtyard of Bennett's residence on planet Aquamarine was like a transparent greenhouse, filled with rows of plants. Bennett walked among the plants, holding a watering pot and slowly watering the plants. He was wearing regular clothes like an ordinary old man, and it was difficult to tell that he was the leader of a civilization. "Father, we're here to see you." The sound came from afar. Nero pushed open the door while holding Mia's hand. The two of them walked into the courtyard. Bennett put down the watering pot and looked back. A kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He waved and said, "You guys are here. It's rare for you to have the time to come and see an old man like me. Don't say that. Your body is strong. You will still live for a long time. Today is your birthday, so don't say such things." Nero brought Mia to Bennett and pretended to grumble. Hello. Mia greeted shyly. She was a calamity-grade super who killed without batting an eyelid, yet she was so nervous right now. "You're here too. Don't just stand there. Let's eat together today. Have a taste of my cooking." Bennett looked at Mia with a satisfied expression, as if he was sizing up his daughter-in-law. Nero had brought Mia to meet his parents before, and Bennett knew that Mia was currently in a relationship with Nero. He did not interfere with his son's choice, and he was rather satisfied with Mia. Bennett brought the two of them to the dining room beside the courtyard before returning to the courtyard to pick some fresh plants. He personally went to the kitchen to cook a table of dishes and hosted them with a smile. One was the leader of a civilization, and the other two were calamity-grade supers. The three of them ate at the same table, talking about family matters like ordinary people. After chatting for a while, Nero took out a tube of medicine from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is the birthday gift that Godfather told me to bring over. It's a life potion personally made by Her Excellency Aurora. It can extend one's life and maintain one's youth. Please thank Black Star for me." Bennett smiled and accepted the potion. "Godfather expected you to say that. He wants me to tell you that with your relationship, you don't have to thank him. All right, that's his style." Bennett laughed and shook his head. He then turned to look at Mia and smiled. "What about you guys? Do you have any plans to have children?" Mia's face instantly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I don't have such thoughts for the time being." Nero scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's mainly because the higher the life level of an individual, the harder it is for them to give birth to a child. Mia and I have tried many times and used all kinds of positions, but unfortunately we were unable to." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a shy iron elbow landed on his ribs, causing Nero to almost suffocate. Don't talk nonsense." Mia flew into a rage out of humiliation and subconsciously gave Nero a loving elbow strike. She immediately thought of Bennett and quickly returned to her ladylike sitting position like an innocent person. It's good to be young." Bennett wiped off his cold sweat. The elbow strike from a calamity grade had made his hair stand on end, and he could not help but look at Nero. "Dear son, you've worked hard. It's fine. I like this kind of play." Seeing Bennett's complicated expression, Nero quickly defended Mia and rubbed his ribs for a while, feeling pain and joy together. After coughing twice, Nero changed the topic and said with a serious expression, "Oh right, Godfather also told me to tell you something important." "What is it?" "Godfather said that he might migrate everyone on planet Aquamarine." "Moving the entire planet Aquamarine?" Bennett was shocked. "Where to?" "He didn't say. He just wants you to be mentally prepared," Nero replied. Hearing this, Bennett's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. He rubbed his chin and pondered, trying to figure out what Han Xiao meant. To suddenly migrate planet Aquamarine, could it be to move into the territory promised by the three universal civilizations to the Beyond Grade A Association? Or was it an emergency refuge? If he was talking about refuge, could it be that some kind of battle was about to break out? But wasn't everything going well? "I don't think it's a good thing." All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Bennett was secretly worried. At the same time, on a wasteland on planet Aquamarine, Gila and Aurora were walking slowly. Not far away, there was a huge crater with rubble obliquely inserted into the ground like fragments thrown by a violent explosion. It was the ruins of the Germinal organization, which was now protected as a historical document. The two of them had originally come to visit Ames, but because they had come at the wrong time, they had been chased out. Suddenly, they wanted to revisit their old place, so they came to the Germinal organization's ruins to take a stroll. "Do you remember? I was locked up here in the past. At that time, I thought I would never be able to escape." Aurora picked up a piece of metal and played with it. Gila looked at her surroundings, and the memories of the past came back to life. She softly said, "That's right. I did so much dirty work for the Germinal organization, saying that it was to save you. In fact, I was just as lost, sinking deeper and deeper like a walking dead. If not for Black Star, I probably would not have survived." After experiencing so many things, the two of them could finally face the painful memories of the past. Looking back at the past, it was like a dream. Aurora suddenly laughed and said, "Speaking of which, Black Star was so young back then. Unlike now, humans have to grow." Hearing this, Gila's lips curled up slightly. She remembered the time she tortured Han Xiao for more than half a year, and when she thought of the infamous Black Star, she had a feeling of joy at having seen the big shot at his weakest. Although they were not really childhood sweethearts, they were old friends. However, Gila's smile quickly disappeared, and she sighed with complicated emotions. Aurora turned to look at her sister. "What are you sighing about?" "I was thinking if I had chosen to go with him when he first entered the galaxy, maybe now I wouldn't be late." Gila had a complicated expression on her face. "On Floating Dragon Island. Are you leaving?" When I rushed over, the machinery was only half done. I have to go back and finish it." Han Xiao put on his clothes, buttoned up his shirt, and covered his strong chest muscles, preparing to leave. At this moment, two fair fingers grabbed onto his shirt and tugged gently. "Accompany me for a while more." "All right." Not long later, on the other side of Floating Dragon Island, in Aesop's residence, the plates on the table moved slightly, and the juice spilled onto the table. Aesop held onto the cutlery and looked at the corner of the ceiling helplessly. The wall was trembling slightly, and dust was falling. "Sigh. It's shaking again." Chapter 1327, Navigation. Chapter 1327, Navigation. Half a day later, a light green force field rolled up a set of clothes and brought it into the air. Han Xiao reached out and put it on. He rubbed his tired waist, came before a mirror and rubbed his cheeks. Ames untied her hair and ran her fingers through it, letting her black hair flow down like a waterfall. She opened the fridge with her force field and took out a half-finished bottle of hard liquor. She poured it into 2 glasses and walked to Han Xiao's side. She sat on the edge of the table and handed 1 glass to Han Xiao with a smile. "Have a drink?" Hearing this, Han Xiao looked at her and took a sip of the wine. Ames smiled, tidying Han Xiao's clothes and straightening his collar. "You've been quite busy recently. I tried to look for you some time ago, but I couldn't reach you." "When am I not busy?" Han Xiao licked his lips and tasted the wine. The sweet and cold taste filled his mouth. Ames took a sip of wine elegantly and said with a teasing tone, "Be honest. Where did you go a few days ago? Did you go to the secondary dimensions with someone else?" Nonsense. I've only entered the secondary dimension with you. At most, I'll add Kasui. Han Xiao finished the wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and casually combed his hair with his fingers. Ames shook her cup and said with a smile, "You can be considered successful now. You've won independence for the Beyond Grade A Association. The 3 universal civilizations have acknowledged your identity once again. Most of the goals set by the association are completed. You can relax now, right? It's still early. It's not the time to relax yet. Why? Are you still not satisfied and want to continue climbing up?" Ames raised her brows. "You're already one of the top big shots in the universe. It's a little dangerous for you to continue climbing up. Could it be that you want to steal the position of the rulers of the 3 universal civilizations? You're thinking too much. I'm not referring to that, but some other things. There's still a huge threat that hasn't been resolved. But I can't tell you yet." Han Xiao glanced at her helplessly. He did not reveal too much information about the World Tree, not even to those close to him. "All right, you always have big plans anyway. But you won't be so busy all the time. You'll have to stop sometime. If this matter can be resolved successfully, I should be able to rest for a long time. Then I'll wait. Don't go back on your word." Ames smiled. "We'll see how it goes. If I am free, I'll spend more time with you." Han Xiao casually chatted for a while and was about to change into a king's suit and leave when his communicator suddenly rang. When he took it out, Han Xiao was delighted to see that it was Aesop. "Hey, it's the old man. His timing is really accurate." Ames looked over and said indifferently, "He must have called you because the earthquake stopped. Do you want to come along?" Han Xiao waved his communicator. "He's looking for you, not me. He probably has some prophecy to talk to you about, so I won't be going. I still have to see Gila and the others later. Go see the old man yourself. I'm going to take a shower." Ames waved her hand lazily and patted Han Xiao's, but before leaving the room, Han Xiao shook his head and left Dragon Emperor Palace. He arrived at Aesop's house with ease and was quickly welcomed in by the AI butler. The moment he entered, he saw Aesop sitting on the sofa and raising his eyebrows at him. "You're out. You're asking the obvious." Han Xiao curled his lips, picked up a piece of fruit from the fruit plate on the table, and threw it into his mouth. He sat on the sofa beside Aesop, placed one arm on the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and casually asked, "Why'd you call me?" "Don't make so much noise next time." Aesop sounded helpless. "It's not the first time. When did you start to care so much?" Han Xiao looked at him strangely. "I'm saying pay attention to the impact it causes. Every time you guys are done, the logistics department has to repair it. They even thought that Ames was training, and they've complained to me more than once. They told me to tell her not to keep causing trouble for Floating Dragon." Aesop shook his head. He knew that the relationship between Han Xiao and Ames had been going on for a very long time. Although Ames was his adopted daughter in name, he knew that this kind of private matter had nothing to do with him, so he did not interfere, nor did he have the ability to. Furthermore, Black Star had always satisfied him. As an ancient one with a rich romantic history, Aesop was quite open-minded in this respect, and he was not surprised at all that Ames had hooked up with Black Star. In his eyes, the 2 adults of the galactic era had known each other for close to 100 years, and their statuses were on the same level. They had experienced many things together and found each other pleasing to the eye. Sleeping on the same bed was just a matter of time. As for the fact that the 2 of them were not married, it was not a big deal in Aesop's eyes. The old marriage system had gone out of fashion a few thousand years ago. Galactic races had long lifespans, and they lived colorful lives. Lifetime monogamy was a backward system that many galactic civilizations had eliminated. Now, the mainstream marriage contract type was usually the legal polygamy system, as well as contracted monogamy system. However, no matter which type of marriage it was no longer a necessity for galactic residents. Due to the strong population circulation, the identity registration of most galactic civilizations had long been simplified. The household registration was very simple, and many galactic residents raised their offspring before marriage. The civilization gave them high subsidies and even built a public foster home. Han Xiao was speechless. "You didn't call me here just for this, did you?" If there's nothing serious, I'm going back. I'm not that bored. Of course, I have business to discuss with you. Aesop calmed himself down, threw away the distracting thoughts, and said solemnly, I recently saw a new prophecy. I saw an ominous cloud looming over the galactic society, containing blood and fire, roars and screams. It's very likely that a disaster is brewing. Do you still remember my prophecy? Endless wormholes opened, and countless fleets invaded. The two seemed to be related, and an unknown war might break out in the near future. Is that so? Han Xiao raised his brows. Aesop's prophecy probably referred to the World Tree. You don't seem surprised? Aesop blinked. Since you saw a prophecy, there's no need to hide it from you. You must be very curious about the reason the three universal civilizations compromised so much. This is the reason. Han Xiao shrugged. Aesop was shocked. So there are enemies. This makes sense. The three universal civilizations had no choice but to unite their forces. So they reached an agreement with you. That's about it. I can give you some information. The enemy this time is very difficult to deal with. It might be the strongest enemy the three universal civilizations have seen in all these years. As for the details, I can't tell you for now. Just be mentally prepared, Han Xiao said. So a universal war is about to break out. The days of peace are always so short. If it's an external enemy, it won't be a small war. Who knows how many people will die then? Aesop sighed. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. Black Star, if the situation isn't good, I hope you can leave with Ames. There's no need for you to be buried with the three universal civilizations. How tragic was the scene you foresaw that made you so pessimistic? Han Xiao raised his brows. Aesop said with a serious expression, I'm just taking precautions. Remember, if the situation isn't right, don't walk down the wrong path. In the void dimension at Kasui's palace, Kasui sat at one end of the table, facing Manason's remote projection. On the table was a virtual interface of Wayne cards. The two of them were playing cards and chatting casually. Kasui casually threw out a card and slowly said, now that the association has an official position, according to Black Star's personality, he should strike while the iron is hot and carry out the next step of the plan. But he's keeping a low profile and has yet to start a new plan. This isn't like him. Manason looked at his cards and casually replied, Black Star definitely has his own plans. Recently, he's been acting mysteriously, connecting with the three universal civilizations. I don't know what he's doing. Speaking of which, the three universal civilizations concessions are quite strange. Kasui crossed his arms. Manason did not mind. The three universal civilizations choice is obviously due to pressure, and there are only a few scenarios where pressure would worry them. Based on the current situation, the most likely scenario is the invasion of the enemy. Black Star should have reached an agreement with the three universal civilizations to fight the enemy together. Let's just wait. Not necessarily. Kasui shook his head. Because he had information about the iterations, he thought more about it. Other than the possibility of foreign enemies, he also felt that the three universal civilizations might have discovered the existence of the iterations and thus dropped the conflict. However, this was all speculation. No matter what, he supported Han Xiao's current actions. Although Han Xiao did not reveal the truth of the World Tree, many beyond grade as had thought about it over the past few days and roughly guessed that the reason for the current situation was the existence of external enemies. However, since Black Star did not announce it, many of the association members had a tacit understanding and pretended not to know. In fact, many beyond grade as were already secretly preparing for battle. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, the World Tree Exploration Team spaceship had changed direction and was moving at full speed in hyperdrive. The crew in the cockpit were all excited, and there were a few trembling old Kundi race members tied up in the corner. After so many years, I finally found some prey. The captain stared at the coordinates on the screen with excitement. After wandering in the universe for so many years, they had been searching for unknown civilizations alone. The universe was so vast, so their chances were like finding a needle in a haystack. To the long-distance fleet, this was akin to a punishment of exile, and they only had a harvest today. Not long ago, They discovered an escape pod with low technology and captured the beings inside. Through various methods, they obtained information from the memories of these intelligent creatures who called themselves the Kundi race. When the dynasty defeated the Kundi race civilization, there were batches of people who escaped through the escape pods. After many years of travel and some chance factors, some survivors left the explored universe, and this escape pod was one of the escapees. The Kundi race's memories of the explored universe were only at the stage of the war between the Crimson Dynasty and them. Because they were a native civilization of the flickering world and had never integrated into the galactic society, they did not know much about the explored universe. However, to the World Tree exploration team, the most valuable information was the coordinates recorded in this escape pod, as well as the navigation records of the past few years. This gave them a navigation target that pointed to the original location of the Kundi race civilization, which was the flickering world star field. Due to the uniqueness of the World Tree mental network, every exploration team was a universe coordinate recorder that was connected in real time. The coordinates of every location would be sent to the World Tree simultaneously. This meant that as long as the exploration team arrived at their destination, they would be able to obtain the coordinates of their enemies. After the World Tree base analyzed it, it would be able to use the wormhole generator to send a large number of troops over. The three universal civilizations had also used this method when entering the World Tree civilization's territory for the first time. It was basically a spatial technology that the advanced civilizations used. At the same time, the exploration team was also responsible for carrying out intelligence work. They would infiltrate the unknown civilization and collect information about the other party. The World Tree would only invade on a large scale if they knew about the other party's state. They would not start a war the moment they discovered their prey. I wonder what level of civilization the prey we discovered this time is. Could it be the nest of the outsider who recently caused a ruckus in our territory? TSK. I have to be careful, the captain muttered to himself and was extremely vigilant. He had also learned of Han Xiao's battle in the World Tree civilization. If the coordinates were really the hometown of that brave outsider, the danger level would be raised to the highest. Chapter 1328, Discovered. Chapter 1328 Discovered. In a certain restricted military area of the Black Star Army, two large mechanical deities were clashing like interstellar beasts in close combat. With every clash, sparks flew everywhere, and shockwaves spread out like endless ripples. Bang! Among them, the black and gold mechanical deity with a thick psionic shield slammed into the opponent's abdomen, causing light fragments to fly everywhere. Taking advantage of this collision, it opened up a small distance. Countless light beams shot out from the cannon barrels on its shoulders, condensing into a golden beam of light that pushed the opponent away. The mechanical deity that was sent flying rolled in space for a while before quickly stabilizing its body. Its flickering shield blocked the attack, and it was not injured. You are recovering well. The black and gold mechanical deity did not chase after him. His body opened and closed like scales. It retracted its weapon and spoke in the channel. It was Han Xiao himself. The other mechanical deity was Herberlin. Hearing this, he stopped, stretched his shoulders, and said, "This configuration needs to be readjusted. The power output is not enough." After waking up to prove the existence of the World Tree, Herberlin repaired his body with Han Xiao's help and recovered his combat capability. He then added various weapons and equipment to form different sets of equipment, constantly adjusting his state of operation. From time to time, he would spar with Han Xiao to test the combat capability of different configurations. I think this set of close combat equipment suits you quite well. Just add a few more sets of reactor modules. Although you can't beat me, you should be able to fight on par with the Mechanic Emperor. Han Xiao smiled. To him, sparring with Herberlin was a good leisure activity. After all, most beyond grade as would not be able to withstand his size, and Herberlin was about the same size as him. At the same time, he was also durable and could fight freely. Although Herberlin had once been defeated by the World Tree powerhouses, the situation he faced was one against many. His strength could not be underestimated. After recovering his strength, he would be able to enter the first tier of the Beyond grade as in the explored universe, and he would even be able to reach the top tier. He would be a great help. Hearing this, Herberlin disarmed himself, removed a metal tube from the groove on his armor, and threw it to Han Xiao. Another mutated carrier. Han Xiao took the metal tube and sized it up. He sensed some special structures from it, nodded, and put it away. Although he was now a living body mechanical deity, that was a cheap trick, and it did not completely replicate the uniqueness of Herberlin. Herberlin's body was extremely strange. Flesh and blood life combined with mechanical life, and the mechanical parts that were assembled over a long period of time had a chance to undergo a natural mutation like biological tissues, turning into special equipment similar to apostle weapons. A body like Herberlin was a treasure in the eyes of the average person. Any piece of it would contain a shocking amount of technology. However, Han Xiao only needed the mutation module. He made Herberlin dig out the mutated body tissue from time to time and give it to him for research. This was one of the rewards for testing Herberlin's body. After doing all this, Herberlin asked, "How's your contact with the World Tree going?" "Not too bad. I have obtained quite a few secrets now, so I'll temporarily hold back and accumulate my strength." Han Xiao briefly explained the process of him stealing the secrets of the World Tree, as well as his current strategy. This was the information that he said he would share when he invited Herberlin to fight the World Tree together. Hearing that the three universal civilizations had gained an advantage in intelligence with Han Xiao's help, Herberlin hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "The three universal civilizations are really lucky to have someone like you." If one were to ask Herberlin how he felt right now, it would be envy and jealousy. The Karma Republic that he was in did not react until they were attacked by the World Tree civilization. They were caught off guard and easily defeated. He could not help but envy the fact that the explored universe had Black Star. If the Karma Republic had Black Star's help, at least they would not have lost without any resistance. Herberlin had mixed feelings as he said, "It's a pity that we didn't have such luck and did not have someone like you." Cough, "It's not that bad." Han Xiao was helpless. "Why are you suddenly flattering me? Did I ask you to flatter?" Just as he was about to comfort, his communicator rang. He took it out and saw Oathkeeper's message. "There are new discoveries in Destiny's Child surveillance. Come quickly." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately lost the mood to chat. He casually bade farewell to Herberlin and teleported to the Holy Accord with the king. His vision blurred, and he arrived at Destiny's Child laboratory. This time, Oathkeeper was waiting for him in the room. "What's going on? What's the situation?" Han Xiao looked at Destiny's Child and walked to Oathkeeper's side. "Things have changed. Take a look." Oathkeeper had a serious expression and was not in the mood to joke. He moved aside. Han Xiao turned around and connected with Destiny's Child. Information flowed into his mind, and his expression changed. "The World Tree exploration team got our coordinates?" This information was somewhat unexpected, and Han Xiao's mood immediately became heavy. Destiny's Child's surveillance came from the interaction of information when the subbodies activated their foresight ability. This time, the intelligence that was caught was that an exploration team of the World Tree had found the coordinates of a new unknown civilization. The World Tree used all the information that this exploration team had as a medium for foresight and organized a large number of foreseers to activate their abilities. Therefore, Destiny's Child knew about the situation of the exploration team. As such, Han Xiao saw in the intelligence that the World Tree exploration team had discovered a group of Kundi race members, as well as the information they had obtained from them. The coordinates pointed to the old location of the Kundi race civilization, which was in the middle of the flickering world. The surveillance intel showed the origins of these Kundi race individuals. They were the survivors of the war, although the refugees knew almost nothing about the Galactic Society, causing the World Tree to not know if this unknown civilization was the same group as the outsiders who were spying on them. The coordinates exposure was a fatal matter. The World Tree would definitely investigate thoroughly before letting the matter rest. Then, they would be able to find out more about the three universal civilizations. Han Xiao frowned. For such a thing to occur, in his previous life the World Tree invasion had been unstoppable, and they had come prepared. It was obvious that the exploration team had discovered the three universal civilizations long ago, but they had been secretly stealing intelligence and only started fighting when they were ready. No one knew when the World Tree first discovered the three universal civilizations, But to Han Xiao, it did not make sense for it to be so early. It was most likely due to the butterfly effect. Due to his influence, the path of the Kundi race refugees had changed, and they had unfortunately run into the World Tree exploration team. Without the coordinates, it would be difficult to find something. If they knew the location, their efficiency would be multiplied countless times, not to mention in the vast galactic universe. The World Tree exploration team had the same logic. In his previous life, the exploration team had most likely searched aimlessly, finding a needle in a haystack, and coincidentally arrived in the explored universe. Now that they had the navigation coordinates, they could directly travel in the direction of the explored universe. The time to arrive in the explored universe would definitely be much earlier, exposing the 3 universal civilizations in advance. "What do you plan to do?" Oathkeeper asked with a deep voice. Han Xiao came back to his senses and frowned. "If that's the case, I can only interfere. I can't let the World Tree find us easily." Destiny's Child surveillance showed the location of the exploration team. The only thing he could do now was intercept the exploration team halfway and try not to let the World Tree figure out the 3 universal civilizations' details. He would win some time and let the 3 universal civilizations mobilize their forces publicly, officially turning into war mode to face the enemies. However, no matter what he did, the World Tree had already obtained the coordinates, and finding the flickering world was a foregone conclusion. Even if he destroyed this exploration team, there would be a continuous stream of reinforcements. "I thought there was still a lot of time, but plans can't keep up with the changes." Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He had finally managed to convince the 3 universal civilizations to follow his suggestion and reduce their contact with the World Tree civilization, giving the secondary dimension expedition team more time. However, the unexpected factors turned out contrary to expectations. The Kundi race civilization had once been destroyed by the dynasty, and now the refugees brought an even greater disaster to the 3 universal civilizations. It was like a cycle of fate. No one could be blamed. Sighing, Han Xiao composed himself. No matter what, it had already happened. He could only think of a way to deal with it and accept reality. "The World Tree has discovered our coordinates?" In the conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the 3 of them received Han Xiao's intelligence and were shocked. As for the details, Han Xiao explained the whole story. After he left the Holy Accord, he had immediately shared this intelligence with the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. After hearing the explanation, the 3 of them looked solemn. The 3 of them did not have any other thoughts about the Kundi race escapees leaking the secret. At most, they would curse that they were unlucky. They were more relieved that Han Xiao had the surveillance channels to discover the World Tree's movements this time. After all, they did not have the overpowered information network like the World Tree. If they were infiltrated, no one would be aware of it. After pondering for a while, Marbruce said in a serious tone, "Black Star, I'll leave the exploration team to you. Everyone, from now on, we have to enter a state of war." Chapter 1329 Interception. Chapter 1329 Interception. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air with a flash of light. This is where the exploration team passed by. Looking at the coordinates, Han Xiao mumbled to himself. The World Tree used all the intelligence of the exploration team as a medium, which naturally included the route of the exploration team. Destiny's Child also intercepted the detailed coordinates, so Han Xiao used the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to enter the coordinates and teleported to this unexplored area that the 3 universal civilizations had never set foot in. The exploration team had passed by this place recently, so they were naturally not far away. According to the coordinates given by the Kundi race, the exploration team is heading this way. Han Xiao took out the interstellar locator, adjusted his position, and locked onto a direction. With the navigation coordinates, the exploration team would most likely advance in a straight line. Therefore, he could confirm the direction of the other party. Although the exploration team was very fast and had already run ahead, he could use this method to give chase. With a flash of his mechanical force, the gate of the secondary dimensional army camp opened, and a large number of mechanical troops rushed out. Han Xiao led a group of troops and chased after them in a straight line to the navigation coordinates. while the rest of the mechanical troops scattered in different directions. This was partly to be safe, as they were afraid that the exploration team would take a detour. Also, their task was to set up a Stargate terminal nearby. The three universal civilizations had set up a terminal on the other side of the Stargate, allowing the two sides to connect. This was related to the next step of the plan that they had discussed before they set off. Due to the World Tree's devouring mechanism, the three universal civilizations did not wish to start a war in their own territory. This would be too passive, so they decided to use the Stargate to send a large number of troops to this area and build a defensive circle along the exploration team's route. At the same time, they would stop the World Tree's subsequent exploration teams and increase the difficulty of infiltration. Between the defense circle and the flickering world, there was still a large area that had yet to be explored as a buffer zone. Even if the World Tree broke through the defense line, it would not be able to immediately attack the territory of the explored universe. This way, the three universal civilizations would be able to bombard the area as much as they wanted with their strategic weapons. They would try their best to eliminate the World Tree's strength to reduce the number of enemies attacking. These were all necessary preparations. However, from Han Xiao's perspective, an all-out war would not erupt just because of this. He had learned about the World Tree's habits from Barbani. Even if it discovered that they had built a defensive circle, the World Tree would not attack rashly. It would most likely take a detour and find a way to infiltrate their base to steal intelligence instead. The World Tree mainly focused on invasion. It looked very aggressive, but that was not the case. After Barbani's explanation, the World Tree's biggest advantage was that it had an endless supply of troops and its amazing radar technology, which was its hard strength and intelligence ability. Why was it always able to launch an all-out invasion? It did not rely on brute strength but more on having detailed information about the enemy before the battle, understanding their weaknesses and accurately striking straight at the hearts. As Han Xiao calculated in his mind, he brought his mechanical army and activated hyperdrive, turning into streams of light that flew across the galaxy. All of them were equipped with high-speed hyperdrive engines, and with the support of mechanical force, they were even faster than the exploration team. After chasing for a long time, the two spaceships of the exploration team appeared in his radar. It's indeed in this direction. Seeing that his target had appeared, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Destiny's Child was indeed powerful, or things would not have gone so smoothly. The exploration team had activated a concealment device, but they could not avoid his detection, and he would not be easily discovered by a small exploration team. Han Xiao had no intention of going up to communicate with them. He waved his hand and ordered a group of mechanical troops to set up a space stabilization anchor to force the exploration team out of the hyperdrive mode. He then raised his long-range weapons and locked onto the two spaceships. Not long after, the two spaceships of the exploration team crashed into the trap set up by the mechanical army. With a sudden jolt, their speed plummeted and returned to normal mode. Han Xiao opened fire without hesitation, and a thick stream of high-energy particles shot out from the muzzle and swept past the two spaceships. The shields of the two spaceships shattered in the blink of an eye, and the bodies of the spaceships melted, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, both the spaceships and the personnel on board were annihilated. A small exploration team naturally could not withstand Han Xiao's attack. Seeing that the target was successfully eliminated, Han Xiao shook his head, but he could not be happy. He knew that this was only the beginning. Due to the connection of the World Tree's mine network, it was basically impossible to mislead this exploration team. Right now, the World Tree base camp definitely placed a lot of importance on the progress of the exploration team, so if anything went wrong, the World Tree would discover it. It was equivalent to the mainframe having all the data prepared. He could hack the exploration team, but he could not hack the World Tree's main body. It was very easy to detect tampered data. By getting rid of the exploration team, he could only buy some time. Han Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he gathered the spatial coordinates around him and summoned the construction team to set up the location. At the same time, in the World Tree civilization, the mental network connection of the exploration team has been cut off. The members of the team have all been turned into seeds. They are suspected to have been attacked. In the main hall of the Tree Kings, Tidrian stood under his throne and reported the situation with a shocked tone. Due to the discovery of their prey, the World Tree civilization had been paying close attention to the progress of the exploration team and had been communicating with the team telepathically. The moment the exploration team lost contact, the upper echelons noticed it. Enemy attack? Could it have been done by this unknown civilization? How did they discover the exploration team? The Tree King frowned. At this moment, another Tree King sitting by the side laughed and slowly said, "It seems like this unknown civilization isn't simple. They either have a special anti-surveillance method similar to the Information State Alert Network, or they built an outpost outside their territory. It's also possible that the refugees discovered by the exploration team were just a trap." There were 5 thrones in the hall, each corresponding to one of the 5 Tree Kings. At this moment, 3 of the thrones were empty, and only 2 Tree Kings had appeared. One of them was the Subduing Tree King, and the one who spoke was the Heart Tree King, Minacho, a pinnacle beyond grade A psychic. After Han Xiao caused a huge ruckus, the World Tree civilization entered a state of alert, and the Heart Tree King woke up from his deep sleep. 2 of the Tree Kings were on standby, and the other 3 were also observing the current situation. At this moment, there were still a few executives waiting in the hall. Hearing this, one of them asked, "Trap? Are you saying that the coordinates obtained by the exploration team are problematic?" Frubnell.com. The Heart Tree King did not comment directly, instead casually replying, "The coordinates and intelligence provided by this group of refugees might have been specially forged by an unknown civilization. Their goal might be to lure the enemy in and lead outsiders into the trap they have prepared. After all, the universe is so big. We're not the only hunters." The executive's expressions became more solemn. The exploration team had only just discovered the coordinates when they were wiped out. They had no choice but to be wary of this unknown civilization. In the process of conquering the universe, it was not as if they had never met a tough opponent. They had seen civilizations that were also focused on invasion, and they had always been on guard against such existences. This time, Tidrian exclaimed and said, "That's not right. If this is a trap to lure the enemy, there's no need for this unknown civilization to attack the exploration team. This will only alarm others. They should be showing their weaknesses instead." The Heart Tree King smiled and nodded. "That's right, so the possibility of it being a trap isn't high. This unknown civilization probably doesn't wish to come into contact with outsiders and is afraid of being exposed. However, their actions have also exposed some things. After the unknown civilization discovered the exploration team, they immediately attacked without any intention of capturing them alive. Isn't this suspicious?" Hearing this, the eyes of many executives flickered. Logically speaking, if a civilization discovers an exploration team of unknown origin, there's a high chance that they will capture them alive and try to obtain intelligence. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, "That's right, but this unknown civilization did not do so. Maybe it's because they're cautious, but it's more likely that they have intelligence on us and know that the World Tree has a mental network link, so they don't dare show their faces, afraid of being observed. Think about it, if they didn't know about our mental network, what are the chances of them destroying a foreign exploration team so carelessly?" Tidrian was shocked. "So what you're saying is that this unknown civilization might be the hometown of the outsider who stole a lot of our secrets?" Everyone's expression changed. The psychological trauma that Han Xiao had left on them was not small, and it was still fresh in their minds. Just the mention of him made many World Tree members feel pressured. All of this is just speculation. As for what exactly happened, we'll have to verify it first. The Heart Tree King waved his hand and calmly said, "The next step is to locate the coordinates that this exploration team has recently passed by and reopen the wormhole tunnel. We'll send advanced troops there, continue the exploration, and advance toward the navigation coordinates. Whether it's a trap or not, this is the only clue we have at the moment. We have to investigate it thoroughly." "That was also my intention." The Subduing Tree King nodded. The executives bowed in unison. "Understood. We will assemble the fleet now." Somewhere in the central galaxy, a few enormous Stargate devices were placed in the middle of the galaxy. At this time, the channel was not opened, so it only existed as a gigantic circular mechanical device. In front of these Stargate devices, there was a fleet that stretched endlessly. The armies of the Federation of Light, the Crimson Dynasty, and the Arcane Church had been waiting there for a long time. These Stargates were a set with the Stargate terminals that Han Xiao had taken away. As long as Han Xiao completed the terminal connection, the two sides would be able to build an express channel. After learning of the World Tree's existence, the three universal civilizations had been secretly gathering troops. Currently, most of the armies were on standby, ready to move out at any time. While Han Xiao was dealing with the exploration team, the three universal civilizations efficiently gathered their troops and waited to set off. With Black Star's efficiency, it should be soon. In the main flagship of the Federation of Light, the Commander-in-Chief, Simon, was playing with an antique replica pocket watch, looking down at the time from time to time. The surrounding crew members all had solemn expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere was stifling. At this time, the few Stargates outside the window activated one after another, and a dark blue space vortex appeared within the ring device. Starlight sparkled, and it led to the exit on the other side. Seeing this, Simon closed his watch and placed it into his pocket. All troops, move out. Chapter 1330 Public Announcement and Response. Chapter 1330 Public Announcement and Response. In the area where the exploration team had been wiped out, Han Xiao's mechanical army had already set up the Stargate and activated the channel. The space vortex slowly spun, and not long after, batches of troops from the three universal civilizations flew out from the Stargate. Simon immediately saw the mechanical base floating in the starry sky outside the window. This was a temporary stronghold built by Han Xiao. Simon sent Han Xiao a message. "We're here. I see you. Here is the exploration team's projected route. I'll leave the rest to you." Han Xiao replied casually before sending the intelligence to the various commanders. Simon nodded. Without exchanging pleasantries, he turned and gave the order for the fleet to start moving. The allied troops of the three universal civilizations immediately split up, and the construction team built the prototype of the defense circle on the spot. The mechanical army then followed the exploration team's route, setting up a space stabilization device along the way. Because the World Tree could only take coordinates based on the exploration team's route to open wormholes, the three universal civilizations method was a perfect counter. Looking at the three universal civilizations fleets working in an orderly manner, Han Xiao nodded. Although both sides had come into contact in advance, compared to his previous life, the three universal civilizations were in a much better position. The World Tree had yet to grasp their strength and was not prepared, so they could not invade from the secondary dimensions. Therefore, the three universal civilizations only needed to pay attention to the battlefront of the main universe for the time being, which saved them a lot of time and energy. Furthermore, they still had the upper hand at the moment, managing to keep the enemy outside their territory. The situation was quite good. Everyone was engrossed in their preparations for a long time. Suddenly, a space-time anomaly occurred somewhere on the exploration team's route, attracting everyone's attention. A wormhole vortex appeared out of thin air. However, along the way, the wormhole was disrupted by the stabilizing anchor nearby. The process was interrupted, and the wormhole was destroyed. The teleportation of the World Tree failed. Seeing this, many of the officers of the three universal civilizations were overjoyed. This was obviously because after the exploration team died, the World Tree had tried to send the next batch of troops. This proved to the three universal civilizations that their current plan was effective, able to successfully stop the World Tree's teleportation team. This way, the World Tree could only choose to teleport to further coordinates and keep trying until it succeeded. At that time, the three universal civilizations, who were prepared, would naturally surround and intercept them. Since the plan was effective, Han Xiao did not keep an eye on it. The three universal civilizations would be in charge of this. With more people, the efficacy would naturally be higher. Leaving behind a throne, Han Xiao changed into the king and returned to the explored universe. He still had many things to do. After Han Xiao returned to the Beyond Grade A Association headquarters, he immediately called an emergency meeting. The association members received the news and all attended. Ever since the three universal civilizations ban was lifted, Black Star had not summoned everyone so urgently. In the venue, many beyond grade A projections landed on their seats and gazed at Han Xiao curiously. Kasui turned and asked, "Black Star, why did you call us for an emergency meeting?" Han Xiao looked around and said with a deep voice, "I know that all of you have always been curious about the basis of our ceasefire with the three universal civilizations. Previously, due to the confidentiality agreement and some strategic considerations, I did not disclose it to the outside world. However, the situation has changed. I can tell all of you that, because the three universal civilizations discovered a foreign civilization that lives on aggression and threatened the safety of the entire galactic society, they chose to compromise with us at the crucial moment. They hope to work together with us to fight against the foreign enemy." Hearing this, the expressions of the beyond grade as present changed. Some came to a realization, some were shocked, and others remained unsurprised. Many people had already faintly expected this possibility, so they did not show a great reaction. Manison's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "This is the deal that the three universal civilizations gave us for our independence?" "That's right." Han Xiao nodded. "How strong is this enemy?" Kasui was curious. "Because of some reasons, it's not convenient to reveal the details for the time being, but the overall strength is very strong." Han Xiao briefly described the size of the World Tree. After hearing the introduction, many people looked at each other and frowned. They were afraid of the strong enemy that Han Xiao described. "I never thought that I would have to fight alongside the three universal civilizations in the blink of an eye. The enemies are so strong. Can the three universal civilizations win? Even if we win, it will probably be a tragic victory." Many people whispered to each other, worried. Dylan frowned. "In other words, we still have to work for the three universal civilizations?" Han Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's just a deal. Furthermore, we're also the prey of the foreign enemies. We have nothing to do with the three universal civilizations. Bullsh *T. The three universal civilizations can't even take care of themselves, so we can definitely leave on our own. They won't dare stop us at this juncture. But aren't they using our lives to protect the three universal civilizations?" Dylan was clearly dissatisfied. His hostility toward the three universal civilizations was very firm. "If we join the battle, who knows how many people will die. Even if there's the Sanctum revival, I think." Biger hesitated. freewebnovel.com. The majority of people there were willing to fight the three universal civilizations for the treatment of the beyond grade as because of what happened in history, but for them to ally and fight alongside the three universal civilizations, it was the exact opposite. Among that group, the revivers took the lion's share. They felt that since they could no longer enjoy the Sanctum revival, losing their lives for the three universal civilizations was not worth it. Protecting the people was not a priority for a portion of the beyond grade as, after all, the strength of an individual was different from that of a civilization. If they did not need to rely on the masses, they naturally did not have much obligation to protect them. Now that the problem of the beyond grade as was basically solved, many of the revivers had achieved their goal, and their mentality was inevitably going to shift toward being independent. Han Xiao took in everyone's expression and said, "These are the terms of the deal. If we don't participate in the battle, the association's independence and status will be nullified." Dylan snorted. "Come on. It's not even certain if the three universal civilizations can win. We'll be risking our lives to fight, but if the three universal civilizations lose, these agreements will still be useless. To us, it's a bloody loss. There is clearly a method to gain something without risking our lives. You're right, but there are two sides to everything. This is also an opportunity. Furthermore, we were all born from this galactic society, so this is not the time to abandon our homeland. Escaping should not be the first choice." Han Xiao shook his head. "All right, let's assume that we've defeated the enemy. But what if the three universal civilizations take the opportunity to wipe us out again? Will we still have the strength to fight back then?" Dylan questioned. "Of course, I've considered this. Don't worry, we won't be the main force fighting against the foreign enemies. The three universal civilizations will only suffer greater losses than us. By then, the association will still be able to retain enough strength or come out even stronger." Dylan snorted coldly. It's easy to say, I don't care about the others, but I won't agree. You want me to fight for the 3 universal civilizations? No way. Han Xiao ignored him and looked at the others. What are your thoughts? Listening to the argument between the two, many beyond grade as had different expressions. Some were hesitant, while others remained calm. Black Star is right. This is a deal with risks and benefits. We're not fighting for the 3 universal civilizations but for our homeland. At least for me, I'm already used to living here. If it's not necessary, I don't want to watch the Galactic Society be destroyed, Kant said slowly. Kasui nodded and said, no matter what, it's too early to discuss escaping before the battle starts. I believe that Black Star's intention is not to fight to the death. If the situation is truly irreversible with his style, he will not lead us down a path of no return. That's right. Secret Master nodded expressionlessly. Other than the revivers, most beyond grade as understood Han Xiao's actions. After all, not everyone was willing to abandon their hometown. Furthermore, as a beyond grade A, even in the face of a universal war, they still had the confidence to protect themselves and would not panic. Being scared away by the enemy was not within the consideration of most. Whether they could win or not would only be known after they fought. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded before looking at Dylan and the others. The war has yet to break out, so you still have plenty of time to consider. The association respects the opinions of every member and will not force anyone to participate in the war. Of course, if you change your mind one day, I welcome all of you to fight alongside us. Humph! Even if the Galactic Society is gone, I will not regret my attitude today. Dylan snorted. Han Xiao's expression was calm, and he was not angry. It was normal to have disagreements. He had already considered this point. However, in his previous life, everyone in the explored universe was a soldier, so it was clear that most of them were upright. Furthermore, in his previous life, Oathkeeper had convinced many revivers to participate in the battle at the critical moment. Clearly, it was not just because they were emotionally moved but more because the Sanctum Revival was used as a bargaining chip to move all the beyond grade as, when the truth of the unlimited number to Sanctum Revivals was exposed, he believed that these cold and aloof combat avoiders would come back knocking. Han Xiao gave some instructions before announcing the end of the meeting. Everyone left with their own thoughts except Manison. Han Xiao looked at him and asked, "What do you have to say to me?" Manison crossed his hands on his legs and calmly said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to reconsider my route? What, you want to replace the 3 universal civilizations?" Han Xiao smiled. "Can't we?" Manison glanced at Han Xiao. "If we lose, just pretend that I didn't say anything. If we win, this is a very good opportunity. It might be the weakest moment of the 3 universal civilizations so far, and the virtual mutiny virus in our hands will come in handy. You still haven't given up. In fact, the things you want are even more exaggerated." Han Xiao shook his head. Manison was expressionless. When the 3 universal civilizations recover, they will still see us as a thorn in their side. As long as they stay on our side, we won't be able to have any true peace. Your method of checks and balances is effective, but isn't it better to solve the threat once and for all? It's too early to say that. Let's focus on dealing with the enemies. Han Xiao waved his hands. To the citizens of the Galactic Society, this was a normal day, but on this day, the peaceful life in their eyes was easily broken by the galactic announcement issued by the 3 universal civilizations. The 3 universal civilizations announced that a powerful foreign civilization was planning to invade the Galactic Society. The entire universe was to enter a state of war, requesting the flickering world and many other star fields to begin mass migration. This earth-shattering news swept through every star field like a hurricane. All galactic residents and civil forces who saw the news could not believe their eyes, thinking that it was fake news. However, the actions of the 3 universal civilizations proved that this was not a joke. Large batches of official fleets forcefully migrated the civilians in the various star fields, and the various civilizations cooperated extremely well. Spaceship after spaceship of galactic residents of different races were sent to the transport ship, heading toward the hinterlands of the explored universe. The recently renowned Beyond Grade A Association also issued a statement, proving that the three universal civilizations were not lying. They would fight against the enemies together and start to recruit supers from all over the universe. This series of actions did not pause at all. It was as if they had been prepared for this. The tension of the impending storm swept through the entire galactic society. There had been no related news before this, and the situation had come too suddenly. It was as if a meteor had landed on the calm surface of the sea, causing huge waves. The public opinion exploded instantly. However, one characteristic of the interstellar era was that the people were used to seeing all kinds of strange things. They were adaptable and could accept things fast enough. Although the period of long and comfortable life slowed down the reactions of many people, the majority of the galactic residents still quickly accepted the fact that a war was about to break out. They did not have time to think too much and quickly responded. Fortunately, the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association had given many galactic residents an experience. At this moment, they were practically escaping without hesitation. Without the forced migration of the three universal civilizations, most of the galactic residents left the border star field of their own accord, forming a huge migration wave. The public stargates were all jammed, and the fleet could extend to the end of their sights. At the same time, the armies of the three universal civilizations began to move toward the periphery of the star field, requiring the majority of the area to start their war preparations. In daily life, the various star fields were all living areas. Once a war broke out, the entire explored universe would be a strategic location in the eyes of the three universal civilizations. All star fields were war zones with different functions. Chapter 1331, Scheming Against the Enemy. Chapter 1331, Scheming Against the Enemy. In the conference room of the Superstar Cluster Alliance, many leaders were discussing the coming war intensely. Ever since the three universal civilizations issued the Universal War Mobilization, the leaders of the various civilizations had put aside their other work, treating it as their top priority at the moment and actively asking the three universal civilizations about their enemies. However, due to the magnitude of the issue, there were too many civilizations that were eager to obtain information. The three universal civilizations only gave a unified reply and briefly explained the situation of the information entanglement. They said that they wanted to control the number of people who knew about it and that it was not convenient to publicize any intelligence on the enemy for the time being. Therefore, the other civilizations did not know anything about the enemy. However, even if some civilizations were dissatisfied with the three universal civilizations, they would still follow the instructions of the three universal civilizations and cooperate with the strategic plan when facing external wars. After all, the three universal civilizations were the rulers, and their determination to protect the safety of the explored universe was unquestionable. At the same time, they were also the pillars of the galactic society. None of the civilizations objected to the three universal civilizations having unified command during the war, and even the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not dare object. A Superstar Cluster leader knocked on the table and said, "The invasion of foreign civilizations is not a small matter." For some reason, the three universal civilizations did not reveal the details of the enemy, but for them to put on such a show, it's clear that they have met a strong enemy. According to the attitude of the three universal civilizations, this time, it's most likely a mature universal civilization, not something those natives can compare to, another person guessed. Everyone had a heavy expression on their face. This was not the first time that the explored universe had dealt with an unknown civilization. In history, there would occasionally be new star fields being developed, and the most recent example was the Flickering World. The Kundi Race War was similar, but the natives and universal civilizations were worlds apart. The intensity of the war was on a completely different level. The universal civilizations in the unexplored universe were basically the overlords of a region. This was no longer a small skirmish when they were fighting the natives but an interstellar war. They no longer had a perfect chance of winning like they did when they were teaching the natives a lesson. The three universal civilizations had put up a defensive stance in their base camp, so it was obviously not the side that took the initiative to attack. It was most likely the side that was invaded, which made the heads of the Superstar Cluster civilizations feel that something was wrong. No one wanted to start a war in their own territory, and even if they won, their territory would suffer a huge loss. However, the three universal civilizations had chosen a defensive strategy, which proved that they were likely at a disadvantage, so they could only passively resist the other party's invasion. The conservative strategy of the three universal civilizations has exposed their lack of confidence. We should prepare a path of retreat. If the three universal civilizations become losers, we must think of a way to protect our civilizations, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said. In the eyes of the upper echelons, nothing was inevitable. They would never believe that the three universal civilizations could not be defeated or destroyed. They had to consider every possibility and plan ahead. It's a pity that the three universal civilizations will not disclose information about this foreign enemy. We can't analyze the other party's social status, political orientation, and attitude toward the outside world. Someone shook his head. It seems like we can only wait until the war starts before we know the situation of this foreign civilization. Only then can we make a decision based on the actual situation. Before that, we can only arrange our own life tinder storages, the leader of the Star Arc civilization replied. After discussing for a while, one of the Moto 3 kings suddenly spoke in a low voice. Speaking of which, this might be our chance to break the stalemate. Hearing this, the eyes of many superstar cluster leaders flickered. They stayed in the explored universe and had always been restricted by the three universal civilizations. Only external forces could help them break the balance. Their previous attempt to enter the flickering world had failed, and although the Beyond Grade A Association had potential, it did not seem to be of much use now. However, external enemies were the biggest variable, and it was an opportunity to change the situation. The Star Arc civilization leader rubbed his chin and slowly said, "The most ideal situation would be for the three universal civilizations and the foreign civilizations to both suffer. We would then take over and rule the galactic society. Of course, they will be wary of us. If this path doesn't work, we can take the opportunity to evacuate. The three universal civilizations won't have the strength to stop us. We can bring our civilization to a faraway place and become the new rulers there. We can enjoy the resources and develop freely. We won't be restricted and suppressed like today." Everyone's eyes lit up. As the saying went, they would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. The Superstar Cluster Alliance had been the number 2 for too long, and they had been beaten up by the three universal civilizations every day. If there was no outside interference, they would never have the chance to turn the tables and would forever be positioned below the three universal civilizations. If they could get rid of the restrictions, then migrating to the enemy would also be a choice. At this moment, the Star Arc civilization leader changed the topic. "However, without the enemy's intelligence, it's not suitable for us to make a decision. The three universal civilizations will most likely be wary of us and force us to be the main force. This will reduce our strength and cause us to be less of a threat. Therefore, we still have to see how the war goes." All the leaders nodded with subtle expressions. Since the enemy had yet to arrive, it was impossible for the civilizations to be united. The war was sudden, and the announcement of the three universal civilizations spread throughout the galaxy. This also shocked the players, and their reactions were intense. Suddenly going to war? I haven't even brushed my teeth. Isn't the main storyline the rise of a Beyond Grade A nation? Why did it suddenly become a galactic war? TSK, I got the main storyline wrong again. I really can't guess this version. Actually, all of this is possible, but the level of intelligence we have access to is not high enough. We can't get any inside information and can only analyze the surface. Many players on the forums were shocked, but shortly after, most of them became excited. War? That's good. I can participate in the main storyline again. As a group that wanted to see the world in chaos, the players welcomed war. After the three universal civilizations and the association became good friends again, many players could only operate the black markets to farm daily necessities. Although they were very free, they did not have a main storyline goal, so they were still overly idle and dying of boredom. Now that a universal war was about to break out, it might be the largest war they had ever seen. Most of the players could not wait to participate. Coincidentally, Han Xiao also issued a recruitment order to the army players, gathering all the combat-ready soldiers of the army to await orders in the flickering world. At Black Star's call, Almost all the players in the army responded, dropping the Black Market mission in their hands and gathering at Black Star Palace. At the border Stargate station of the Dawn Star Cluster, the diverse civilian spaceships lined up in front of the Stargate and entered in batches under the supervision of the Crimson Dynasty fleet. These were all galactic residents who had responded to the migration and were leaving the flickering world on a large scale. Practically all the galactic travel companies assisted in the migration, mobilizing their spaceships to transport batch after batch of galactic residents out of the country. Not only did they respond to the call, but they also took the opportunity to make a huge profit. Currently, all galactic flights did not care about comfort, only the number of passengers. Unless they chose VIP cabins that were many times more expensive, they could not expect any special treatment. In a large travel ship, countless galactic residents were squeezed into the main hall of the ship, and all kinds of races could be seen there. These were all ordinary passengers, and most of them were chatting with their companions. There were many worried people, and the main hall was extremely noisy. The recent disturbances have been too frequent. Those rulers have been creating trouble for us, and now we can't even rest in peace. One universal human could not help but complain. One of the people beside him said with a dissatisfied expression, "Who says so?" Some time ago, the three universal civilizations confronted the Beyond Grade A Association, and I thought that something big was going to happen. It was not easy to get rid of the storm, and now there's going to be a war. How annoying. Since it has already happened, let's not complain too much. A well-dressed passenger sighed and said, "I only hope that this migration will ensure our safety. As long as the three universal civilizations can stop the enemy at the border star field, we shouldn't have to worry. No matter how fierce the battle is, it won't threaten us," another passenger said. "It's hard to say. In the past, when we encountered foreign civilizations, the three universal civilizations did not order us to migrate on a large scale. The enemy this time is probably very strong. I hope the three universal civilizations can be more reliable. Otherwise, the inner star fields won't be safe either," someone said worriedly. The cabin was filled with anxiety, and the more they chatted, the more worried they became. Other than personal safety concerns, many people were worried about their lives. The people from the border star fields have all migrated to the inner star fields. It will be crowded and living resources will be more scarce. The prices will definitely increase. It wasn't easy for me to build up some savings. I don't know how long I can last. I hope my job opportunities won't be affected. As long as I don't go to the front lines, I'm willing to do anything. Many passengers sighed. At this moment, something happened outside the window, attracting everyone's attention. There was a long queue in front of the Stargate, and the neighboring Stargate was deserted. However, at this time, a fleet of ships suddenly sailed out from the Stargate and arrived in the flickering world. The armor of the ships had the insignia belonging to different Beyond Grade A organizations. The next moment, these fleets turned into dense streams of light and headed in the opposite direction of the refugee fleet, heading toward the war zone. Are those the fleet from the Beyond Grade A Association? As the passengers watched the fleet disappear from their sights, some of them suddenly had a strange expression. Among the crowd, there were some galactic residents who had criticized the association online during the confrontation between the three universal civilizations and the association. Seeing this scene, their emotions were complicated. In the intercept area, a large number of mechanical strongholds were lined up in the starry sky, and the orbit formed by the space stabilization anchor extended out, covering the route of the World Tree exploration team. The efficiency of the three universal civilizations was astonishing, and it did not take long for them to form a defensive circle, forming a war zone as the front line to intercept the World Tree. In the past few days, the three universal civilizations had been setting up a space stabilization orbit along the exploration team's route all day long. The range was getting larger and larger, and they had already discovered that the World Tree had tried to form wormholes in different locations many times, but it had been disrupted by the space stabilization anchors and ultimately failed. In the temporary base, Simon and the other commanders stayed in the combat staff room and spoke softly before the tactical star map while Han Xiao and many Beyond Grade as listened from the side. After the meeting, Han Xiao brought Kasui, Kant, and the rest of the Beyond Grade as to the intercept area. They took charge while understanding the current situation. The flickering world had many beyond Grade A organizations' territories, and they were already preparing for war. With so many officers, there was no need for them to keep an eye on them. Other than the association members, there were also many beyond grade as from the direct line of descent of the three universal civilizations present. They were also there to prevent the World Tree from sending beyond grade as. Simon pointed at the star map and solemnly said, according to the statistics, the other party has already attempted to open the wormhole channel 5 times. The coordinates are getting further and further away, and the last time they approached the edge of a stable space orbit. The coordinates that the other party will choose next should be a long distance away. It might be outside our observation range. The defense circle is not complete yet. Black Star, we still need your help. I'll try my best. Han Xiao nodded. Setting up a space stabilization orbit would only buy some time, and the teleportation location of the World Tree would be far away from the defense circle. However, it would not be able to cover the route that the exploration team had left behind over countless years. As long as the World Tree moved the teleportation coordinates far enough, it would sooner or later teleport a new exploration team over. If the new World Tree exploration team was outside of their observation range, it would be more troublesome. The other party could take a large detour, and the defense circle of the three universal civilizations had yet to be completely built, so the probability of intercepting them was limited. The best way now was to rely on Destiny's Child's intelligence channel to locate the subsequent exploration team's location and target it to prevent anyone from escaping. The premise was that its subbody on the World Tree side had grasped this information, or else Destiny's Child would not be able to obtain the location. Luckily, this channel was very hidden, and the World Tree side should not be aware of its own information leak. They would still use the power of the subbody to solve the problems for the exploration team. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. The room immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao took out his communicator. It was a message from Oathkeeper. After reading the content, his eyes flashed. The World Tree has successfully opened the wormhole, and the new exploration team has arrived. It's 4 days away from the most stable spatial node. Everyone, we have to fight them. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still in a heavy mood upon hearing that they would officially fight the World Tree troops. Han Xiao was the only one in the room who could treat this calmly. Chapter 1332, Encounter and Adjustment. Chapter 1332, Encounter and Adjustment. In the vast starry sky, a spatial fold appeared out of thin air. It started to spin faster and faster, quickly turning into a wormhole. Hundreds of thousands of World Tree battleships sailed out. Finally, in the command room of the main ship, a creature that looked like a stick insect stood with his arms crossed and spoke in a gleeful tone. Judging from his attire and the series of medals on his chest, he was a high-ranking officer. Orwell was a commander of the World Tree military. He was part of the Foreign Battle Command Corps. This was a talent pool formed by the elites of the World Tree. This person was in charge of logistics tasks like exploration, infiltration, and stealing intelligence. Currently, he was in charge of Exploration Team Number 274. His skin was like a leaf, and his veins could clearly be seen. There was a faint green light flowing through his body, and he looked like a plant spirit. This was one of the blessed races of the World Tree Green Demon. Not all races annexed by the World Tree had the qualifications to become a blessed race. The blessed race was an elite race that had obtained the World Tree's endowment. Just like the Beyond Grade A race, they had an extremely high rate of super awakening, as well as special talents and a natural connection to the World Tree. Orwell fiddled with the medals on his chest and slowly gave the order. All units, pay attention. Follow the planned strategy, split up, and go to the navigation target. Try to avoid any enemy fleets. Our goal is to reach our destination, not to be in a stalemate with the enemy's intercepting troops. The previous wormhole tunnels had been disrupted by space stabilization anchors and could not transport them over, which led to the 274th Exploration Group being on standby for a few days. The World Tree naturally guessed the three universal civilizations strategy and knew that this unknown civilization wanted to stop them in this area and prevent them from reaching their territory. Thus, the World Tree decided to have the exploration team take different routes. With hundreds of thousands of exploration ships, every additional route would increase the number of teleportation coordinates of the World Tree. As long as the other side's space stabilization orbit could not block in time, they could slowly explore until they reached the other side's territory. This method was time-consuming, but the World Tree did not lack patience. The method was simple, rough, and effective. If one path was blocked, they could just take a longer detour next time. Sooner or later, they would be able to penetrate the opponent's interception net. Their advantage was that they did not care about losses, and they had enough capital to make mistakes. They were least afraid of a tug-of-war. Under Orwell's command, the hundreds of thousands of battleships scattered and disappeared into space. The personal troop of Orwell followed the path of the previous exploration team. Although the executive officers think that this civilization is suspected to be the hometown of the outsider from last time, there's no way to confirm it at the moment. Even if it is not, we don't know if there are individuals with great powers here. Orwell narrowed his eyes and casually glanced at a figure resting in the corner of the command room. The World Tree had specially sent a Holy Tree emissary to follow the ship. If they encountered the enemy's intercepting troops, they would act according to the situation. The goal was to force out the powerful individuals of this unknown civilization, so it did not matter even if they died. 3 days later, a small arcane church fleet searched along the path of the exploration team. The captain was connected to the command channel, listening to the reports from the other troops with a serious expression. Currently, we have intercepted a total of 7,200 enemy ships. We have discovered that the enemy is taking detours in different directions. We are not sure of the total size of the enemy. Sir, this is not good for us, the deputy said worriedly. It's indeed disadvantageous. The captain nodded solemnly. But we can only try our best to stop them. The World Tree had too many troops, and not all the routes would be used as mediums for foreseers. Therefore, even Destiny's Child's channels could not monitor all the routes of these exploration groups. The 3 universal civilizations could only send troops to patrol the area like a sieve, sifting through the various areas to intercept any fish that escaped the net. This method was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and it mainly depended on luck. It would also cause the troops to be scattered. However, the defense circle had yet to be built, so they could only use such stupid methods to deal with the attacks of the World Tree. No matter how troublesome it was, they could not let the World Tree exploration group penetrate the line of defense. The extraterritorial defense circle was a huge project. The principle was to treat the flickering world as the center and build a virtual sphere. It would expand and expand until it covered the current position. Then, the 3 universal civilizations would cut a spherical arc in the direction of the World Tree's advance and expand or shrink, according to the situation, forming a 3-dimensional boundary to determine the basic range of the defense circle. Then, they would build a large number of wormhole support bases to make up for the problem of the battle line being too long due to the size of the arc. This seemed like an impossible project, but it was actually only limited by manpower and resources. With the efficiency of the 3 universal civilizations, the size of their military power, and their resources, it was enough to take on such a project. Since they did not want to be driven straight in by the World Tree, they could not just build a defense line willy-nilly. The captain was about to speak when the anti-stealth radar suddenly issued warning signals. It pointed diagonally ahead, showing a group of moving unknown targets. "We've come across them. Let's go." The captain immediately gave the order. The fleet immediately changed direction and headed toward the target. The target that the radar had locked onto did not turn around, and it headed straight for them. Not long after, this arcane church fleet met with the personal troop of Orwell. "Fire!" Without another word, the captain roared with a ferocious expression. The arcane church fleet immediately opened fire, firing a volley of shots. The cannons on the spaceships lit up with a dark red light, and a dazzling beam of light shot out. At the same time, Orwell's subordinates also retaliated. 2 waves of light crossed each other and shot into each other's formation, creating sparks on the shield. Neither party intended to communicate. The moment they met, it was like a battle of thunder and fire. They exchanged blows in full swing. While the 2 sides were fighting intensely, a mental wave suddenly exploded from the main ship of Orwell and swept across the Arcane Church fleet. The Arcane Church battleships reacted as though they had received a shockwave. They shot out complicated magic circuits formed by energy and blocked the mental waves head-on. The explosions caused sparks to fly, and the magic circuits immediately became much weaker. Beyond Grade A Psychic, requesting support. The captain's expression changed, and he immediately requested for help in the command channel. Because there were too many search teams, the limited number of Beyond Grade as meant they could not allocate one to each team, so they were all on standby in the main base. Only when the search team met a World Tree expert would they be able to request Beyond Grade A reinforcements. In order to prevent ordinary crew members from having their memories stolen by mind spells and psychic powers, the spaceships had all been specially modified. They had set up a psychic barrier enhancement device and engraved special industrial enchantments to block mental attacks. The number of times it could be used depended on the strength of the other party, so the crew inside the carrier would not be killed instantly upon meeting. Not long after he said that, a shadow suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It then solidified, and Kasui descended through the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. Is this the individual power of the World Tree? Kasui narrowed his eyes with a flash of interest. The next moment, boundless psychic energy gushed out like a flood and slammed into Orwell's troops. The psychic energy released by this Holy Tree emissary suddenly rolled back and turned into a shield to protect the fleet. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before it was crushed into dust by Kasui's endless psychic energy. The exploration fleets were crushed into scrap metal one after another and exploded into fireworks. Seeing this, the Holy Tree emissary hurriedly rushed out of the main ship and launched an attack on Kasui. The psychic waves turned into a needle beam and shot toward Kasui's brain. It immediately made a ding sound and could not penetrate Kasui's thick mental barrier. Kasui did not say anything else and released an even more condensed psychic energy, immediately binding this Holy Tree emissary. The huge difference in energy level made the opponent almost unable to move. "Let me see your memories." Kasui's eyes flashed, and his psychic energy entered the Holy Tree emissary's brain. This was the first time he had come into contact with a World Tree expert. Before this, he had only heard about it from Han Xiao and had not personally experienced it. At this moment, he could not help but want to pry into the other party's memories. However, the moment the psychic power entered the mind of this Holy Tree emissary, a majestic pressure suddenly attacked through the mental link. Boom! An indescribable sense of fear crashed into Kasui's heart. Kasui instantly felt a bone-deep sense of fear, as though he was being looked at by a boundless beast. An intense sense of warning suddenly rang in his mind. It was as if something extremely terrifying would happen if he did not cut off the mental link. Because the World Tree's mental network was connected to all individuals, once one tried to use mental means to peer into the memories of an individual, it was equivalent to connecting to the World Tree. Outsiders would immediately feel the immense pressure of the mental network, as well as the strong pressure, and the World Tree would notice it. If one decided to forcefully maintain the mental link, it would instead give the World Tree a chance to devour the soul. At the very least, it would be wiped out and the person would go crazy. This is the World Tree? Kasui hurriedly retracted his psychic energy, his eyes filled with shock. He finally understood why Han Xiao was so wary when he mentioned the World Tree. Although it was just a glimpse, he almost felt like he was about to collapse. The pressure of facing a high-level existence was deeply engraved in his heart. Kasui dispelled the thought of spying on the memories and exerted more strength, bombarding the Holy Tree emissary with his psychic energy. Not long after, the Holy Tree emissary's consciousness was shattered, and his body exploded into pieces. In the only remaining exploration ship, Orwell lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at the artillery fire outside the window and shook his head helplessly. Tisk, TSK. I hope my luck will be better next time. The next second, cannon fire drowned the spaceship, and a loud explosion occurred. All the crew members, including Orwell, turned into seeds and returned to the arms of the World Tree. At the same time, in the World Tree civilization, what a powerful psychic. He killed Manny so easily. Tidrian and the other executive officers' faces tightened. They had been watching the entire process through the mental network. Did you see how the psychic arrived? It's similar to the teleportation method that the outsider used last time, the Heart Tree King calmly said. There's a 70% chance that this unknown civilization is the hometown of that outsider. The subduing Tree King nodded. This is good news. They had already felt the pressure from that outsider the last time. If they met another enemy at this time, they would also doubt if they could fight on two fronts and eat two prey at the same time. However, now that they had almost confirmed that the two of them were the same enemy, it was a relief. If that was the case, the exploration team had discovered the enemy's nest when they had no clue about it. It was simply a blessing. The standard of this psychic should not be as high as that outsider, but it's still powerful enough. Ordinary Holy Tree Emissaries are far from being his match. This is indeed a civilization with extremely developed individual strength, Tidrian muttered. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, the other party strategy is very clear. They plan to build an interception circle here. It's obvious that it hasn't been built yet, so we can destroy it. Next time, we'll choose to teleport to the coordinates at the back and have the troops build a temporary base there as a guide point. When the time comes, we'll gather a large force and launch an all-out attack. We don't have to do what we did in the past. Should we first find out more information before launching an all-out attack? The subduing Tree King glanced at him. Of course, we have to collect intelligence, but if we only focus on this, it will be too conservative and inflexible. It's best to adjust the plan according to the situation. Probing information is one thing, but it's also important to take the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's deployment. There's no conflict between the two. If we let the enemy build an intercepting circle comfortably, we will have to spend more than 10 times the cost to break through. We might as well take action now and destroy the enemy's plan. The Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes. The World Tree civilization was pragmatic, and he did not have a habit of waiting for others to finish preparing before attacking. Chapter 1333. Assemble. Chapter 1333 Assemble. In the command room of the main base of the intercepting zone, reports of successful interceptions were being sent back one after another. Simon and the others were surrounding the real-time star map to control the entire situation, while the Beyond Grade as were on standby. The 10 multidimensional sky opening transportation devices outside the window were still in a state of preheating, ready to move at any time. At this time, a light flashed in the corner of the room. Kasui, who had changed into a king suit, returned to the room with Han Xiao's mechanical force wrapped around his body, immediately attracting the attention of others. You're back? How do you feel? Han Xiao raised his brows and took back the king from Kasui. Because the multidimensional sky opening transportation device was only responsible for one-way teleportation, the intercepting troops would naturally not take another set of teleportation devices. Thus, Han Xiao lent the king mechanical suit and had the other Beyond Grade as take one when they went out. He would then use mechanical force to pull it back after they were done, increasing the efficiency. The Beyond Grade as of the World Tree are quite powerful. Kasui nodded solemnly. However, I was trampled to death by you. I feel like you're indirectly praising yourself. Sun Hunter was suspicious. Ahem, I'm evaluating him as an ordinary Beyond Grade A, so don't include peak Beyond Grade as, Kasui muttered. The other party's psychic energy is stronger, and that light green energy seems to have greatly increased his mental strength. His strength should be able to match 1.6 times Psyker's. That's quite good. The dynasty has Kohler and you guys have Psyker. This kind of bottom, basic combatant is more convenient for us to compare our strength, Lotus Swordsman said. Luckily, the two of them were not there, so no one jumped out to refute. Everyone nodded. You're talking about the increase in combat strength brought about by the World Tree Union. Basically, all the Beyond Grade as of the World Tree civilization enjoy this amplification. It's equivalent to having a space wonder-level universal treasure, Han Xiao explained. So, the average combat capability of the enemy Beyond Grade as is higher than ours? Manason's Lord's avatar asked. You can say that. Han Xiao spread out his hands. However, the high-end combat power should be about the same. The 5 Tree Kings and their 10 Leaf executive officers are all extremely strong. The 13 ancestral spirits and the high-level Holy Tree Emissaries are extraordinary. There are also the high-level military commanders who are in charge of fighting outside all year round. We can still fight them. That doesn't sound good. Secret Master shook his head. Kasui frowned and said, "Speaking of which, I tried to pry into the other party's memories just now, but I felt a high-level pressure. If I did not retract my psychic energy in time, I might have been heavily injured." Is that the power of the World Tree? That's right. That's the World Tree. Don't use your mental power to detect the memories of any member of the World Tree. They are all connected together and are protected by the World Tree. Their thoughts are also monitored. If there are any deviations, they will be corrected to prevent spying or possession, Han Xiao explained. They're like slaves, never able to betray their master. Kasui sighed before asking curiously, "Then, how did you get the information from them? Is there even a need to ask?" "I'm stronger than you guys," Han Xiao said honestly. Everyone was speechless. "Although it is the truth, why do we want to hit you so much?" The others ignored Han Xiao and asked Kasui all sorts of questions. Although everyone present had read the information about the 100 World Tree experts that Han Xiao had collected last time, they were still very curious about Kasui's combat experience. Han Xiao did not mind. He shook his head and walked over to Simon and the others. As he listened to the orders from the upper echelons and staff officers, he looked at the changes in the real-time star map. The star map was densely distributed with light dots, each representing an intercepting team. Their movements changed and were drawing forks in some places, which meant that they had successfully intercepted the enemy. There was a circle of light around the forks, as well as lines that extended out, representing the possible routes of the other World Tree exploration forces. "The interception situation is not bad, thanks to your intelligence," Simon said when he saw Han Xiao walking over. "We're just helping each other." Han Xiao did not mind. Simon nodded, then sighed. "However, the intercepting circle is still too passive. We can only try our best to prevent the World Tree exploration team from entering our territory, but we will lose if we keep defending. As long as the enemy takes a wide enough detour, there will be some that slip through the net sooner or later. We can only think of ways to delay this moment. That can't be helped. After all, the opponent is the World Tree." Han Xiao shrugged. That's right. This civilization is practically born for war. If it were any other opponent, we wouldn't have to be passive like we are now. What a troublesome enemy. Simon was helpless. The three universal civilizations were also tyrannical civilizations. If the enemy was not a war machine like the World Tree with their current intelligence advantage, they might have already thought of a way to take the initiative to attack. However, there was no strategy that could be used in all situations. Taking the initiative to attack also depended on who the opponent was. If they ignored the actual situation of the opponent and used the example in the tactics manual, they would most likely suffer heavy losses. After all, they were not like the World Tree civilization, which could fight without any heartache. With the example of the Kama Republic, the World Tree was not most powerful in their aggressive attacks but their encroachment. Furthermore, Han Xiao's intelligence had already shown that the main body was the foundation of the World Tree. If this was a real-time strategy game, the World Tree territory would at most be a sub-base. The main base would still be in the fog of war, and the three universal civilizations would expose the location of their main base and be under attack. It would not be worth it to exchange their main base with a sub-base, not to mention that the enemy troops were even faster. After sorting out his emotions, Simon took out his pocket watch and said, "The intercepting circle is still in the construction phase, and we're short on manpower. How long will it take for the fleets of your Beyond Grade A Association to arrive?" "Soon. They're gathering toward the teleportation point," Han Xiao replied. Currently, the flickering world was rapidly turning into a war zone, and the unrelated parties were leaving at high speed. The Federation of Light took out a large pile of multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices and set up a gathering point in the Dawnstar cluster to send the rest of the troops over. The fleets of the Beyond Grade A organizations, such as the Black Star Army, were rushing there. Simon nodded. "It should be as fast as possible. The more manpower we have, the sooner the interception circle will be completed. The longer we can keep the World Tree outside of our territory, the better." The interstellar era emphasized efficiency. Advanced space travel capabilities reduced the time needed to travel, and many things could happen every day. However, at a higher level, many things required a long period of evolution. Over the next few days, the three universal civilizations intercepting troops played hide-and-seek with the World Tree's Exploration Group number 274. The exploration teams were wiped out one after another, but because of the detours, the battle line was getting longer and longer. At the same time, the reinforcements of the Beyond Grade A organizations arrived at the intercepting area and quickly entered the construction of the interception circle. The wormholes were quickly built and connected together like a huge net, forming layers of barriers. The area expanded rapidly every day and spread further. The intercepting zone was already the front line, and more Beyond Grade as arrived one after another after settling their matters. The number quickly approached 100. At the observation tower of the main base, Han Xiao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bright galaxy. He seemed to be thinking about life, but he was actually browsing the forums to see the reactions of the players who had arrived at the front line. Just as he was focused on reading the post, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. Han Xiao closed the interface and looked back. It was Gila and Aurora. "You guys are here too?" Han Xiao glanced at them. "Just arrived." Gila's expression was calm. "I knew that with your personality, you definitely wouldn't miss such a battle." Han Xiao shook his head. He did not force the two sisters to participate, nor did he force them to stay behind. After all, the two of them were Beyond Grade and they had to respect each other's wishes. If they came willingly, he would not stop them. Furthermore, the two sisters were indeed exceptional combatants. Since we have to fight the enemy together, we naturally can't stay out of it. With our current strength, I don't feel comfortable receiving protection, Gila said slowly. Han Xiao looked at Aurora. "What about you?" Since my sister is here, I will definitely follow. What if she gets beaten to death? Also, my ability should be very useful." Aurora smiled. "She might be safer here than me." Gila snorted. This was one of the reasons she did not stop Aurora from following her. "With you around, the safety of the other Beyond Grade will be guaranteed." Han Xiao nodded at Aurora. "Don't misunderstand, we have other plans. This is a good place to strengthen the underworld." Gila waved her hands. "This is indeed a good opportunity." Han Xiao nodded in agreement. With the underworld, even if the warriors below Beyond Grade died, they would have a chance to be reborn. The meat grinder of war had always been a treasure ground for collecting souls. As long as the underworld could store them, it would not be a problem. However, the World Tree warriors were bound together, and they would not lose their souls even if they died. They would probably not be able to capture them, and the underworld would most likely only be able to retrieve the dead warriors from the three universal civilizations. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not dare let the two sisters take the risk to capture the members of the World Tree. If the World Tree connection was not broken because of this, the coordinates of the underworld would probably be exposed. It would not be good if the World Tree followed the clues and attacked the underworld. However, this did not affect the strategic importance of the underworld. In Han Xiao's eyes, the underworld had the ability to change the entire situation, and its effect was not inferior to the Sanctum revival. In some ways, it even exceeded it. It was a pity that Aurora's powers were not strong enough. If she was allowed to grow for a few decades or even a century, the power of the underworld would be even higher. Han Xiao turned back to look out of the window and said in a deep voice, "I have a feeling that the World Tree will not sit back and watch us deploy our defenses. They will probably organize a large-scale attack very soon, and it will be the first time the three universal civilizations and the World Tree are fighting a large-scale battle." "Is this your intuition?" Gila raised her brows. "No, it's just a prediction based on the style of the World Tree." Han Xiao stroked his chin and sighed. "No matter what, you have to protect yourselves. I might not be able to take care of you in this universe-level war." "I will take care of myself," Gila replied calmly. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, endless fleets were laid out in the universe, and streams of light were still coming from afar, turning into new troops that integrated into the group, expanding the scale of the army. The executive officers nodded inwardly. Once the Heart Tree King decided to launch an attack, they immediately gathered all the armies and waited for orders. Due to the superior nature of the mental network and the fast movement in the territory, The efficiency of the World Tree civilization in gathering troops was extremely astonishing. Very soon, they formed a large expedition army with a fleet of 8 billion battleships, ready to attack at any time. An executive officer turned to look at the two Tree Kings. "Your Excellency Tree King, when will the assault begin?" The subduing Tree King did not speak but turned to look at the Heart Tree King. "The scale is still not enough. Gather more people," the Heart Tree King said slowly. "The required scale is," Tidrian asked tentatively. "This is the first time we're fighting, so let's take this as a greeting. The size of our fleet should be at least 50 billion, or else it will be hardly presentable. If they can't even withstand such a small attack, then we can adopt more daring tactics in the future." Heart Tree King's tone was so calm that it was as if he was only throwing out a small chip on the gambling table. However, he paused and said, "Right, we have to consider the possibility of that outsider joining the battle. That person is not easy to deal with." Chapter 1334, Intelligence Advantage. Chapter 1334, Intelligence Advantage. The intercepting operation was still ongoing. As the enemy had only brought one Holy Tree emissary, with the rest of their troops lacking individual strength, Kasui was the only one who took action. The other beyond grade as did not have the chance to take action and merely continued to wait. In the compartment of the command room, almost 100 beyond grade as were gathered there, doing their own things. Some were supervising the situation, some were resting with their eyes closed, some were dealing with matters, some were chatting casually, and there were even some who were playing cards in such a serious setting. Speaking of which, it has been some time since the two of us sat down to chat. Kant looked at the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations and sighed. When the three universal civilizations were targeting the association, Han Xiao did not allow the direct beyond grade as to participate in the meeting. After the lockdown was lifted, due to various things being delayed, the three universal civilizations had yet to regain the normal treatment that the direct beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations received in the association. Therefore, the time they spent on standby in the main base was when the members of the association and the direct beyond grade as finally got to sit together and chat. Now that we have a common enemy, let's not talk about the past for the time being. We're just doing our own thing. Ulu sighed and looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. "Hey, don't confuse us with you guys. You guys have masters, but we don't. It's all for ourselves." Sun Hunter curled his lips. Ulu was silent for a few seconds before changing the topic. "I saw that the members of your association are not here yet. Why aren't the others here?" "They're still considering it." Kasui shook his head. "You guys are participating in the battle, and they're watching from behind and taking advantage of us? You guys can accept this." Ulu raised his brows. "So, you should kneel down and be grateful to us." "Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me feel so noble," Sun Hunter cursed. Kasui helplessly explained, "Someone has to set an example. If not for Black Star, we might not have come." This time, Claudia, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and slowly said, "Then, do you have the resolve to die in battle?" Hearing this, everyone paused and looked over. Claudia was expressionless as he calmly continued. "We, the direct descendants, are all participating in the battle with the determination to sacrifice our lives. Aren't you self-serving people afraid of losing your lives? Even if there's the Sanctum revival, I'm sure none of you are willing to spend your chance to revive and give the initiative of your life and death to others." You're right. Of course, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves if they can survive. However, they have to personally experience the strength of the enemy before they know what they're doing, Secret Master replied calmly. "Therefore, don't expect us to fight to the death for you. We're just fulfilling our end of the bargain. We've already done our part by coming to help." This time, Ulu looked at Han Xiao, who did not participate in the conversation, and asked, "Black Star, if we die, you will help us revive, right?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned around and gave a brief reply. He was not familiar with Ulu in the past, but after interacting with him for the past few days, this person was indeed not difficult to deal with. "Yes." "Ha, then I'm relieved. If I can leave my body behind when I die in battle, please use the spacetime amber and preserve me as a specimen to let me take it away when I revive." I don't want others to covet my handsomeness and steal my body for their collection. Ulu made a joke, but no one laughed. Sun Hunter rolled his eyes. Do you think you're funny? Han Xiao could not be bothered with the people who were chatting. He looked away and continued to browse the forums. At the moment, more than 90% of the players in the universe had arrived at the front line. Most of them were rubbing their hands in anticipation of the war. This kind of large-scale war operation had always been a good opportunity for the players to accumulate experience. Most of the army players participated in the operation, which would allow Han Xiao to gain experience more efficiently. However, the players had yet to reach the level limit of the version. The first choice for EXP was to level up on their own. After reaching the level limit, they would then have a lot of extra EXP to do other things. This meant that when most of the players reached the maximum level, his efficiency in harvesting EXP would increase by a lot. This was not his fastest harvesting speed. It's a pity that the usage of the players in this scenario is not as good as it was in my previous life. Han Xiao felt helpless. The World Tree War was supposed to be a later version, but due to the butterfly effect, it had been brought forward to version 5.0. In his previous life, this would only be considered a middle version. The players were lacking a few extra versions to accumulate, and the upper limit of their levels would be a few dozen levels lower. Thus, they would not be as useful in the main battlefield as in his previous life. In his previous life, the players had very high strategic value. The immortals who were formed by high-level supers had contributed a lot to many battlefields. Now that this force was gone, it would definitely affect all aspects of battle. Fortunately, the fate of Gila and Aurora had been rewritten by him, and the underworld should be able to fill this gap. Beep, beep, beep. While he was pondering, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Oathkeeper. Han Xiao took it out to take a look, and his expression changed. The World Tree is recruiting an army, estimated to be in the tens of billions, ready to launch an attack. Hearing this, the chatter in the room disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. There were all kinds of expressions such as seriousness, surprise, and fear. Han Xiao immediately walked out of the cubicle to share information with Simon and the others. The other Beyond Grade as also stood up and followed behind Han Xiao. Simon and the other commanders had been monitoring the situation outside the cubicle the entire time. Upon hearing the intelligence that Han Xiao had shared, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly opened their long-distance communication to report the situation to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. The figures of the 3 universal civilizations leaders appeared on the remote communication screen. The 3 of them listened to the report with solemn expressions and nodded. Is the World Tree civilization preparing to launch an attack? Got it. We will send the order to gather the various armies to the front line and prepare for a tough battle. As he spoke, Marbruce heaved a sigh of relief. Black Star, your intel this time is still very timely and bought us quite some time. The World Tree civilization was still in the recruitment phase, and the fleet had yet to be gathered, but Destiny's Child had already detected it and sent it to Han Xiao. This was a huge advantage, and the other party would not arrive so quickly, so they had plenty of time to prepare. Knowing the other party's next move ahead of time, the 3 universal civilizations would be able to deal with it ahead of time. Black Star's intelligence network had already made contributions more than once, and every time, the 3 universal civilizations felt like they had been given coal during a harsh winter. Han Xiao nodded. A fleet of tens of billions is not easy to deal with. Although I have provided intelligence, you are the main force. The World Tree civilization had sent out tens of billions of battleships, which was indeed quite a large force. However, in terms of a universal war, this was not an all-out attack. The scale of tens of billions was not at the level where they were invincible. The mobilization capacity of the 2 civilizations could not be compared in the same breath for internal and external battles. When there were no external enemies, the 3 universal civilizations would control their military strength to an appropriate standard. They would not expand their army on a large scale to avoid excessive military expenditures, instead mainly focusing on accumulating strategic resources. However, once they fully entered the state of war, they would quickly turn into a militaristic mode. All the military factories under their flag would explode with soldiers day and night, and their military strength would increase every day. The scale of the World Tree's assault was not enough to make the three universal civilizations give up on intercepting them. Unless they could not stop them completely, it would not be the time to use their rear strategic strength to exchange for more time. At this moment, a staff officer touched his chin and said, "Since the other party is still recruiting troops, should we take the initiative to harass them?" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him before looking away. Simon glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "The World Tree's information state warning network is spread all over the territory. If we encounter it, we'll be exposed. What can we do to disrupt it? Furthermore, any army can move quickly in the territory, almost instantaneously. Their mobility is far beyond ours. It's a natural ambush circle. Once exposed, we'll be surrounded by countless fleets. We'll be devoured no matter how many we send." Another commander on the side brought the topic back on track and said with a deep voice, "The wormhole reinforcement base already covers the current intercepting area. No matter which blockade area the World Tree hits, we will be able to start the battle and stop the other party." The intercepting circle was divided into many levels, and there were strategic zones of different depth between the different levels. The reinforcement base station was the connecting channel, which ensured that the various regional troops in the horizontal longitudinal area would look out for each other. Regardless of whether it was the observation level or the garrison level, they had completed the allocation. No matter where they met a strong enemy, they would be able to quickly send their main force. As for whether the World Tree's assault team would hit the intercepting circle, it was not a big problem. Although the intercepting circle was still under construction, it would still be effective even if it was not fully formed. It was similar to running a race. As long as their expansion speed was slightly faster than the enemy, it would remain effective. At the same time, the intercepting team was also constantly setting up spatial anchoring orbits to eliminate the coordinates of the exploration team's routes, constantly moving the enemy's starting point backward as much as possible to return to its original position, causing them to only be able to resume their usual voyage and remain in the intercepting circle. It seems like the World Tree doesn't plan to only give us appetizers. It's preparing to give us a proper meal. This is the first time I've experienced a universal war of this scale. Ulu's eyes flickered. At this time, Secret Master pinched his fingers and calculated in his mind before saying with an expressionless face, "My death omen is flashing." With that said, he changed his hand gesture, and magical waves spread out. Everyone sensed something and looked over curiously. "What did you just do?" "I shifted my bad luck," Secret Master said calmly. "Who did you transfer it to?" "Him." Secret Master pointed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked at the luck reduction status on the interface with a face full of question marks. "Do we have a grudge?" "No." "Then why did you push your bad luck on me?" "Anyway, you're not afraid. There's no room for your luck to decline." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Are you treating me like a trash can? If not for the fact that I have enemies now, I would let you know why one's anus is called a chrysanthemum." Chapter 1335, The World Tree's Strongest. Chapter 1335, The World Tree's Strongest. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, a multitude of wormholes were maintained in the starry sky, and the roots of the World Tree extended out from them. Fleet after fleet shuttled back and forth, continuously adding to the size of the expedition army. There were all kinds of battleships. There was a floating lookout tower made of pale green roots nearby. The subduing Tree King and the Heart Tree King stood there, scanning the expeditionary army's lineup. The Heart Tree King calmly said, "The high-level combatants this time include executive officers 3 leaves to 9 leaves, 7 high-level Holy Tree envoys, the 13 ancestral spirits who are ranked from 2nd to 6th, for army leaders and other experts. There are 107 of them. This size is enough to test the strength of the opponents and see how well developed they are." "Pretty good." The subduing Tree King nodded. There were more than 100 World Tree experts participating in the expedition. Normally, such an expeditionary force would have a rather low survival rate. However, when the Heart Tree King sent out these members, he was already prepared to sacrifice all of them. Sacrifices did not mean that they would be given for nothing. Using high-level combatants to kill each other was their usual method of fighting against strong enemies. If the enemy's high-level combatants died, they would be gone, but their high-level combatants would only return to their seed form after dying. They would be able to reawaken after waiting for a certain amount of time in their bodies, which was undoubtedly beneficial to the World Tree. They opted for a war of attrition to disintegrate the enemy's strength step by step, reducing the strength of both sides. The World Tree had used this method to defeat one enemy after another. Up till now, it had never been defeated by anyone, so there was no reason not to use it. The Heart Tree King turned around to look at the subduing Tree King and said, "They lack a leader. You will go with them this time." "I want to go too." 3-leaf forest for Leaf Amrine, and a few commanders are enough to lead the troops. "There's no need for me to take the risk." The subduing Tree King frowned. He was not too willing to participate in this expedition. The experience of returning to the seed form was not comfortable, and the recovery time of a Tree King was longer than others. The Heart Tree King shook his head. "The other party's information gathering has not been interfered with by our side. The Mother Tree's authority will not be able to penetrate the area covered by their information gathering. It will require the level of a Tree King to allow the Mother Tree's projection to descend, so you have to go." "Okay." The subduing Tree King nodded and did not ask why it was not left to the other Tree Kings. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, he was the only one who had no other abilities other than fighting. From a pragmatic point of view, sacrificing him was the most cost-effective. He was already used to being the vanguard. "We might meet that outsider on this trip. You'd better accept a baptism before setting off, or you might not be his match," the Heart Tree King instructed. "I'll go and prepare." As soon as he finished his sentence, the subduing Tree King turned to leave. After receiving the intelligence that the World Tree was preparing to launch an attack, the 3 universal civilizations quickly reacted. The highest-level military order was passed down like an electrical signal through a neural network, controlling the limbs of the giant universal civilization. All the armies rushed to the front line like they were gathering strength with clenched fists. Every few minutes to a few hours, a fleet would arrive at the intercepting zone. Other than transferring the main army, the 3 universal civilizations also recruited the troops of the other advanced civilizations, mobilizing the entire explored universe. As a result, the strength of the intercepting zone increased rapidly, increasing by 1 billion per day. While staying near the teleportation point, Han Xiao had seen almost all the main battleships of the various civilizations in the past few days. The 3 universal civilizations had all kinds of battleships, and the top-class battleships that represented the strongest units stood out like cranes among chickens. At the same time, the transportation troops of the 3 universal civilizations continuously sent over all kinds of universal treasures. All the equipment used for individual strength was temporarily lent to the Beyond Grade and even the members of the association could distribute them according to their needs. The other strategic universal treasures were given to different fleets. Atop the temporary base's lookout tower, many Beyond Grade stood in front of the window and looked out. The surroundings had already become a sea of battleships, almost blocking out the starry sky. It was as if there were only countless battleships glowing with a metallic luster. If one looked far away, this scene was like the scales of a gigantic beast. "What a huge army! This is the first time I've seen something like this," many people gasped. It was rare to see the 3 universal civilizations mobilize so many troops. Internal conflicts did not have such intensity, and only the exploration-era war could be compared to the current one. This was the first time that many of them had experienced a universal war. Seeing this, they had a new understanding of the mobilization of the 3 universal civilizations. Although they did not know what the World Tree Army was like, just the sight of the 3 universal civilizations' army was enough to raise their morale. "There's not much we can do in such a fierce war. Strangling the high-level combatants on the other side is our mission," Kasui said with a deep voice. "The enemy has many high-level combatants, so it won't be easy for us. With their style, they will surely think of a way to deal with us," a Beyond Grade A beside him said with concern. Hearing this, Aurora interrupted with a gentle tone. "As long as you don't leave my healing range, I should be able to ensure your safety." Many people immediately replied politely, "I'm counting on you this time. Luckily, you're here. Sorry to trouble you." Through the mechanisms of the World Tree, It was not difficult to guess that the other party was good at fighting. Everyone present knew very well that in such a fierce battle, the healer was the one who could increase their chances of survival. Many people gathered around Aurora as though they were her bodyguards. Gila, on the other hand, was watching coldly from the side. Madison ignored the noisy crowd and walked to Han Xiao's side. Black Star, you seem a little nervous. Are you worried that your indestructible body won't be able to withstand such a fierce battle? Han Xiao turned around and sized him up. He then poked Madison Lord's avatar's chest and said, "Come over with your true body if you dare. Let me see if you'll be nervous too." Heh, what a joke. I'm not an anomaly among mechanics like you. I never do anything that puts myself in danger. Madison snorted. Come on, just say it. With just your small physique, you still dare to sashay in front of me? Han Xiao expressed his strong disdain. Madison also laughed before continuing in a low voice after a brief pause. You should know who the strongest person on the World Tree side is, right? The strongest should be the Ancestral Tree King, the leader of the 5 great Tree Kings. Can you deal with him? Madison was curious. This person is unfathomable. I can't say with any confidence. Han Xiao shook his head. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, the Subduing Tree King as a pugilist was the weakest, and the Ancestral Tree King was the strongest. Even in the heated battles of his previous life, the Ancestral Tree King was an elusive existence, and the number of times he had fought could be counted on one hand. However, the battle record of the Ancestral Tree King was extremely impressive, and those who died in his hands were all peak beyond grade as none of them were weak, as if ordinary opponents were not worth his time. At the same time, the Ancestral Tree King was the person who had the most connections with the World Tree. In a sense, he was the only master of the World Tree, and Han Xiao was not sure if he could defeat him. Even you don't have confidence. Madison was deep in thought. TheWebNovel.com. Just as Han Xiao was about to say something, his communicator suddenly vibrated. The room immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on Han Xiao. They all realized something, and their expressions turned solemn. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and took out his communicator. He paused and took a deep breath. They're here. Chapter 1336, Battle. Chapter 1336, Battle. 10 minutes later, in the command room, the highest commanders like Simon and the commanding officers of the various armies gathered together to analyze the enemy. Many beyond grade as listened from the side, and only Han Xiao, the consultant, participated in the discussion. The enemy's location has been exposed. They have set up a temporary base in this distant area and have sent out many scouts. They have increased the teleportation coordinates and shortened the distance of the march. We estimate that when they encounter the intercepting troops, the main force will jump over. The tactical star map was displayed on the virtual screen, and there were many coordinates marked on it. Simon would enlarge or shrink areas of the map to match his explanation, and everyone listened attentively. The main force of the World Tree civilization had already gathered in their territory, but they did not set off immediately. Instead, they sent out scouts to build temporary strongholds and get closer to the interception circle, obtaining closer coordinates as jump points to shorten the distance. This was because once the main force arrived at the war zone, they would not be able to hide and could only travel normally. There was a high chance that they would be attacked by the super long-range attacks of the 3 universal civilizations. If the teleportation point was too far away from the intercepting circle, the damage would increase, so they had to reduce the distance as much as possible. Although the World Tree civilization was not afraid of war damage, they did not want to bathe in cannon fire. This was the intelligence that Han Xiao had obtained from Destiny's Child, and he had shared it with the 3 universal civilizations. Thus, this council of war was held. The enemy's troops' mobilization ability is astonishing. They came very quickly and did not give us much time to gather. Although we have more troops, we do not have much of an advantage. This battle won't be easy, another commander said. Currently, our biggest advantage lies in our home field advantage and depth of preparation. We have already set up many traps, ambush areas, and attack zones that exceed our visual range. If the enemy's main fleet is delayed for more than 7 days from the jump point to the interception circle, we estimate that we can reduce the enemy's fleet by 2 billion to 7 billion. However, the premise is that the information stolen is accurate enough. The enemy's battleship technology is not inferior to ours, so they won't bring out any more advanced technology, the senior officer in charge of managing the defense line construction muttered. As they spoke, they all turned to look at Han Xiao. Most of the information about the World Tree was provided by Han Xiao, and they could only rely on Han Xiao for intelligence. A single person's contribution was countless times greater than all of them. There is no issue with the intelligence. Han Xiao nodded. Although the World Tree civilization was strong and had a lot of black technology, their battleship technology did not have much of an advantage. The technology of the main battleships was similar to that of the three universal civilizations, and there was no difference in their performance. It was shown during the battle in his previous life, so the three universal civilizations did not collapse even after being attacked suddenly. Simon clapped his hands and said, "The situation is clear now. Now, the task for you." He quickly assigned the missions according to the plan, and it was soon the turn of the Beyond grade as Simon looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "You guys don't need to participate in the fire support and harassment battle in the early stages. Remain on standby at the base and wait for the battle to begin. Also, mechanics, don't be idle. Provide technical support in the virtual networks." Okay. Everyone nodded without any objections. In a universe-level battle with billions of battleships, the amount of manpower they had was like a drop in the ocean for the enemy. The risk of fighting a fleet alone was far higher than the benefits. Such a mission did not require the participation of high-level combatants. The battle conference was brief and concise, and the results were soon out. Not long after, the official announcement was sent, and the war machines were activated. The commanders took action, and fleet after fleet left the dock, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the universe. The players who were on standby in the various fleets received a few main storyline war missions that they were waiting for, and the forums were once again filled with discussion. Han Xiao had also triggered these missions, and after browsing through them carefully, he realized that the situation was similar to the main storyline missions of the World Tree War in his previous life. They were all about killing enemies for merit points, but there were slight differences in the description of the missions. In his previous life, most of the terms used were resistance and blocking. Now, the mission description was more proactive, and the corresponding missions were adjusted according to the butterfly effect. For example, this intercepting battle that did not exist in his previous life had formed a branch mission. If he could complete the strategic goal of blocking the enemy, not only would he receive a high reward, there was also a specific remark that it would have a positive impact on the overall battle. This was also the characteristic of the World Tree main storyline. Every part of the battle would form a branch mission, and the results would affect the overall strategy. In his previous life, the players had quite a lot of combat power in the later versions. Sometimes they would be able to command some of the battles. However, in a war of this scale, victory or defeat was not decided by them. They could only try their best to break through and create opportunities for the majority of the troops. This was also the role that the players often played in the battles in his previous life. The reward for such main storyline missions was mainly experience. It was a drop in the ocean for Han Xiao, but it was extremely enticing for the players. If they could obtain the victory reward of the interception mission, their experience would increase by a large amount. As a terminal of harvesting experience, the players were like a reservoir for Han Xiao. The players would do missions, work to create wealth, and then a portion of the wealth would flow into his hands through consumption and other methods to help him develop. If the leaks did not have a chance to shine, how could he maintain the rapid growth of his combat power over the years? Therefore, Han Xiao had always loved such large-scale missions. Whether it was out of strategic consideration or for the goal of harvesting experience, he wanted to try his best to obtain victory in this battle and increase the accumulation of experience. As Han Xiao and the other Beyond Grade as did not participate in the frontline harassment battle, they only watched the frontline battle report in the base every day and monitored the entire situation. The three universal civilizations first intercepted and eliminated the scouts. Not long after, the World Tree finally chose the nearest jump point, and the expeditionary army officially arrived, heading toward the intercepting circle. The large fleet suffered from the attacks of the long-range firepower during the voyage, and they also suffered a certain amount of damage while passing through the areas with traps. However, even though they were frequently harassed by the three universal civilizations, the distance between the large fleet and the intercepting circle was still shrinking every day, getting closer and closer. The situation developed step by step, and the World Tree Expeditionary Army finally came into contact with the interception circle. The armies of the three universal civilizations were on high alert, and the main forces of both sides finally started a direct battle. Many beyond grade as were summoned. The light from the multidimensional sky opening transportation device occupied his vision, and the next moment, Han Xiao and the beyond grade as were teleported to the main command ship at the rear of the battlefield. "You're finally here," Simon nodded as a greeting. "How's the situation now?" Han Xiao asked while looking outside the window. What appeared before his eyes was a magnificent battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were hundreds of billions of battleships on the battlefield, and they were all locked in battle. It was as if there was an endless net of light created by the cannons of the battleships. In such a large-scale battle, it was extremely difficult to coordinate all the battles together. The base commanders were divided into different battle zones, and the special technology and universal treasures of both sides were brought in the battle one after the other. All kinds of strange phenomena occurred in different areas, and more than 100,000 battleships exploded into fireworks every second. The two sides naturally would not set battle arrays again. The war had begun the moment the harassment troops fired their first shot. The World Tree Expeditionary Army had been fighting the three universal civilizations all the way from the jump point to the intercepting circle, and they had not stopped fighting for a moment. Now, they were only going from harassment to a head-on battle, so there was no chance for them to temporarily stop to adjust. Seeing this sight of the universe-level battle, many beyond grade as gasped in shock. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Looking at such an intense battle, the beyond grade as felt a headache coming on. In this kind of intense battle, a beyond grade A individual would be negligible, and his life would be in danger at any time. Only on a battlefield where two universe overlords clashed would one be able to understand that the internal conflicts of the past were mostly small skirmishes. This was the highest level of war. Without caring about their thoughts, Simon replied with a deep voice, "Currently, we're still evenly matched. The direction of the situation is still unclear. The opponent's high-level combatants have yet to take action." Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said, "Are the World Tree's experts still watching? We don't have to participate in the main battlefield, right?" Simon shook his head. "No need. Other than the mechanics providing virtual technology support, the mission for the rest of you is to deal with the high-level combatants of the World Tree. Don't worry about anything else for now." Individual strengths were rarely responsible for direct combat in large-scale battles. Most of them used a series of tactics such as a sudden attack, assassinations, storm strongholds, and guarding the main ship. The commander would not allow the high-level combatants to waste their energy on the main battlefield. After all, a normal beyond grade A's strength and stamina were limited. Only mechanics with virtual technology would be able to play a huge role in the large galactic battlefield, constantly hacking into the enemy's network to seize control of the battleships. Their role was much more useful than other four superclasses. Sure, Han Xiao had no objections. In a battlefield like this, they only had to take care of their own responsibilities. Controlling the entire situation was the responsibility of the commander, not the work of beyond grade as like them. At this time, the real-time battlefield star map changed, and more than 100 high-energy sources appeared in one of the war zones. The three universal civilizations' fleets in this area instantly suffered a large number of casualties, and many war flagships exploded. The situation quickly became one-sided. The World Tree has sent out high-level combatants? Simon's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to look at the surveillance screen. He saw World Tree experts of all shapes and sizes charging forward, destroying the fleets of the three universal civilizations one after another with all kinds of abilities, opening up the situation for this war zone. Han Xiao identified the enemies and locked his gaze on the subduing Tree King. Freewub novel. Calm. He had thought that the subduing Tree King would not participate in such a battle. However, considering that the other party was a pugilist who specialized in charging forward, it was reasonable for him to be in the Suicide Squad. After all, this was the only specialty a pugilist had. This time, Simon retracted his gaze, looked at everyone, and nodded. Everyone, I'll leave it to you. The moment he said that, the direct beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations did not hesitate and headed toward the hatch. The expressions of the other beyond grade as turned serious, but they did not say anything. They shook their heads and followed. Since they had chosen to come here, even if the battlefield was dangerous, it was impossible for them to escape. Very soon, the beyond grade as left the spaceships one after another and flew at high speed on the battlefield. They moved along their own formation and quickly arrived at the battle zone. Even though they were far away from each other, the auras of both parties that were unique to their individual strength resonated with each other and locked onto each other. Han Xiao's gaze was locked on the subduing Tree King from afar, and the subduing Tree King also noticed it. He stared at Han Xiao, and his pugilist flames continued to rise. "Leave that Tree King to me. You guys deal with the rest," Han Xiao said in the channel. "Understood." The members of the association responded one after another. The direct beyond grade as distanced themselves a little and expressed the same attitude. The Arcane Church did not allow Wernos to participate in the battle. Black Star was currently the #1 combatant in the three Universal Civilizations army, so they naturally had no objections. As Han Xiao charged forward, he activated all kinds of skills. His eyes never left the subduing Tree King, and the two of them looked as though sparks were flying between them. "In your territory, I could not touch you. I also have teammates now. What I didn't do last time will be resolved now." A cold light flashed past Han Xiao's eyes, and mechanical force suddenly shot out. The mechanical soldiers in his body were released and flew behind him, transforming and sticking to his body. The dense mechanical armor quickly covered his face that showed killing intent. In the endless sea of fleets, the two groups of people approached each other rapidly with dazzling flames trailing behind them. Then, two streams of light suddenly collided, and a chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 1337, Battle 2. Chapter 1337 Battle 2. Multicolored lights spread out from the point of impact like a supernova. The energy tsunami created by the combined forces of more than 200 beyond grade as swallowed the large fleets around them. The high-energy reaction instantly alerted the countless battleship radars on the battlefield, and it instantly became the most eye-catching area in the entire battlefield. The light cannons on the surface of the mechanical deity's body continuously bombarded a green meteor, but they were unable to penetrate the defense of the protective flames and were all reduced to light fragments. Wrapped in green flames, the subduing Tree King channeled his energy and punched out. His fist, which was flickering with dazzling light, hit the blade of the celestial punishment edge heavily. At the point of contact, a violent shockwave exploded, and a loud ringing sound rang in the souls of living beings. "Outsider, it really is you." The subduing Tree King propped up celestial punishment edge and released a cold mental wave. Han Xiao could not be bothered to guess what the other party was thinking. Mechanical force burst out from his body, and he activated the Geta Hadakin. The celestial punishment edge maintained its momentum, and psionic energy gushed out along the edge of the blade. The powerful dark blue wave of energy sent the subduing Tree King flying. However, the next moment, the subduing Tree King came to a halt, spun around, and charged again, continuing to face the mechanical deity's attacks head-on. Fists and kicks brought about afterimages, and endless green shockwave blasts gushed out from his body, condensing to the point of almost solidifying. It was as if glowing spears were stabbing into the mechanical deity's psionic shield. With the support of the World Tree, the subduing Tree King's protective flames were like an indestructible shield, constantly creating countless electric arcs and energy sparks in front of him. His fighting style had a strong suppression style. The blade of the celestial punishment edge swept up a wave of dark blue psionic energy, each strike faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao had clashed thousands of times with the Tree King. The two of them were constantly moving forward and back at high speed, and the overlapping force fields caused the surrounding space to bend slightly. If not for the fact that it's not suitable to use private messages, I would have said a few words. Han Xiao pursed his lips and suppressed the urge to send a message to ask for the name of the move. While fighting, he also observed the situation around him. On a battlefield like this, there was no tacit understanding between armies to not attack high-level combatants. The countless battleships in the surroundings did not stop their attacks toward this side. Large numbers of troops were thrown into the war zone, forming a crisscross pattern. However, the fleets on both sides wanted to kill the enemy's high-level combatants while protecting their own supers. Thus, they formed a restraint, indirectly giving the beyond grade as on both sides room to maneuver. It was also because of this reason that many mechanics, including Han Xiao, did not summon too many mechanical troops. Otherwise, the target would be too large, and they would have no choice but to endure the concentrated fire of the surrounding fleets. This would result in significant additional losses, reducing their military strength. Limited resources needed to be used where they were needed the most, and this was not worth it. Swoosh! Just as Han Xiao was analyzing the situation, the subduing Tree King's body suddenly glowed, and he utilized his pugilist skills. His charging speed suddenly increased, and he charged straight at the mechanical deity's body. It was as if his entire body suddenly became invincible, and he actually crashed through the psionic shield. The green meteor smashed into the mechanical deity's abdomen, creating a huge pit, and large cracks spread on the armor. Right after that, the subduing Tree King's head suddenly started spinning as though it was going to turn into a drill and drill through the pit on the mechanical deity. Clearly, his head was not something ordinary. However, right at this moment, large swaths of black nanoparticles suddenly seeped out from the pit in the mechanical deity's abdomen armor, quickly condensing and transforming into countless mechanical tentacles that lashed out at the subduing Tree King. The tentacles suddenly tightened when the power reached the end, turning from a whip into a spear. A neat round of stabs landed on the subduing Tree King's protective flames, pushing him out. Following which, Han Xiao twisted the blade handle and used his other hand to slap the other party as if swatting a fly, sending the Tree King flying and knocking over 3 or 4 beyond grade as along the way. Want to enter my body? Dream on. Han Xiao patted the mechanical deity's abdomen, and the depression quickly recovered. Against mechanics, pugilists would basically target the mechanic's main body or Lord's avatar. This was the most efficient method, and the subduing Tree King wanted to enter the mechanical deity's body to attack the main body. Although he had caused a ruckus in the World Tree territory last time and lasted for about 10 minutes under the siege of more than 100 beyond grade, as this World Tree powerhouse still did not believe in his physical strength and tried to attack his main body. After all, the 3 universal civilizations had accepted the title of indestructible body because they had witnessed Han Xiao's achievements over the years. However, this information was not circulated in the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao had only shown his strength once in the other party's territory before retreating with heavy injuries. Therefore, most of the World Tree experts did not know much about Han Xiao and would not easily give up on attacking his main body. Han Xiao pondered. The strength of a Tree King is indeed extraordinary. I won't be able to take him down quickly. Last time, they had fought in a hurry, so he did not experience the full strength of the subduing Tree King. Now that he looked at it, the other party was indeed not weak. Before Carlet was fully matured, the subduing Tree King was undoubtedly above all the pugilists he had met so far. Be it Beast Ancestor, Garutan, or Star Shatterer Sierran, they were all inferior compared to the subduing Tree King. If they fought, they probably would not survive a day in the hands of the Tree King. However, even if the subduing Tree King was powerful, Han Xiao's raw strength was still above him. At the same time, the subduing Tree King also perfectly met the criteria of being a peak beyond grade A super of the World Tree faction. On the interface, the 4 talents of World Tree Nemesis, Civilization Leader Slayer, Elderly Killer, and Fearless Heart all lit up. Let's fight steadily and defeat him. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had the upper hand in terms of combat strength and class, but the subduing Tree King was not someone to be trifled with. He could still exchange a few blows and would not be taken down in a short time. The 2 of them fought intensely, and the other beyond grade as also engaged in a chaotic battle. The energy from so many beyond grade as kept pushing the others away, causing everyone's battlefield to be further away from each other. Although most of them did not intend to fight one-on-one, They could support each other if they wanted to fight one after another. Thus, they formed small groups and fought fiercely. Bang! The mechanical emperor's sacred trident stabbed forward but was blocked by a broadsword. Psionic energy surrounded by mechanical force collided with each other on both sides of the trident, and the light blue energy ball exploded. The two mechanical deities fought each other evenly, like two blurry afterimages that kept colliding. One of them was silver, and the other was gold and red with green energy surrounding its body. The color coordination was extremely bad. What a sharp fellow! Manison knocked his opponent away with his trident and narrowed his eyes. He had already learned from Black Star that the individual strength of the World Tree was extremely powerful, but he only experienced the other side's powers after fighting them personally. Although he had suffered a series of attacks from Black Star and was no longer at his peak, he was still firmly in the first tier. Ordinary peak beyond grade as were still no match for him. However, this enemy was now fighting him back and forth, even giving him quite a bit of pressure. Even though Manison realized that his strength slightly exceeded his opponent, it was not enough to give him an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, this person was not in the data of the World Tree experts that Han Xiao had provided. He was an unknown enemy. Just as Manison was thinking, the other party suddenly sent out a mental wave. "You're very powerful. What's your name?" Hearing this, Manison did not respond. Even after receiving no response, the other party did not stop and continued sending mental messages. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I have my eyes on you. You have the right to be my trophy." The World Tree's three-leaf executive officer, Lin Karen. "Remember this name. Your life is destined to be mine. You talk too much." Manison was not affected at all. After Black Star's training, he was no longer afraid of message bombardment. However, he did remember the other party's name. According to Black Star, the 10 executive officers were all at the top of the World Tree, and the higher they ranked, the more powerful they would be. Third Leaf was in the first tier of the World Tree experts, and she would definitely be in the top 15. "Looks like a big fish." Manison's eyes flashed, and he silently increased his strength. His attacks became more and more vicious, and his killing intent overflowed. In a certain part of the battlefield, a black and a white energy current collided with each other with a loud bang, causing countless sparks to fly like water. Dark Lord Claudia controlled the surging dark energy and was fighting with a frail World Tree member. The other party was also an Esper. He controlled dazzling white energy that was like flowing white gold. The texture was like a light muslin or like rolling fog, but it was extremely corrosive. "What Esper ability is this? It's on par with mine." Claudia frowned slightly. The strength of an Esper depended partly on their grade and partly on the effect of their Esper ability. If their grade was the same, then the higher the grade of the Esper ability, the more stable the advantage. For example, God's energy control was one of the highest grade Esper abilities. If they grew to the same grade, Claudia basically had no chance of winning. Claudia's dark energy control was already a super high-risk Esper ability, but the other party's Esper ability was comparable to his. Although the other party did not hit him, he realized that his cells had become weak, and his energy consumption was much higher than usual. It was as if the other party had used energy as a medium to attack him from afar. This time, this person suddenly sent out a mental message and calmly said, "Your ability is not bad. If I present you to the Mother Tree, it will definitely be very happy." The World Tree also likes to collect Esper abilities? Claudia thought and tried to probe for information. freewebnovel.com. However, the other party did not reply. Claudia thought that his opponent did not want to answer, so he gave up on the idea and continued to fight in silence. However, after fighting for a while, the other party suddenly spoke. "I'm the four-leaf executive officer of the World Tree, Enrin Zaro." Claudia was stunned. He thought that the other party was going to say something, so he immediately perked up. However, after his opponent said this, he did not continue and fell silent. Claudia frowned, feeling confused. Why did he suddenly introduce himself and stop speaking? After a while, Enrin spoke again. "When you enter the embrace of the World Tree, we can become colleagues." After saying this, he fell silent again, as though he was talking to himself and did not expect the other party to reply. Claudi's eyelids twitched. He confirmed that this was a weirdo who did whatever he wanted. On the other side, Gila, who was wearing the Crimson Snake mechanical suit, was facing the attacks of 4 enemies. Crimson Death energy gushed out like a tsunami, and the battle was extremely intense. Compared to the other battlefields, there was a significant difference on Gila's side. When she was surrounded, there were no other beyond grade as supporting her. It was as though everyone was letting her face the attacks of multiple enemies alone. Bang! A pugilist World Tree expert passed through the sea of death energy and beat Gila up. Just as she was about to break free from the chain attack, he kicked her in the abdomen. While Gila was sent flying, another World Tree expert blocked her way. A series of spells rained down on Gila's back, sending her in another direction and inflicting another round of damage on her. Gila tried her best to stabilize herself. Suddenly, she used Death Stealth and teleported to another location, gaining a short respite. Her entire body was covered in blood. She looked like a ferocious evil spirit, heavily injured and weak. Kasui, who was the closest, glanced over and quickly looked away. He had no intention of going over to help and even led his opponent further and further away. Seeing this, one of the 4 attackers, a Holy Tree Emissary, said, "You've almost been beaten to death, but your companions are still ignoring you. No one is coming to help you. I didn't expect you guys to still be in the mood to have internal conflicts in the face of our invasion." Interesting. Gila wiped the blood off her face, as though she did not feel any pain at all. "No one came to help me. That's because I don't need help." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light suddenly erupted from her body, and all her injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gila straightened her back, and the chaotic energy waves returned to their peak. The refined death energy flowed out continuously, and her aura soared. "It doesn't hurt at all. With this standard, it's 1,000 years too early for you to try killing me." Chapter 1338, Battle 3. Chapter 1338 Battle 3. Swoosh! Kasui seemed to have turned into a phantom as he instantly dodged the magical energy beam from his opponent. He was not worried about Gila at all. Gila's level was not at the peak beyond grade a realm, but in the eyes of the beyond grade as including Kasui, she was one of the most difficult to deal with. Not only could she reduce one's lifespan, but she also had a milkmaid bound to her. She was like an unkillable cockroach. Even if others were strong, no one was willing to provoke Gila. Kasui turned his attention back to his opponent, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The invisible psychic energy was like thousands of needles, giving his opponent a high-level psychic blast, but it was like hitting a solid wall. Most of its power was diverted by the opponent's mental defense spell, turning into chaotic mental disturbances that spread to the surroundings, immediately triggering a large number of battleships' mental defense shields and even shattering the mental defense shields of the battleships at the front. The other party was not willing to be outdone. Under the surge of energy, magic formations appeared one after another, gathering into a spherical shell. All kinds of exclusive spells poured out, dazzling and colorful. The dense wave of spells chased after Kasui, bombarding him with attacks. What a smooth magic connection. There are no flaws. Kasui's cells were all active, and his eyes emitted a strong light, observing his opponent while fighting. Although he was not a mage, he was knowledgeable. He could tell with one look that the other party had a lot of combat experience and was an extremely strong mage. The coordination between spells was smooth and free, giving him the feeling that everything was integrated. Furthermore, the World Tree was extremely powerful in terms of mental strength. If there was no overwhelming difference in strength, a psychic would actually be at a disadvantage against a World Tree powerhouse. This was especially obvious in a battle of the same level. Kasui discovered that the opponent's mental barrier was extremely thick, and his mental attacks could not penetrate it as though it was indestructible. This guy seems to be a high-level ancestral spirit. Kasui adjusted his vision and saw the mark on the other party's forehead. Black Star had once explained the composition of the World Tree powerhouses and helped them differentiate them. Ancestral spirits had a special mark on their body that made them easy to recognize. At this moment, He was fighting a member of the 13 ancestral spirits of the World Tree. He was ranked second, and his strength was among the top of the World Tree. He was not much weaker than the 3 or 4 leaf executive officials. While Kasui was making observations, the second ancestral spirit suddenly spoke. "I recognize you. You're the one who killed Manny." "Manny?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Kasui's eyes flashed. He immediately realized that this was the Holy Tree emissary that he had killed some time ago. The second ancestral spirit said indifferently, "I like strong enemies. You're a good opponent. I hope you can let me enjoy myself." Kasui raised his brows. "We were just fighting to the death. Why did you suddenly start chatting?" He looked at the temporary chat channel of the Beyond Grade A team and realized that most of the people had been messaged by the World Tree powerhouses. It seemed like this was intentional. On second thought, Kasui understood. The mentality of the World Tree's experts is different from ours. They know that they won't really die in battle, so they are fearless and relaxed. We, on the other hand, have to fight with our all and are in a tense state. Therefore, they took the initiative to speak. It should be a psychological battle to affect our mentality. On the other hand, maybe they are trying to deepen the information connection and collect intelligence. Why not? Better not to answer. Kasui changed his mind and gave up on responding. After leaving a "don't answer" message in the chat channel, he focused on dealing with the second ancestral spirit. Psychic energy and magic flew all over the place. A starry spiritual dragon soared above the battlefield. Its eyes were like burning golden red flames, and its enormous battleship-sized body was extremely conspicuous. Every time its wings flapped, countless dragon spells would be cast, creating a storm of mana. Layers of defensive arrays covered its body. It was Dragon King Milizao's. One of the army commanders was fighting with him. It looked like a tiny gray meteor was flying around the old dragon and attacking him continuously. He was wearing heavy armor and had all kinds of special firearms on his hands. He was a rare cannon master. The World Tree Military Department was in charge of foreign battles, and a commander of the army meant the chief combatant of the military. Only the top beyond grade as in the military could obtain such a title. Every army commander had their own code name, which usually depended on their military unit. The army commander fighting the old dragon belonged to a World Tree army called Darklight, so he was known as Commander Darklight. The two of them were evenly matched, but because of his striking size, Milizao's became a target, attracting the firepower of most of the battleships around him. In fact, when World Tree experts who were fighting with the other Beyond Grade as passed by, they would even throw a few skills at Old Dragon. After all, the target was so big, so the hit rate was extremely high. Because of this, Milizao suffered too much damage. The injuries on his body kept accumulating, and many dragon scales were torn off. His flesh and bones were deeply cut, and blood splattered everywhere. His situation was getting worse. Only the old dragon was being beaten up. Bam! A beam of light shot out from the muzzle of Commander Darklight's cannon, piercing through the cracked defensive arrays and hitting the old dragon's back, shattering a large chunk of scales and flesh, adding a new injury to him. "This is the first time I've seen a creature like you. I wonder what your meat tastes like," Commander Darklight said as he fired his cannon. Milizao's felt a sharp pain on his back. He swung his dragon head and let out an angry roar. The sound wave condensed from magic power surged out and hit Commander Darklight, sending him flying. However, Milizao's did not take the opportunity to chase after him. Instead, with a spiral movement, he flipped his body vertically, and a large number of magic patterns suddenly lit up on his body. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was and, with a flash, arrived elsewhere on the battlefield. There was a battle between more than 10 people there, and he had his eyes on a Holy Tree emissary who was heavily injured and was about to use his companions to cover his retreat. Milizao's appeared instantly behind the Holy Tree emissary. Before the other party could turn around and make a hasty defense, he opened his mouth and spat out a jade, like dragon breath that was enhanced by the dragon magic. It was like a golden red flame that surged out and swallowed the target in an instant. The Holy Tree emissary's body melted and turned into a pile of dust that floated in the air before dissipating not long after the battle started. The first casualty was born. Die, freewebnovel.com. After claiming first blood, Milizaus felt that he had vented his anger. He was rejuvenated, fully displaying the essence of a kill steal. However, his happiness did not last long. He was immediately beaten up. The World Tree experts around him turned around and focused their fire on Milizaus. They shattered a large number of dragon scales, and his life force flowed out rapidly. At the same time, Commander Darklight also rushed over. He switched to a universal treasure-level firearm and fired at Milizaus from afar. Powerful beams of light bombarded Milizaus' body, exploding into balls of flames and even shattering one dragon eye. The surrounding battleships also turned their cannons around and focused their fire on Milizaus. He had gotten the first blood, but he was immediately targeted. He fell into danger and his injuries were severe. Kill him! Commander Darklight saw an opportunity and was prepared to kill the enemy in one go. However, right at this moment a change occurred. Swoosh! A dazzling pale golden light shot out from the back of the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet and accurately landed on Milizaus. An enormous amount of life energy poured in, and Milizaus' battered body immediately began to recover. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the heavily injured dragon's body had recovered, and he was full of energy again. The dragon tail swung excitedly and playfully shattered several World Tree battleships. This scene attracted the attention of many World Tree experts, and their expressions changed slightly. Recovery-type Esper ability? After fighting in the universe for so many years, the World Tree experts had seen many things, and it was not rare to see Espers with recovery abilities. However, those who could reach the beyond Grade A level were extremely rare. After all, recovery-type Esper abilities were considered functional Esper abilities and were not suitable for combat. Furthermore, most Esper abilities did not have high potential, so training and sublimation were extremely difficult. However, this time, not only did the enemy civilization have a recovery-type Esper, the recovery effect was unbelievably strong. It could heal a peak beyond Grade A life form in just moments. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the strongest recovery-type Esper they had ever seen. I didn't expect this prey to have such a card. The expressions of many World Tree experts changed, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. If they did not get rid of this recovery-type Esper, their losses would be extremely huge, and this mutual destruction mission would be less effective. We have to kill the Esper first. A portion of the World Tree experts quickly completed their communication through the mental network. They immediately abandoned their current opponents, gathered together, and charged toward the source of the life force. Although the Esper was at the rear of the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet, they had no choice but to charge head-on. This was actually in line with the player's strategy. After all, who would not cut the healer first in a team battle? However, at this moment, a few streams of light suddenly shot out from the fleet, fearlessly facing this group of attackers who had the advantage in numbers. The two sides collided. With a flash of light, violent explosions spread out, and the World Tree experts' advancement was immediately stopped. The group of World Tree experts looked up and saw 5 beyond Grade A life forms covered in light blocking their path. There's still a group hiding? Seeing this, many World Tree experts were surprised. They thought that the high-level combatants of their opponents had all joined the battlefield. The 5 of them looked at the large number of World Tree powerhouses. Not only were they not nervous, they even looked eager. They were the 5 underworld hero spirit kings. The other 3 heroic spirit kings, including Sorokin, did not appear. Aurora only sent 5 of them, and the leader was the second strongest heroic spirit king, Riga. Heh! I can finally exercise. Riga stretched his shoulders, and without another word, he charged forward with the other 4 hero spirit kings, starting a new brawl. Even though the other Beyond Grade as knew about the Sanctum revival, they did not want to sacrifice themselves so easily. In comparison, the underworld hero spirits were the ones who were truly unafraid of death. Meanwhile, in the 3 Universal Civilizations command ship, Simon watched the battles of Han Xiao, Gila, and the underworld hero spirits. He then turned to look at the calm Aurora and shook his head. Those from planet Aquamarine are all monsters. Bang! The mechanical deity and the subduing tree king clashed once again, and an intense shockwave erupted. This outsider seems to be even stronger than the last time we met. The subduing Tree King stretched his aching fingers. Beneath his cold exterior was his racing heart. Although the outcome of the battle could not be determined for the time being, he felt a long-forgotten pressure from Han Xiao. He had only experienced such an unparalleled sense of power from one person, the unfathomable ancestral Tree King. He did not expect that the civilization they had chosen this time would have such high-level combatants. They had met a tough opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to face reality. He might not be able to defeat this outsider who had such amazing abilities. The subduing Tree King quickly scanned the battlefield. In the mental network, there were already 6 or 7 silent companions, which meant that they had died in battle. With the help of the recovery-type Esper, not a single enemy was killed. If this continued, would they not be completely wiped out? How could this do? We can't wait any longer. The subduing Tree King's eyes darkened. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately changed his mind. Swoosh! The subduing Tree King suddenly retreated and covered his face with his palm. His mouth was wide open as if he was screaming in pain. The next moment, a dazzling green light appeared all over his body, as if he had released the energy of the World Tree in his body. An endless green light overflowed from his body. Then, with a bang, an irresistible pressure burst out from him, as if a higher being had descended. The green light quickly condensed and turned into translucent light green roots of the World Tree. At first, they were just like many small snakes, floating beside the subduing Tree King. However, the size of these roots quickly grew and expanded, whipping around the battlefield crazily. The appearance of the subduing Tree King had also changed. His entire body was different, and his body gained a texture like that of the World Tree roots. Green World Tree power flowed within his translucent body, as if he had undergone a transformation. A powerful aura blew over like a suffocating gale. Previously, the subduing Tree King had mainly relied on his own strength to fight, but at this moment, he had started to borrow the World Tree's strength to a large extent. This was the World Tree's ability that could only be activated by the connection level of a Tree King, and it was also the reason why a Tree King was a Tree King. All of this happened in an instant. During the transformation, Han Xiao did not stop his long-range attacks, but they were all blocked by the World Tree roots. Oh? Using an ultimate move, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was no stranger to this transformation. This was the unique power of the Tree King. It turned his body into a branch of the World Tree, like a temporary base station. In his previous life, every time a Tree King activated this form, it would be a sign that they were going to start a massacre. The most terrifying thing was not the increase in strength from this transformation but the branch of the World Tree that their body had turned into. It could bring about an exclusive faction buff halo that covered an extremely wide area, increasing the combat power of all the World Tree members on the battlefield. This was the Tree King's war form. Chapter 1339, Advanced Mutually Assured Destruction. Chapter 1339, Advanced Mutually Assured Destruction. The moment that the subduing Tree King released the power of the World Tree, all the World Tree members on the battlefield glowed with a green light. As if they were on steroids, their overall combat power increased by a large amount. The halo covered the entire army, and the flow of the entire battlefield immediately changed. The entire World Tree fleet was buffed, and many of the 3 Universal Civilizations fleets that were originally in a stalemate suffered heavy damage. Many beyond grade as were the first ones to feel the change. The increase in the strength of the World Tree's experts broke the stalemate. Many of the beyond grade as who were originally in a tug-of-war with their opponents were suddenly robbed of the initiative and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Many of them fell into mortal danger. Golden rays of light shot out frequently, landing on the beyond grade as who were in danger one after another, providing them with healing at critical moments, allowing a large number of beyond grade as to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the World Tree powerhouse also responded, using various methods to try to disperse or isolate the life force that shot over, preventing this recovery-type Esper from healing her comrades. Gila was the only one who had a soul connection with Aurora. She could ignore the distance between them and receive Aurora's dawn of life instantly. It was as if she was bound with a healing source. The other beyond grade as naturally did not receive such treatment. Although there was enough healing power, they needed to receive it first. Although Aurora's Esper ability was powerful, her current level was only that of an ordinary beyond grade A. So she could not ignore all kinds of obstructive methods. This was even more of a test for her. Not only did she have to pay attention to the life state of every beyond grade A, but she also had to find a way to successfully heal her target. Han Xiao used his quantum network vision to monitor the situation of the various areas. He could see the changes in the battlefield clearly. The halo of the entire army is still very powerful. Luckily, it can't be stacked. Otherwise, the effect of the 5 great tree kings transforming together would be insane. Han Xiao's eyes were fixed on the subduing tree king. Only by killing the subduing tree king would they be able to remove the halo of the enemy and turn the situation around. Otherwise, their total losses would skyrocket. However, right at this moment, the subduing tree king, who had been strengthened after liberating the power of the World Tree, did not charge forward. Instead, he retreated into the layers of protection of the World Tree fleets and retracted the World Tree roots. He had no intention of fighting Han Xiao. Han Xiao's expression changed, and his emotions were in turmoil. He had thought that after transforming, the subduing tree king would rush forward to continue fighting and try to defeat him. He did not expect the other party to directly avoid the battle after unleashing his potential. If you didn't want to fight, you should have said so earlier. You were so imposing, it made my blood boil. This is not good. If I don't get rid of him quickly, it will be troublesome. Han Xiao felt helpless. After transforming, the Tree King had an extremely high strategic value. He no longer took risks and hid in the fleet, continuously providing bonuses to the army. This was a safe method, but this rarely happened in his previous life. The Tree King had finally released the power of the World Tree, and his desire for battle also increased. Usually, he would fight to his heart's content. If the other Tree Kings had chosen to avoid the battle, he would have been able to accept it, but this time it was the subduing Tree King. Holy **T. A pugilist is no longer stubborn. My youth is over. Countless World Tree battleships protected their commander, the subduing Tree King. Facing the countless cannons, Han Xiao felt his scalp go numb. Although he was confident in his tankiness, charging alone in a battlefield of this scale was too arrogant. Furthermore, the subduing Tree King was strong. He would not be able to deal with him amid the enemy camp in a short period of time. If he charged in, he would only be a target for focus fire. If you have the guts, don't ever come out. Seeing this, Han Xiao left the subduing Tree King behind and turned to attack the other World Tree experts. If you don't stop me, I will kill your teammates. Although the members of the World Tree had never cared about the casualties of their teammates, this battle was an exchange battle, and the subduing Tree King cared about the capital used for this. Otherwise, the meaning of his transformation would be very limited. However, Han Xiao's attention did not completely leave the subduing Tree King. He was still focused on the other party's movements, preventing the subduing Tree King from adjusting his tactics. The subduing Tree King did not stop him. From another perspective, it could also be said that he got rid of this annoyance and used his companions as bait to lure him away. He also used his superior combat strength to attack the other beyond grade because this is an exchange battle, he doesn't want to waste time on an expert like me. He is targeting and killing the other high-level combatants. Killing one means one win. Maybe that's what he thinks. Han Xiao guessed the intentions of the subduing Tree King. At the same time, from behind the protection of layers of fleets, the subduing Tree King watched Han Xiao moving from one target to another. After the battle just now, he judged that even if he transformed, he might not be able to take down this outsider with astonishing combat strength. Therefore, he suppressed his desire to attack and focused on the strategic goal. As a Tree King who had fought many civilizations, he would not lose his cool so easily. However, he also could not remain idle. Otherwise, if he allowed the outsider to kill his comrades, there would be no point in him trying to improve the exchange results with his transformation. Since he could not stop the other side's strongest person, he could only make the same choice and change his target. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the subduing Tree King turned around to look in the direction of the recovery-type Esper. In one area of the battlefield, A group of arcane church troops had their defenses breached by the World Tree assault team, and the formation of the frigate was torn apart. The glorious Sun-grade flagship in the middle was latched onto by the World Tree assault battleship, and the charge cabins bit onto the main ship one after another, penetrating through the armor and sending in batches of World Tree supers to launch a boarding battle, attempting to snatch this flagship from within. The interior of the flagship had turned into a chaotic battlefield, and bloody battles broke out in all the cabins and corridors. The guards on the ship were constantly resisting the World Tree supers, and from time to time, new charge cabins would smash open new holes. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! One of the squad leaders pulled out the blade that had been stabbed into the enemy's body, and a large amount of blood splashed onto the armor. He had no time to wipe it as he requested reinforcements in the channel. However, the next moment, a blurry shadow flashed past his eyes, and a huge force suddenly exploded on the side of his head. His head was gripped by a large hand and smashed into the wall. His body twitched a few times before stopping. The owner of the hand was a burly World Tree officer. A large group of troops were massacring the soldiers inside the flagship, and they had already broken through the defense line. "Head to the main control room," the officer shouted and was about to lead the team forward. However, right at this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, and the wall nearby shattered, revealing half of a black charge cabin. The hatch opened, and a group of army players rushed out. Without saying a word, they charged toward the World Tree squads. Battle erupted instantly. After a fierce battle, the burly officer wiped out this team of players with his troops, but they also suffered quite a bit from their opponent's fearless and ferocious fighting style. Do these people not care about their lives? This officer frowned. He had seen people who were not afraid of death, but just now, this group of people had charged forward one after another, practically using their own heads in exchange for their injuries. In his opinion, there was only one possibility, and it was that the enemy had a strong belief and did not hesitate to exchange their lives for injuries. However, as a member of the World Tree, he was not afraid of death at all. No one was afraid of death. If you want to risk your life, I'll fight you. Who's afraid of who? Without any time to rest and reorganize, this World Tree officer threw this matter to the back of his mind and was about to lead his troops forward. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the corridor ahead. Another batch of reinforcements had arrived. Their appearance and abilities were exactly the same as the team that had been wiped out earlier. These people... The World Tree officer was shocked. They had just killed this group of people and now they appeared again. What was going on with this group of people? Could it be that they could not be killed and could revive like them? Before he could think about it, battle erupted once again. Due to the damage from the previous wave, the combat strength of this World Tree battle team had decreased, and they were wiped out by the same group of players. This officer was also surrounded and blasted into pieces. A similar scene played out in many battleships. In the command ship of the 3 universal civilizations, Aurora used Dawn of Life a few times, but before it could reach her comrades who were in danger, the skill was scattered by the high-level combatants of the World Tree. Aurora frowned and lowered her hand. I'm too far away from the battlefield. The opponent has plenty of time to react and can easily block my energy. This won't do. It's difficult for me to unleash my abilities. I need to get closer and shorten the distance. Without waiting for Simon's reply, Aurora left the cabin and stepped into space. She turned into a golden stream of light and quickly approached the battlefield where the Beyond Grades were. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many World Tree powerhouses. A large number of high-level combatants immediately approached this Esper, but they were stopped by their opponents. Not long after, Aurora stopped inside the main fleet of the 3 universal civilizations. Although she had closed the distance between them, she did not step onto the battlefield. She kept releasing the Dawn of Life, scattering rays of light. If the previous time the distance that the Dawn of Life needed to cross was 10, now it was at most 2 to 3. The hit rate was higher than before. Not only that, all the life forms on her side within a certain range would receive an increase in recovery speed. This was the passive halo of Aurora's Esper ability after she entered the Beyond Grade A realm, and the range would increase with her grade. When she was on the command ship, the range of the halo was not enough to cover this area, But now that she was on this battlefield, her halo took effect and covered most of the beyond grade as on her side. This place is very dangerous. Don't come closer. Gila saw Aurora immediately, and her expression changed. Aurora turned a deaf ear and softly harumphed. Ever since she entered the beyond grade realm, she had never experienced such a fierce battle. She had healed more than 100 beyond grade and the amount of life energy consumed far exceeded the speed of replenishment. Her face gradually turned pale, and she felt like her body was being squeezed dry. At this time, dozens of World Tree roots suddenly attacked the main fleet from the side. Every root contained astonishing energy, and they quickly shattered a large number of battleships, creating a hole in the formation. The next moment, the subduing Tree King shot toward Aurora through the gap like a green beam of light. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill this recovery-type Esper. The moment Aurora arrived at the front line, he saw an opportunity. He used the fleet as cover to launch a sneak attack near the edge of the main fleet, vowing to eliminate the biggest factor that affected their battle strategy. The World Tree roots seemed to have formed a gigantic war chariot, charging forward and sweeping away the obstacles in the way. At the same time, they blocked the concentrated fire of the fleet for the subduing Tree King. With the protection of the World Tree's power, the subduing Tree King dug his way into the main battleship. Aurora seemed to be in a panic as she hurriedly retreated, condensing beams of holy light to hit the subduing Tree King's body. However, it was like scratching an itch, unable to stop the subduing Tree King's momentum. In the blink of an eye, the subduing Tree King appeared in front of Aurora as though he had teleported. A green light shot out from his arm and slashed at Aurora's head in a semicircle, as though he wanted to smash her into meat paste. The pressure from a being 2 levels higher locked onto Aurora's body. Aurora seemed to have been stunned. She maintained a panicked expression without moving. However, right at this moment, a violent mental shockwave exploded with Aurora as the center. It was extremely invasive and almost materialized. The subduing Tree King felt a sharp pain in his head, and his fist could not help but tilt to the side. The crescent-shaped fist lightly brushed past Aurora and shattered hundreds of battleships along the way. Sorokin's figure separated from Aurora's body, and he appeared behind her like a double agent. He gently pressed his forehead, and his mental energy was constantly being released. Another protector. The subduing Tree King's expression did not change. Just as he was about to get rid of Sorokin's mental power and continue attacking Aurora, something happened. The panic on Aurora's face disappeared in an instant, and she regained her calmness as though she had expected it. The necklace she was wearing suddenly opened up, and the mechanical structure instantly covered her entire body, turning into a familiar mechanical suit. Swoosh! The next moment, there was a flash of light, and Aurora disappeared, leaving only Sorokin and a throne. At the same time, Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air and replaced her original position. Without waiting for the subduing Tree King to respond, he locked himself onto the subduing Tree King, hanging on his body. "I knew you wouldn't give up on attacking our milkmaid." Han Xiao's strong arms wrapped around the subduing Tree King's neck, and he felt a huge force slamming into his chest. It was as though he was hugging a big, lively fish, and the subduing Tree King was struggling in his arms. Fruobnov.com. The subduing Tree King had always been hiding in the fleet, so Han Xiao did not have many opportunities to attack. He had deliberately made Aurora come out. Although it was a simple bait tactic, he believed that the World Tree experts would not be able to sit still. After all, the World Tree's battle strategy was different. Han Xiao thought about it from the other party's point of view and felt that only by cutting off the healer could he successfully carry out the exchange battle tactic. It was worth sacrificing some high-level combatants for this. There was a certain chance of luring the subduing Tree King out with this move. Although the bait was straight, the desires of the other party did not stop. It was a simple and effective plan. Without any expression on his face, the subduing Tree King continued to slam his elbow behind at Han Xiao's stomach. Shockwaves spread from their fight. Some of the World Tree roots in the surroundings blocked the focus fire of the fleets, while other roots landed heavy blows on the two of them, wanting to pull Han Xiao away from the subduing Tree King. In terms of strength, the subduing Tree King was still stronger, and Han Xiao could not lock him down. However, just as he was about to break free, mechanical structures quickly spread out from the point of contact between Han Xiao and him, turning into a king armor that wrapped around him. Take this move, inseparable lovers. Han Xiao's mechanical force flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Swoosh! The next moment, the two of them appeared out of thin air in a strange empty area behind the formation of the three universal civilizations, as if the fleet had deliberately left this empty space. The moment the two of them appeared, the prepared fleets around them activated their protective shields and quickly formed a spherical barrier that covered the entire area. They then retreated immediately. The subduing Tree King frowned and finally broke free from Han Xiao's embrace, sending Han Xiao flying with a kick. He looked around and realized that there were hundreds of strange mechanical devices floating in the area. Just as he was observing, hundreds of mechanical devices suddenly lit up, as if hundreds of wormholes had been opened. The insides of the tunnels were filled with blinding light, emitting frightening energy waves. Han Xiao stopped flying and narrowed his eyes. A few hundred improved keys of destruction are enough for you and me. Before the battle began, Han Xiao had specifically instructed the three universal civilizations to set up this type of trap and place the throne in it. The three universal civilizations had set up many similar traps before the battle, and they had tried to form a combination technique with the mechanisms of different universal treasures. This trap was one of the examples, and it was also the plan that Han Xiao had suggested to use the teleportation of the King mechanical suit and the destructive power of the Key of Destruction to form a lethal zone. Advanced mutually assured destruction. Buzz! The next moment, a blinding light shot out from hundreds of tunnels, instantly filling the entire area and drowning the two of them. Chapter 1340 Troublesome. Chapter 1340 Troublesome. Vicious. The beyond grade as who were fighting could not help splitting some attention to Han Xiao's situation. They were also aware of the trap formed by hundreds of keys of destruction. Looking at the expanding light, they could not help but sweat for Han Xiao. Black Star's mutually assured destruction strategy was known for its shamelessness, but the power of hundreds of keys of destruction was not something that the mechanical army could compare to. Furthermore, it was restricted to a small area, and its power was highly concentrated. Not only was he ruthless to the enemy, but he was also ruthless to himself. Everyone felt that Black Star's methods were too crazy. Was he not afraid of blowing himself up? Various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. However, before the power of the explosion reached its peak, the protective shield surrounding this area suddenly cracked. Bang! 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 Dozens of World Tree roots appeared, crazily digesting the power of the explosion while slamming at the protective shield from the inside. Immediately after, a green meteor slammed into the cracks of the protective shield. Crack! The shield shook and a hole was blasted open. The charred subduing Tree King rushed out. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure also flew out after the subduing Tree King to stop him, but he was sent flying by the World Tree roots. At the same time, because the protective shield was shattered by the subduing Tree King, the power of the keys of destruction expanded from the inside. The chain reaction energy in the area lost control and expanded rapidly. Fortunately, the three universal civilizations had already left a large, empty area around the trap to guard against such a situation. The nearest fleet had plenty of time to retreat, and they also fired long-range attacks at the subduing Tree King. The subduing Tree King could not care about anything else. He gathered the roots of the World Tree and turned them into an armor of sorts. Then, he hurriedly escaped into the distance to avoid the expanding energy cluster behind him, afraid that he would be swallowed again. Han Xiao stopped and continued to chase after the subduing Tree King. As the two of them moved away from the energy cluster, they clashed and fought. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and the expanding energy cluster completely exploded. The shockwave shot out in all directions and hit the two of them. The huge impact threw the two of them away, much faster than normal flying speed. After rolling, however, many times, Han Xiao barely managed to stop himself. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt, and his entire body was covered in charred wounds. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. The subduing Tree King, who had fallen not far away, was in a similar state, as though he had shed a layer of skin. "You sure can run fast." Han Xiao's veins were throbbing. He moved his arms and legs, and the charred wounds fell one after another. His wounds gradually recovered, and his health slowly rose. The subduing Tree King was not dead, so he would not foolishly stay in the trap and take damage. At the critical moment, he also exploded with all his might, shattering the protective shield and escaping from the explosion area. Han Xiao had originally stayed behind to stall the subduing Tree King, but after the other party broke free from the locked area, there were no more chances. Han Xiao had used the king's teleportation to arrive, so he naturally dispelled the mechanical deity form. The mechanical deity's descent was not instantaneous, so there was not enough time. Furthermore, with just the attributes of his main body, he could not immobilize a pugilist at the level of the subduing Tree King and was thrown to the side. OW. The prerequisite of mutually assured destruction was to immobilize the enemy, but why would the target obediently stay in the area of focus fire? The subduing Tree King ran fast, and he had the World Tree roots to protect him. He escaped before the keys of destruction completely exploded, so he did not take full damage. Even Han Xiao could only chase after him. However, the power of this wave was too terrifying. Even though the subduing Tree King had escaped in time, he was still heavily injured. His body was riddled with wounds, and dozens of the World Tree roots suffered the most damage. They also withered, and the power of the World Tree flowing in them was severely depleted. Its color dimmed, and it looked listless. The subduing Tree King looked down at his heavy injuries. Without any emotion, he calmly said, "Not a bad attempt. I didn't expect you to have the courage to take such risks." Looking up at Han Xiao's injuries, a look of regret flashed past the subduing Tree King's eyes. He had been too careless. If he had known that the other party would take such a risk, he would not have escaped just now. He might as well have played along with the other party and dragged this outsider down with him to eliminate this dangerous opponent. The thoughts of the members of the World Tree were different from those of ordinary people. The subduing Tree King did not feel glad that he had escaped death. Instead, he felt it was a pity that he had missed out on an excellent opportunity. "It's a pity I didn't manage to kill that recovery-type Esper." The subduing Tree King shook his head. This outsider clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength, but he still chose to take the risk. His intentions were clear. He knew that he would not be able to take him down in a short period of time, so he was not willing to fight for too long. Thus, he tried to get rid of the halo of the entire army as soon as possible to reduce his losses. The subduing Tree King was well aware of this. However, even if he had to do it again, he would still launch a surprise attack on that recovery-type Esper. The other party had taken the initiative to lure him with such bait, so it was worth a try. As long as he could make the other party lose their healer forever, the death of all the high-level combatants, including himself, would be worth it. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, but the subduing Tree King's movements did not stop. He turned around and fled in another direction, not wanting to continue fighting. He had been brought to the enemy's main fleet and was surrounded. There was no way he would be able to win in a battle there. His priority was extending his survival time. Only by escaping back to his own fleet to receive protection and support would he be able to escape danger and continue providing the halo of the entire army. "Run again!" Seeing this, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and immediately gave chase. Along the way, he quickly returned to his mechanical deity form, and the two of them fought once more. A pugilist was not scary, but scary was a pugilist who was not stubborn. If the subduing Tree King had lost his cool a little and was a little rash, this would have been much easier. Boom! 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 The battleships of the three universal civilizations were not idle either. They provided a huge amount of firepower support, and a continuous stream of light cannons blasted toward the dozens of World Tree roots that the subduing Tree King had extended from all directions. Han Xiao did not want to be trapped alone in the enemy's camp, and the subduing Tree King did not dare either. The size of this army was enough to put individual powerhouses in danger. Not only did the focus fire cause the World Tree roots to shatter, but it also restrained the subduing Tree King. Furthermore, the subduing Tree King was heavily injured, and his condition had plummeted. Although his recovery ability was not bad, while entangled with Han Xiao and countless fleets, his injuries did not show any signs of improving. The other World Tree experts and fleets wanted to rush over to provide support, but they were all stopped by the three Universal Civilizations troops on various battlefields. The two sides fought intensely. Freebnovel.com. Swoosh! Blazing red light rays streaked across, severing two withered World Tree roots. The subduing Tree King, who was protected by the roots, could not dodge in time. Half of the sole of his foot was cut off, and the texture of the cut was like a broken piece of wood, slowly twisting and growing, as if it was going to grow the foot again. Looks like this is where I'll be buried. Subduing Tree King observed the encirclement and frowned. He had tried to break out of the encirclement for a long time, but he was still trapped in the main force of the three Universal Civilizations. Most of the World Tree roots that he had summoned after transforming were also destroyed, and his body was slowly approaching its end. He was already unable to fight Han Xiao head-on. With the strength he gained after releasing the World Tree's power, the subduing Tree King could hold on for longer. However, the mutually assured destruction tactic was effective, and the victory was decided. If he had not been heavily injured in this wave, the subduing Tree King would not have been defeated so quickly. At this time, the space around him started to vibrate. The mechanical deity's palms spun, and all kinds of force fields covered the subduing Tree King's body, trying to lock him in midair. The subduing Tree King's face tightened, and he activated the weakened pugilist flames to struggle free. "You want to capture me alive?" Hearing this, Han Xiao did not respond and continued to increase the strength of the force field. The World Tree had already arrived at his doorstep, and the rough coordinates had been exposed. He could use the spacetime amber to try to seal the World Tree powerhouse and see if he could restrain the revival ability of the World Tree. The only problem was that the World Tree expert would not obediently accept the seal. Sensing Han Xiao's intentions, the subduing Tree King had a calm expression as he resisted the force field's restrictions and slowly said, "Your resistance is futile. We will invade your civilization sooner or later. We have failed this time, but there will still be countless times. You can't stop the World Tree's iron hooves forever. I will be waiting to fight you again." Before Han Xiao could react, the subduing Tree King self-destructed without hesitation. Bang! A violent shockwave swept out, creating a large number of electric arcs on the mechanical deity's shield. The remaining roots of the World Tree collapsed one after another, turning into light fragments and disappearing as though they had never existed. The World Tree had fought in the universe for many years, and they had met many civilizations that wanted to capture their high-level combatants. Their thoughts were basically the same. They believed that capturing the World Tree experts alive and not killing them would prevent their revival and reduce the resources of the other party in a war of attrition. This was not new to the World Tree experts at all. Although the subduing Tree King did not know what means the enemy had to capture him alive, there was no need for him to take this risk. Seeing that the situation was not right and that there was no way to escape, he directly self-destructed and did not give them a chance. In this respect, the experience of the World Tree members was too good. Unless the difference in strength was too great or they had no choice, the World Tree members would rarely allow themselves to enter a near-death state where they were at the mercy of others. When they were weak, they would consider self-destructing and return to the embrace of the Mother Tree. What a troublesome enemy. The Tree Kings are indeed not easy to deal with. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The creation of the spacetime amber required time, and the other party had self-destructed to prevent himself from being trapped. He had no way to deal with this. Although he had the upper hand against the subduing Tree King, he could not crush him easily. In the past, his opponents were normal people. They would either completely lose their combat capability and be unable to move, or they would rather be sealed than die in battle. No one would easily give up their life and self-destruct, so the spacetime amber had succeeded multiple times. However, those of the World Tree had a completely different mindset. They had always liked to fight with their lives on the line, and self-destruction was a common occurrence for them. "You want to control me? Dream on. I'll simply die." This was very tricky. In his previous life, although the spacetime amber had been snatched away by the World Tree experts, the three Universal Civilizations did not give up on capturing the other party's high-level combatants alive. However, most of them had failed, and the biggest obstacle was the World Tree Race's self-destruction attitude. No matter what, the Tree King won't be revived for quite some time. At least the halo of the entire army has been removed. Han Xiao calmed himself down and looked at the battle. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the green light on all the World Tree members dimmed again, and they lost the halo enhancement. The pressure on the three universal civilizations decreased instantly, and the battle was finally back to normal. I can't do anything to the subduing Tree King, but the difference in strength between ordinary beyond grade as and me is too huge. I might have a chance to seal a few. Han Xiao looked at the other World Tree experts who were fighting, and his eyes sparkled. At the same time, in the World Tree territory, the Tree King Palace, the Heart Tree King slowly opened his eyes and looked at the executive officers who did not participate in the expedition. The subduing Tree King has turned into a seed. Hearing this, the faces of the executive officers present darkened. Although they had expected this outcome before the battle, they were still shocked when it actually happened. After all, a Tree King represented their top combat strength. The meaning of dying in battle was not small. At this time, the Heart Tree King stood up from his throne, summoned a root, and stepped on it, preparing to leave. "Aren't you going to continue watching?" an executive officer asked. "The outcome of the battle has been decided. It seems like the attack this time has failed. The effect of the exchange tactic is limited, but we managed to probe out a large number of the enemy's trump cards, as well as that extremely crucial recovery type Esper. I've gained enough." "Understood. Where are you going now?" Heart Tree King glanced at them and shook his head with a smile. "I'm going to water the subduing Tree King and make him grow faster." Chapter 1341 Victory. Chapter 1341 Victory. Beautifully done. Bang. Seeing the subduing Tree King explode into fireworks, Simon suppressed his excitement, choosing to smash the table instead. Black Star was reliable. He had gotten rid of the enemy and stabilized the situation. Without the halo of the entire army, the sudden advancement of the World Tree Fleet during this period caused a large number of their fleets to fall into a bad situation. Simon saw an opportunity and quickly calculated for a few seconds before decisively speaking in the command channel. "Attention! All units! Pressure them!" The three universal civilizations received the news and immediately took action. They worked together and gradually suppressed the enemy fleet. Many of the World Tree Race experts saw that the subduing Tree King had died in battle, and there was a slight commotion. Due to the loss of the halo amplification, their combat strength had decreased, and the advantage they had obtained before was quickly recovered by the Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. Without the subduing Tree King holding him back, Han Xiao returned to the battlefield where the Beyond Grade as were. He attacked the other World Tree experts like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, quickly bringing an overwhelming victory. Han Xiao's goal was to use the space-time amber to seal the World Tree experts, but it did not go so smoothly. Before the subduing Tree King self-destructed, he had already informed all the high-level combatants of the World Tree on the mental network. When the World Tree experts felt that they could not hold on any longer, they self-destructed without hesitation. The World Tree had suspected that this was the home civilization of the intruder, so they naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. They did not send any foreign experts to participate in the battle, still guarding against the virtual purification that they had yet to figure out. Even so, Han Xiao had the upper hand in terms of strength. After many attempts, he successfully managed to seal a target. Before the other party self-destructed, he beat him up with lightning speed and swallowed him in the amber. freewebnov.com. However, this made the self-destruction of the other World Tree experts even more decisive. Some of them even hugged a Beyond Grade A and tried to blow up their opponents. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the balance of the high-level combatants completely shifted to the three universal civilization side. Balls of explosions lit up the battlefield. Not long after, the last Holy Tree Emissary also self-destructed and died. Only then did the Beyond Grade as retreat from the battlefield and return to the formation behind the three universal civilizations. They stepped into the command ship and almost everyone was injured. Simon stepped forward and exhaled with respect. "Thank you for your hard work. Take a rest first." However, mechanics still have to provide technical support. Han Xiao nodded. Okay, this battle was still underway, but it was time for the main fleet to act. The missions of these high-level combatants were basically completed. This victory is all thanks to you guys, Simon said. We achieved a complete victory in the high-level combatants and killed 100 beyond grade as on the World Tree. We will talk about this after the battle officially ends. With that, he turned back to the command center and continued to control the flow of the battle. The beyond grade as looked at each other and remained silent. Because of Aurora and Black Star, they had only paid the price of 6 beyond grade as to wipe out 100 beyond grade as from the World Tree. From the battle losses alone, it was a complete victory. However, life was not a number. When they thought about how these 6 companions had been chatting with each other not too long ago, many beyond grade as felt sad. The ones who were sacrificed this time were someone else, but the World Tree would always make a comeback. Any of those present could be the next to die. A similar thought appeared in everyone's mind. Although they hoped that they would be able to resurrect through Han Xiao's sanctum, no one dared to guarantee when it would be their turn. Many of them were filled with worry about the uncertain future. Han Xiao turned around and took in everyone's expressions. He said, "Aurora, you did well this time. If not for you, we might have lost half of our total members." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Aurora, and gratitude flashed in their eyes. No matter what, most of the people present had been saved by Aurora more than once today, and they owed her a favor. "I only did my part." Aurora took a deep breath and imitated Han Xiao's humility. Her face was rather pale. This high-intensity battle had drained her life force too much, and her milk was almost used up. Gila felt her heart ache a little, but her face remained expressionless. Han Xiao patted Aurora's shoulder, looked at everyone and said, "This battle will take at least a few days. Everyone is injured. Go and rest for now." Hearing this, no one declined, and they left with their own thoughts, leaving only the direct beyond grade as Manison, Kasui, and the other important members of the association. Manison looked at the 4 blocks of space-time amber beside him. There were 4 World Tree powerhouses sealed inside. "What do you plan to do with these 4? "Seal them first and store them in the interception circle. I'll leave a throne here to supervise it." Han Xiao sighed. He had succeeded 4 times in using the space-time amber, all because of the huge difference in strength. It allowed him to forcefully control the target before sealing them with the space-time amber. Thus, the 4 high-level combatants of the World Tree that he had captured were all ordinary beyond grade as, while there were dozens of similar failures, it was an accomplishment for him to have succeeded even 4 times. The executive officer of the World Tree, the ancestral spirits, and the head of the army were all extremely powerful, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. They had self-destructed too decisively, so he could not catch them at all. The 6 beyond grade as who died on their side were mainly killed by the self-destruction tactics of the World Tree. The dead were ordinary or fragile beyond grade as who died on the spot. Even Aurora could not save them in time. Although he had won the battle between high-level combatants, Han Xiao had also fully felt how difficult it was to deal with the World Tree experts. It was not just their strength that was an issue but also their synchronized mental network and fearless attitude. Even though he had many advantages now, the battle-hardened World Tree was not easy to deal with. He had his own methods, and the other party had all kinds of countermeasures. Although the space-time amber has already proven its characteristics, we still have to prevent the World Tree from cracking its principles. What is impossible for us might not be the case for the World Tree. Manison nodded. He was not confident that the World Tree would be unable to crack the space-time amber. Han Xiao did not say anything and glanced at Gila, gesturing with his eyes. Seeing this, Gila nodded slightly. This was a secret signal between the two of them. Seeing Gila's reaction, Han Xiao knew that Gila had been using the underworld to collect the souls of the deceased. She should have gained a lot, but it was not the time to check. World Tree. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the battle again, his eyes shining with an unknown light. Our high-level combatants have achieved a complete victory. Only 6 of them died, and Black Star even used the space-time amber to capture 4 enemies. In the conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the 3 leaders were currently receiving reports from the front lines and discussing in low voices. Black Star is as strong as ever. Luckily, we have the association's help. Otherwise, Our direct lineage would not have been able to deal with so many enemies. Lewis shook his head. Only 6 people died in battle. Their results are better than I expected. Bruce exhaled. After destroying this wave of attacks from the World Tree, their next wave shouldn't be so quick. They've bought us more time. The Pope also nodded. Although the 3 of them hoped to damage the Beyond Grade as of the association, they were still united against a common enemy. Seeing that their losses were low, they were also happy. However, Gila's underworld is collecting the souls of our soldiers. This is a problem, Lewis said in a deep voice. Bruce lowered his voice. Now is not the time to be calculative. The existence of the underworld was no longer a secret, and the 3 universal civilizations had known about it before the war. They knew that Gila might absorb the soldiers and talents that they had lost in the war, but in the current situation, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. This was akin to poaching. However, for a large number of soldiers that would have actually died in battle, entering the underworld gave them a second lease of life. This was equivalent to reducing the losses of their war capital. Since this was a special situation, the 3 universal civilizations could only acquiesce. The 3 of them were also worried that Gila would use the underworld to take away the Beyond Grade as who had died in battle, but currently not many Beyond Grade as were willing to become heroes who could not be free, with most of them choosing to believe in the Sanctum revival. No matter what, this was a hidden danger, but it was not the time to be calculative. The main problem was dealing with the World Tree civilization, and the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations could do nothing about the underworld. The battle between the 2 fleets lasted a week, and the battlefront had already been stretched to the extreme. The reinforcements from the 3 universal civilizations came in an endless stream, and the rest of the Beyond Grade as would attack together from time to time, gradually turning the tide of the battle in the 3 universal civilizations' favor. The expedition army of the World Tree had been devoured by batches, and they had changed their tactics when the situation was not looking good. They no longer attacked head-on and split up in an attempt to create loopholes in the interception network with their large numbers. At this stage of the war, this wave of attacks had already been declared a failure. To the 3 universal civilizations, the only thing left was to clean up the mess. Although they had defeated the enemy with a small loss and won the battle, the upper echelons were not happy. The revival ability of the World Tree shrouded their hearts like dark clouds. However, no matter how heavy their hearts were, the officers still had to focus on commanding the troops to clean up the mess. Seeing that the battle had come to an end, the 3 universal civilizations finally sent the frontline battle report back to the Galactic Society, promoting this victory and boosting the hearts of the people. Chapter 1342. If you have milk, you're a mother. Chapter 1342. If you have milk, you're a mother. It was no secret that the 3 universal civilizations were resisting the first wave of an invasion. The Galactic Society had known about it the moment the 3 universal civilizations mobilized the various armies and the armed forces of the various civilizations. Because this battle was not broadcast live, no intelligence was sent back. After many days of fermenting, the countless galactic residents that were headed to the central region of the explored universe were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would see news of the 3 universal civilizations being defeated the next day. While the entire Galactic Society was in a state of panic, the 3 universal civilizations' foreign affairs departments, which had been silent for many days, finally reported the results of the battle to the Galactic Society and announced this great victory. The 3 universal civilizations claimed that the attacks of the foreign enemies had been repelled, and they put up a more detailed battle report, announcing the damage ratio of many troops, among which the most eye-catching was the battle results of the high-level combatants. With just 6 people as the price, they had killed more than 100 Beyond Grade as of the enemy. This result made countless people's eyes light up, and they were secretly shocked. Although the 3 universal civilizations had won the battle, they had also lost a fleet of 10 billion. Even so, it was still a commendable victory, and the losses were far lower than the enemy's. However, the battle statistics of Beyond Grade as were many times more outstanding, and they were the troops with the lowest casualty rate. After successfully annihilating the expeditionary army, this great victory boosted the hearts of the people. Most of the frightened galactic residents heaved a sigh of relief, and the panic and fear in their hearts gradually faded. They were filled with excitement and joy, The public opinion that was originally filled with all kinds of worries and panic changed, becoming a trend of praising the three universal civilizations. It was as if loyal supporters had sprouted everywhere overnight. The shocking achievements of the Beyond Grade as were naturally popular topics discussed by the ordinary people, and they were almost unanimously praised. Many galactic residents praised them for their reliable individual strength, as though they had forgotten the hate speeches they used to attack the association. The association seemed to have gone from opposing class who abused their special rights as they wished to become trustworthy guardians of the galactic society, and their image had a 180-degree change. During internal conflicts, many galactic residents did not like the Beyond Grade as and did not stop complaining. However, when faced with a complete victory over the enemy, the galactic residents were proud of their superior combatants. Their long-standing hatred and resentment seemed to have been selectively forgotten, and their attitude changed very smoothly. Of course, there were also those who were deeply rooted in resentment. However, they all cowered at the moment and did not dare to express their usual opinions. They shrunk their necks and silently accepted the protection. Right now, the enemy had yet to retreat, so they did not dare put down their chopsticks and curse. However, for the majority of the galactic residents, when danger came, they would cheer for whoever protected them from invasion. Their unanimous feelings toward the outside temporarily suppressed the class conflict within. A great victory, is it? Dylan did not think so. The huge virtual screen was showing the news reports of the three universal civilizations, and the room was filled with revivers who had joined the association. Due to the previous disagreements, many revivers did not respond to the call and did not participate in this battle. They stayed in the explored universe and did not know how intense the battle at the front line was. They could only watch the battle reports through the news. 6 people sacrificed in exchange for more than 100 casualties. This shouldn't have happened. It seems like Aurora's ability has already reduced the casualties to a very low level. Iger nodded. No matter how low their losses are, the 6 people who died in battle are still dead. There are also members of the association among them. They only lost their lives because they believed Black Star's nonsense. Serves them right. Dylan curled his lips. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. How could such a fierce war not kill people? The sacrifice of those Beyond Grade as was unavoidable, but from an emotional perspective, everyone still felt that it was a pity. Don't say that. After all, they sacrificed themselves to fight against the enemy. Furthermore, with Black Star's sanctum reviving, they can still be resurrected. Iger sighed. Humph, so what if they can be revived through the sanctums? It's just one chance, and they wasted it. When they come back to life, they will have the same thoughts as us sooner or later, Dylan said with disdain. Iger had no way to refute that. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't we still have the underworld to protect us? Tisk, do you really like losing your freedom? I even suspect that Black Star is urging us to join the battle. His other goal is to let us die in battle and enter the underworld, indirectly strengthening his forces." Humph, a bad guy. Dylan snorted. Black Star shouldn't be such a person. Iger shook his head. Are you very close to him? Can you guarantee what he's thinking? Dylan demanded impatiently. Whose side are you on? If you like speaking up for Black Star so much, why don't you just roll behind him? Why are you obediently accepting whatever sh*t he does? What are you saying? Furthermore, Black Star doesn't need to sh*t. Iger's mouth twitched, but he was not angry. He was already used to Dylan's foul mouth. Dylan retracted his gaze and snorted. This is only the first wave of attacks. The enemy will invade again, and more Beyond Grade as will die in battle. If we join the battle, we will end up like this sooner or later. It's not easy to obtain a new life, so I'm not willing to work for the 3 universal civilizations. Are you planning to watch the enemy invade? Iger frowned. Humph, I'm not going to get involved in this. If the 3 universal civilizations can win, I'll stay. If they can't, where can't I go in the universe? My elven holy land is gone, and my consorts have been divided. What's there for me to miss? Dylan scratched his nose. Okay, you're good. Iger was speechless. He shook his head and walked out of the room. He hesitated for a moment before taking out his communicator and dialing Oathkeeper's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. "What is it?" Biger hesitated for a moment before saying, "Regarding Black Star's appeal, I would like to ask for your opinion." He was actually a little confused as well. After all, Dylan was not completely unreasonable. For the revivers, it was not a bad choice to be alone. However, Biger still could not make up his mind, so he wanted to ask Oathkeeper for his opinion. Oathkeeper's persistence over the years had earned him the respect of all the revivers. After all, he was once a comrade and an old friend of many years. He had a great position in their hearts and was more trustworthy than Black Star. Oathkeeper also knew that the revivers did not respond to Han Xiao's call, so he immediately understood what Biger was asking. He pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "I suggest you join the battle and give it your all." Seeing that Biger did not say anything, Oathkeeper continued. "I know you're worried about the risks, but Black Star has his own plans, and he does not treat you as sacrifices. The underworld is not all of his trump cards, and he has prepared other paths of retreat for you. Furthermore, you guys have made a mistake. The compromise with the three universal civilizations does not mean that the battle between the Beyond Grade has ended. Black Star is still working hard for this goal, and external enemies are an opportunity." "I don't really understand." Biger frowned. "It's not convenient for me to explain this matter too clearly. If you're willing to believe me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be afraid of death. Black Star will always have a way to make you open your eyes again." Oathkeeper shook his head. Without Black Star's approval, it was not convenient for him to reveal the truth of the unlimited Sanctum revivals. Furthermore, it would be suspicious if he told the truth. Wu Ziaworld.site only. Oathkeeper had heard about the plan from Han Xiao and knew that Black Star needed a reviver who dared to die in battle as an example. If all the revivers did not participate in the battle, Black Star would lack the material to show the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it was not suitable to directly tell the revivers to die. After all, even if there was a Sanctum revival, their strength would decrease after reviving. Not many people were willing to do so, and people's hearts were always fickle, so they could only urge them to join the battle. After all, as long as they went to the front lines, Oathkeeper believed that Black Star would definitely be able to find a way to get the revivers killed. "Let me think about it." Biger hung up the communication and pondered over Oathkeeper's hint. After pondering for a while, he made up his mind. Oathkeeper's suggestion definitely had a reason. It was better to go to the front line to take a look. Even if they were to participate in the battle, there was still Aurora on the battlefield, so the danger should not be that high. In the large conference room that blocked the main base, many Beyond Grade who were participating in the battle gathered. At the conference table were Simon and the other commanders, as well as the remote projections of the three Universal Civilizations leaders. After many days of fighting, this World Tree expedition team had been defeated, and the three Universal Civilizations were only left with the job of cleaning up the mess. The three leaders had arrived to reward these Beyond Grade The direct Beyond Grade had their own internal rewards, but the rewards for the association members were different. They were basically directly given material rewards. This was an agreement that Han Xiao had made with the three Universal Civilizations long ago, since the association would not provide high-level combatants for free. "Your contributions have been recorded. According to the agreement that His Excellency Black Star has made with us, we will compensate you accordingly. This is the list of resources we have reserved." Marbruce called out the virtual screen and opened a list interface. Various exchangeable items were displayed on it for everyone present. Han Xiao took a look and nodded slightly. Many of the items there were strategic resources that were not open to the public under normal circumstances. This time, all of them were opened for exchange without hiding anything. This method was basically the same as the players exchanging faction contribution points for equipment, but the difference was that many Beyond Grade did not have an interface to display their contribution points. At this moment, Lewis pondered for a moment and said, "In order to express our sincerity, you can choose the different universal treasures in our inventory as remuneration based on your merits. It will be the same in the future." Hearing this, the eyes of many Beyond Grade lit up with joy. Many people did not even have a single universal treasure, but now that they had a channel to acquire them, they were pleasantly surprised. Even those who had universal treasures did not mind having more of such equipment. Yo, you've invested a lot. Han Xiao raised his brows. Every Beyond Grade A participating in the battle would have at least one, and it was not a small number. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain the qualifications every time they fought in the future. Even if the 3 universal civilizations had a lot of universal treasures in their inventory, they would not be able to afford such a production. After all, Beyond Grade As could choose for themselves, and they would definitely start choosing from the best. However, on second thought, Han Xiao understood the 3 universal civilizations plan. In any case, they had to distribute universal treasures to the participants every time they fought, so they might as well give out their ownership rights to all of them. At the same time, they could also motivate the Beyond Grade As to fight. After all, if the Beyond Grade As were gone, there would be no point in keeping some universal treasures for their own use. The other 3 universal civilizations might have another idea, which was to use the reward to attract the revivers of the association to join the battle. Han Xiao knew what kind of sh*t they were brewing the moment they stuck their butts out. However, there was no need to stop them. Han Xiao was also glad that the 3 universal civilizations were willing to bleed themselves. He could not possibly ask the other Beyond Grade As who had contributed to the war to reject this reward. Everyone rubbed their palms and picked out the universal treasures they liked on the list. However, there were also a few Beyond Grade As who made different choices. They surrounded Aurora and smiled kindly. We owe you a favor this time. Do you have any universal treasures you want? I can help you choose. Aurora was stunned, waving her hands. There's no need for that. There's no need to be modest. You deserve this. Milizhao's magic power avatar revealed a loving smile. As a huge target, be it the enemy's hit rate or his own healer's hit rate, it was extremely high for him. This time, he was the happiest being healed by Aurora. I really don't have any needs. Aurora was helpless. This was the truth. With a treasure like the underworld and a boss that could mass-produce universal treasures, why would she need to farm anything herself? She really did not need the universal treasures of the 3 universal civilizations. The Beyond Grade As around looked at him with envy. This was understandable. After all, this battle had already proved that if they wanted to survive on the battlefield, the healer was the most important. Some Beyond Grade As would rather give up the chance to acquire universal treasures to please Aurora. Furthermore, this nanny's healing ability was limited. If he did not build a good relationship with her, the amount of milk he would receive after the battle would not be comparable to others. Han Xiao glanced at Aurora, who was the center of attention. Tisk, so this is what it means to be a mother with milk. After cursing in his mind, Han Xiao looked at the list casually, but he did not find anything that could move his heart. He had a deep foundation now, so he did not care too much about the universal treasures provided by the 3 universal civilizations. The main storyline branch mission of this battle had been completed. Although it was a drop in the ocean to him, the EXP reward this time was very rich according to the player's standards. Countless army players had received a large amount of EXP, which was the biggest benefit to him. The faster the players reached the maximum level, the quicker they would be able to spend their experience elsewhere, which would lead to his own experience reserves filling up. Han Xiao thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. After defeating the enemy this time, a large number of high-level combatants will need time to revive. With me here, the World Tree probably won't dare send an expert from another race over, so their next wave of attacks won't arrive so soon. Should I take this opportunity to go to the Sanctum? The time flow in the Sanctums was different from in the main universe. The last time he entered the 3rd Sanctum, he had spent 3 months. Even if his authority in the 1st Sanctum was higher, he would spend quite a bit of time. Taking the chance while the World Tree did not invade, it would be good for him to enter a Sanctum. He would probably not miss out on any matters. Han Xiao planned to enter the Sanctum this time not only to revive the 6 victims but also to revive many Beyond Grade As in history. For example, the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance. This was a deal that he had agreed to. When the World Tree revived the high-level combat units, he would naturally have to expand the size of his people. It's a pity that the revivers did not participate in this war, or I would have been able to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it's fine if I don't expose it now. The war is still in its early stages, and if I expose it too early, the three universal civilizations might have other thoughts. When the two sides are fighting so hard that they don't have extra energy to think about anything, maybe it will be the best time to expose it. However, he still had to use Destiny's Child to monitor it and confirm that the World Tree would not take any further actions for the time being. Only then would he be able to enter the Sanctum with ease. Meanwhile, in the Tree King Palace of the World Tree Civilization, the 4 high-level combatants have been captured alive. The mental network has been cut off. Although the World Tree connection still exists, we can no longer monitor their condition. Executive Two Leaf was expressionless as he reported the situation of the 4 World Tree powerhouses that were sealed by the spacetime amber. The Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes and revealed an interested expression. Interesting. Does the enemy this time have such a method to capture us alive? It's not simple. Maybe it's a space wonder item. Can we track it? Yes, the Mother Tree's connection power is still transmitted to the individual, but it is isolated by something unknown and cannot penetrate. It is unable to sense the state of those 4 people. Following the broken information state trajectory, we can confirm that the coordinates of those 4 people are near the Expeditionary Army battlefield. Try to take them back next time and see what caught them alive. Throw them into the Mother Tree for analysis. The Heart Tree King waved his hand. When will the next operation begin? The executive asked. There's no hurry. The enemy's recovery type Esper is very difficult to deal with, which is why the effect of this exchange is not good. However, no matter how poor the battle results are, it's still an exchange. The enemy has already lost a few high-level combatants, so we have the advantage. The Heart Tree King rubbed the armrest and paused before continuing. Let's wait for the high-level combatants on our side to revive first. We need to plan how to get rid of that recovery type Esper. If we don't kill this person, our strategy will be greatly reduced. If the method really doesn't work, then let's not waste time and just launch an all-out attack. As long as we attack their territory, the Mother Tree will be able to eat to its heart's content. Chapter 1343, Fertile Underworld. Chapter 1343, Fertile Underworld. Not long after, the Beyond Grade has finished selecting the reward that they wanted. The leaders of the 3 universal civilizations gave them some more encouragement before ending the meeting. The group walked out of the room and returned to their own activity room. At this time, Han Xiao clapped his hands twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, I have something to announce. I might be carrying out the Sanctum revival soon and bring back the 6 Beyond Grade as who died in this battle. Everyone was stunned for a moment before becoming excited. So fast. Kasui blinked in surprise. He was someone who knew about the Sanctums and knew that opening a Sanctum was not easy. He had always thought that Han Xiao would wait for more people to die before pulling them back. This was more cost-effective. However, only 6 of them had died, and he was going to use the Sanctum revival. This was out of his expectations. It's all right. This is part of the plan. Han Xiao waved his hands. The intense battle this time made many Beyond Grade as tense. Using the Sanctum revival to pull back the victims could boost their morale. After all, although the revival of the Beyond Grade as of history was shocking, it was better to let everyone witness the revival of the dead. At the same time, this was also an opportunity for him to show his stance. The fact that he could not wait to revive the sacrificial victims would make most people feel at ease, and they would feel that they would receive the same treatment. After all, the other Beyond Grade as did not know the price of the Sanctum revival, and the more relaxed Han Xiao acted, the more confident they would be. I don't think those 6 guys want to revive so quickly. Maybe they'll die again. Why don't we let them sleep a little longer? Sun Hunter muttered softly. Han Xiao turned to glance at him, and Sun Hunter immediately shut up. Hearing this, many Beyond Grade as had strange expressions. In the eyes of everyone, the Sanctum revival only gave them one chance. It would be best for them if they could avoid some battles during the time of death. But from the perspective of others, they could not wait for the dead experts to come back and share the pressure. There were also some Beyond Grade as who could not help but glance at Gila. If not for Black Star's reliable performance, they would have even thought that Black Star's goal of reviving the dead was to quickly bring these people who had used the sanctum to the underworld. Han Xiao took in everyone's expressions and could naturally guess what they were thinking. Anyway, it's settled. I'm not only going to revive the victims this time, but I'm also planning to revive some historical experts and expand the size of the high-level combatants to share more of the pressure. I see. That's not bad. Everyone nodded in agreement. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Han Xiao's communicator rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Baiger. Han Xiao picked up the call. Baiger, why are you looking for me? Baiger got straight to the point. Black Star, the revivers and I have decided to fight on the front line with you guys and respond to your call to participate in the war. Eh? Why so suddenly? Han Xiao was stunned. The beyond grade as around stopped talking and listened. Due to the difference in their opinions, the revivers did not participate in the war and watched them fight the enemy at the front lines. Although they did not say anything, they naturally had some opinions about the revivers. Even if they understood the mentality of the revivers, they were still dissatisfied. Although Black Star said that he would wait for the revivers to change their minds, in the eyes of everyone, the chances of the revivers responding to the call was too low. Therefore, everyone was very curious about why Baiger suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the rewards from the 3 universal civilizations had attracted them? That should not be the case. These revivers had seen all kinds of good things. Furthermore, the reward had been distributed just earlier, so the news should not have been sent back. Could it be that the huge victory and extremely low losses had given the revivers confidence? Ahem. I've been thinking about it recently. Since we're all comrades of the Beyond Grade A United Front, we need to advance and retreat together. We can't just watch you guys fight with your lives on the line. Furthermore, you're right, Black Star. We're all born in this galaxy, and it's not time to abandon our homeland. I've decided to do my part. Han Xiao was skeptical. While these words sounded righteous, he did not believe them. He did not think that these old people would suddenly become hot-blooded. Did Oathkeeper give him a hint? Han Xiao put on a gratified expression and said with a smile, "You made the right choice. Like I said, no matter when you change your mind, you're welcome to fight alongside us." That's great. Kasui smiled. Everyone also expressed their welcome. With Baiger's declaration, the dissatisfaction of the Beyond Grade as present toward the revivers disappeared, and they felt much better. This time, Han Xiao asked, "By the way, did Dylan say anything?" "He said USH*T ahem. He said he doesn't want to die," Baiger said helplessly. Same old, same old. I don't think he will change his mind. Forget it then. Let's not bother with him for now. Han Xiao shook his head. After understanding what had happened to Dylan, he could understand why Dylan was so determined not to help the 3 universal civilizations. After all, due to the tragedy of the Pinnacles, this guy was in such a terrible state that it was beyond appalling. After giving a few words of encouragement, Han Xiao hung up the call, walked out of the room, found a private location, and dialed Oathkeeper's number. Very soon, Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. Han Xiao got straight to the point. "Did you say something to Baiger?" "Oh, is he preparing to fight?" Oathkeeper nodded. "I did give him a hint." After Han Xiao heard that, he smiled and said, "You're quite good. Although I don't need the revivers to be the material to reveal the truth of the Sanctum Revival, I don't mind having more of them. These revivers were not the only sources to reveal the truth of the Sanctum Revival." Han Xiao had long considered the possibility that these revivers would not participate in the battle, and he had already made many preparations. This time, the direct descendants who had entered the Sanctum Revival and brought back a portion of the advanced civilizations were actually a backup plan. After all, the direct descendants' mentality was different, and they would most likely continue to accept the orders of the civilization and risk their lives to enter the battlefield. This way, when these revived direct descendants died in battle, he would have the materials to show the truth of the Sanctum Revival. He did not need the previous revivers. Although Baiger had decided to join the battle, Han Xiao did not intend to change his plan. He still had to make more than one plan. These thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, and he asked the most important question. "How's the collection of the Sanctum keys?" Not bad. The resources given by the 3 universal civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance have made up for many materials. The first Sanctum Key has already been collected, and the third Sanctum Key is almost complete as well. Other than the 6th Sanctum, the other Sanctum Keys have reached more than 75%. Oathkeeper sent the data, and Han Xiao could not help but smile. Although there was only one complete Sanctum Key, it did not mean that the progress would be reduced to 0 after it was used up. Other than some materials that were extremely difficult to obtain, most of the other materials were repeated. The 3 universal civilizations had quite a lot of them in their inventory and provided them in bulk. Han Xiao looked at the list of materials. Even if he used up the first Sanctum Key, his progress would only fall back to 70% to 80% at most. As long as he obtained a few more crucial rare materials, he would be able to obtain another key to the first sanctum. Not bad, not bad, Han Xiao muttered subconsciously. Seeing that he was focusing on the list, Oathkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed. Black Star was distracted. This was a good opportunity. Humph, work hard. On behalf of the organization, click. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to finish, Han Xiao decisively hung up the communication with a sneer. Wanna ambush me? T. Beep beep beep. The communicator rang. Han Xiao moved his lips, took a deep breath, and carefully received the call. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that it was not Oathkeeper who appeared on the screen, so he stopped. Herberlin, I received your battle report. This is unbelievable. How did you guys do it? The electronic image of Herberlin showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. Herberlin did not participate in this battle. His body had not been fully adjusted, and he would definitely be recognized by the World Tree. Han Xiao was afraid of unexpected variables, so it was not convenient to let him participate in the first battle. He would only be at ease at sending Herberlin to battle when the information connection of both sides became irreversible. Are you referring to the damage to the high-level combatants? Han Xiao rubbed his chin and teased. If I have to say it, it can only be attributed to my wisdom and strength. He only meant it as a joke, but he did not expect Herberlin to nod with a serious expression. Indeed, without you, the 3 universal civilizations would not have such achievements. Han Xiao opened his mouth but did not know what to say. I didn't expect you to be such a bootlicker. I thought that even if you guys could defeat the World Tree, it would be a miserable victory. I didn't expect you guys to be so strong. Herberlin was a little excited. Because the Karma Republic had lost too badly, Herberlin had a very deep trauma regarding the World Tree. However, the report of this great victory gave him confidence. He saw hope for this universal civilization in defeating the World Tree, and there was indeed a chance to take revenge by clinging on to this civilization. Thus, he was finally willing. If there are any tough battles in the future, you must use my strength. Herberlin's expression became solemn. All right, even if you don't tell me, I won't let you stay idle. Han Xiao could only give him a few words of encouragement before hanging up. As soon as he put away the communicator, footsteps sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned around and saw Hila walking over. Do you have time now? Come with me to the underworld. Hila had a cold expression on her face as she slowly said, if you don't go now, those newly accepted hero spirits will probably rebel. All right, let's go. Fruobnovel.com. Han Xiao nodded, changed into his king suit, and disappeared. Numerous newborn hero spirits stood on the pitch-black ground with blank expressions on their faces. Their memories were still fixed on the scene before their death, and the pain in their bodies seemed to have yet to disappear. Their vision blurred, and they arrived in this space. Where is this? Why am I here? I should have been blown up. Why am I still alive? Wait, what's wrong with my body? Why can't I feel anything? The commotion quickly spread, and the countless hero spirit became more and more flustered. They questioned each other while observing the surroundings, wanting to understand the current situation. These newborn hero spirits came from different civilizations and organizations. There were all kinds of species, and many of them were genuine soldiers. They were all vigilantly observing the hero spirits around them. At this moment, streams of light suddenly gathered above everyone. condensing into Onisalu's figure. She had a warm smile on her face. Everyone, this is the underworld. You have already sacrificed yourselves on the battlefield, but you have not died completely. Your souls have been brought here, reborn, and become the hero spirits of this place. The voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the power of the underworld. Countless newborn spirits looked up at Onisalu in shock. We really sacrificed ourselves. I thought it was just a dream. Only with permission can we leave the underworld. So, we've lost our freedom and become slaves? Countless hero spirits were instantly in an uproar. They had become someone else's slave without any mental preparation, and they could not accept it immediately. This feeling was like being forcefully sold. They had no freedom to reject and could only follow the arrangements of others. Furthermore, the other party had taken their souls while they were dying in battle. The feeling it gave off was as though they were taking advantage of the situation. It was literally picking up corpses. Many people were furious. Let me out. No matter who you are, I will not be your slave. Control my soul? Don't even think about it. The countless newborn hero spirits roared in unison, and their voices were extremely shocking, as if they were going to shatter the earth. However, Onisalu's expression did not change. She only made a zipping motion with her fingers. The next second, the entire world fell silent. No matter how the newborn hero spirits roared, they could not make a sound. Looking at the shocked and furious faces of the new hero spirits, Onisalu shook her head and explained, "In the underworld, I am the absolute ruler. Your mobility is controlled by me. Furthermore, you have no combat power in your soul form state." However, the more this was the case, the more furious the new hero spirits became. Unable to make a sound, they used their actions to indicate that they wanted to escape. However, Onisalu only changed her hand gesture, and this area was isolated from the outside world, becoming a loop space. Once the newborn hero spirits crossed the border, they would return from the other side, never leaving very soon. Countless new hero spirits lost all hope and stopped trying to escape. They stared at Onisalu with rage. Swoosh! However, at this moment, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Han Xiao and Gila. Countless hero spirits immediately turned around and were stunned. No one present did not recognize Black Star. What's going on here? Han Xiao realized something was wrong the moment he arrived. He turned to look at Onisalu and asked, "Did you rob them of their voices?" "Yes, because they were a little angry. I didn't have time to explain everything," Onisalu replied. "It's all right, I'm already here. Release their seal." Han Xiao waved his hands. Onisalu did as she was told, and the new hero spirits immediately returned to normal. However, they did not continue making a ruckus. All of them looked at Han Xiao with different expressions. Han Xiao's reputation was extremely high. When they saw him appear, most of the new hero spirits quickly calmed down. They did not trust Onisalu, but they trusted Black Star. "Oh, you're quite self-aware." Han Xiao glanced at them and was instantly amused. He was so popular that just showing his face had stabilized their emotions. At this moment, a newborn hero spirit loudly asked, "Black Star, were you the one who brought us here?" Hearing this, Han Xiao looked down at him and realized that he was an officer of the dynasty. He shook his head, patted Gila beside him, and said, "Gila and Aurora are the masters of the underworld. I asked them to use the underworld to save the soldiers who were sacrificed in the war. This is how you guys came about." Without waiting for the new hero spirits to question him, Han Xiao continued, "Only beyond grade as can enjoy the Sanctum revival. If you do not meet the requirements, you will really die if you die in battle. However, all of you are precious talents of the Galactic Society, and I could not bear to see you all die so easily. The underworld is my only way to save all of you, so I had no choice but to do so. Now that the enemies are watching, every bit of strength is extremely important. This is to protect our limited armed forces. The three universal civilizations are also aware of this, and they support this plan. Although they would lose their freedom if they became underworld hero spirits, it was better than sacrificing themselves. Here, they could still shine for the Galactic Society and return to the battlefield to fight the enemies. However, please understand that we have never thought of you as slaves. I hereby promise that when the war ends, if any of you are unwilling to stay in the underworld, I can remove your hero spirit status and let you rest in peace. After he finished speaking, the crowd became restless. The expressions of the new hero spirits changed, and their emotions were extremely complicated. Some were conflicted, some were glad, and some were relieved. However, no matter what they thought, the anger in their hearts slowly dissipated and calmed down. Onisalu was a stranger, so her words did not make sense. However, Black Star was someone that the entire Galactic Society knew, so his words were trustworthy. Anyway, they were already there, and there was no way for them to resist, so they had no choice but to accept this reality. Furthermore, Black Star had promised them that they could choose to remove the underworld's control in the future and not become slaves forever. Although they did not know if Black Star would keep his promise, they could only trust. Furthermore, after calming down, not many people really wanted to rest in peace. This kind of situation was better than dying completely. Seeing the newborn hero spirits quiet down, Han Xiao turned to look at Gila and shrugged. Alright, my job is done. Make arrangements for these people. He had only gone there to appease the newborn hero spirits. With his high reputation and legendary points in the explored universe, no one was more suitable for this job than him. In other words, his position in the explored universe was comparable to the fruit of face, and he could stabilize the morale of the army. Alright, Gila did not waste her words. She turned around and communicated with the new hero spirits, talking in detail. Han Xiao looked at the endless sea of people and exhaled. War was indeed an opportunity for the rapid growth of the underworld. After looting so many hero spirits, he had stolen countless talents from the various large factions. Their value was extraordinary, and if he wanted to make all of them work. Han Xiao clicked his tongue, suddenly feeling a little worried about Aurora's breasts. Such an expenditure of milk. I feel like she'll become flat-chested in the future. Chapter 1344, Balance and Entry. Chapter 1344, Balance and Entry. A day later, in the conference room of the three universal civilizations. You plan to use the Sanctum Revival and recall our direct descendants? Bruce, Lewis, and the Pope opened their eyes wide and stared at Han Xiao's remote projection in shock. Han Xiao spread out his hands and said with a serious expression, "The World Tree has plenty of experts. Due to their special mechanism, their beyond grade as will not decrease, and they have been accumulating to their current size. Because of wars and other reasons, we have lost many beyond grade as, although we managed to repel a wave of attacks from the World Tree this time, they did not bring out all their high-level combatants. We have to increase our beyond grade as to slowly reverse the disadvantage of individual strength." The three leaders looked at each other in surprise. When they signed the agreement, they did not make a condition that Black Star must revive the direct descendants. They knew that the Beyond Grade A Association was still wary of the three universal civilizations. Even if there were foreign enemies, Black Star might not awaken their direct descendants and increase his competitor's strength. Thus, when Black Star took the initiative to mention this, the three of them were pleasantly surprised. Regardless of whether Black Star wanted to share the pressure of the association members or purely for the sake of the war, this method was beneficial to them. The direct beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations, including the national pillars at the level of Claudia and Ulu, were guardians of different eras. If they could summon all of them, it would be a huge supplement to the high-level combatants of the three universal civilizations. This is a wise choice. I'm glad to see that you're willing to consider the big picture. Bruce was full of praise. Han Xiao paid his praise no mind. He raised his finger and said, "However, there is one condition. These resurrected direct descendants must join the front lines." Of course, Lewis nodded. He understood what Han Xiao meant. It was impossible for them to let the resurrected direct descendants sit back and watch the association members fight to the death. Alright, we have a consensus. Let's talk about the cost. Han Xiao put down his hands. Cost? Do you think this is free? Han Xiao raised his brows. Not at all, tell me the price. The Pope shook his head. Because Black Star's act of suddenly providing help was a little righteous, the three of them almost thought that it was free. However, they all came back to their senses now and knew that with Black Star's personality, it was impossible for him to let go of this opportunity to make a huge profit. Although both parties were currently in a partnership to resist the foreign enemy, the services that should be paid for would not be free. After all, they were only allies. The three of them did not have any objections to this. Now was the time to beg for help. It was not easy for them to have the opportunity to revive their direct descendants. No matter how high the cost was, they had to pay it. Han Xiao opened the virtual screen, made a list and sent it to the three of them. The three of them quickly browsed through the list. The list was filled with all kinds of resources, materials and weapons. Although it was expensive, it was within an acceptable range. You want these things? That's right. This is the price for the Sanctum Revival. Sure. Marbruce agreed. Han Xiao nodded. There were materials for the Sanctum Key in the list. He could use the 3 universal civilizations to gather materials and provide him with access to the Sanctum. This was equivalent to spending the 3 universal civilizations' money to increase his Sanctum authority. When do you plan to start? Lewis asked. Destiny's Child Surveillance has already confirmed that the World Tree civilization will not make any big movements in the near future. I will use the Sanctum Revival soon. Han Xiao nodded, then paused and said, also, when I use the Sanctum Revival, I will temporarily leave the main universe for about 3 months. During that time, I will be out of contact. During my absence, Gila will be in charge of relaying the information of Destiny's Child surveillance channels. 3 months. Their hearts sank. If the World Tree did something during this period without Black Star, there might be variables. The three of them suddenly realized that they had unknowingly developed a certain amount of reliance on Black Star. Ever since they discovered the World Tree, Black Star's actions had given them most of their current advantages, and he had accumulated a lot of trust. He was a special consultant, and to a certain extent, the three of them treated Han Xiao as their backbone in dealing with the World Tree civilization. Without Black Star, they subconsciously felt less confident. If you're worried that the World Tree will send the Tree King again, you can let Wernos participate in the battle. With his ability, it won't be a problem for him to stop a Tree King, Han Xiao said. In his previous life, Wernos did not participate in the war, and this time he was still one of the few beyond grade as who had not been recruited. It was very strange. Han Xiao was also very curious why the Arcane Church did not send this B***starred out. Even if his main body did not go to war, he could have sent a few god embodiments. There are some special reasons. It's not convenient for him to make a move. The Pope shook his head. What special reason is more important than the threat of the World Tree? Han Xiao raised his brows. When he fought with Han Xiao, he was full of energy. But when it was time to face the enemies, he had all kinds of excuses. Could it be that Wernos was the type of person who was submissive to the outside world and domineering toward his side? In any case, there are some reasons. The Pope kept his mouth shut and suddenly changed the topic. By the way, can you unseal the 10,000 deity scepter? Wernos is not participating in the battle and still wants me to unseal his weapon? Even if we don't let him use it, the 10,000 deity scepter is still a powerful weapon against individual strengths. We'll see. Han Xiao did not comment. The 10,000 deity scepter could indeed increase the combat power of high-level combatants, but he did not intend to unseal it yet. After a pause, he said, I need to obtain some mediums related to the revival target. Which direct descendants do you want to revive? Give me their mediums in the next few days. The three of them nodded. They were also organizing people to study the sanctums, and this was the first time they had heard that the sanctum revival required a medium. However, it made sense when they thought about it. If they did not need a medium, then even the beyond grade as of other unknown civilizations could be revived at will. One more thing, Han Xiao said. This time, I will revive a portion of the direct members of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The trio's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the three of them thought of many things and subconsciously thought that this was Black Star's way of keeping them in check. Resurrecting the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations was a threat to the Beyond Grade A Association. Thus, Black Star deliberately revived the direct descendants of the Superstar Cluster Alliance, forming a tripartite balance that hindered the three universal civilizations. This method could also explain the reason for reviving the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. In consideration of the war situation, the three of them, as the beneficiaries of this reason, had no way of rebutting. Don't think too much about it. I just made a deal with the Superstar Cluster Alliance in the past, and I don't intend to go against this deal, Han Xiao replied casually, ignoring the gazes of the three. Of course. The three of them adjusted their mentality and regained their composure. Many of the historical members of the Superstar Cluster Alliance had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles, and the hatred between the two sides was deeply rooted. Once they revived, it would definitely be troublesome. However, the Sanctum revival was controlled by Black Star, so they could only accept this change. Furthermore, the three of them believed that as long as their own direct descendants revived, they would not have to worry about the Superstar Cluster Alliance causing trouble. Both parties quickly came to an agreement. Just as Han Xiao was about to end the communication, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, how's the progress of the Secondary Dimension Expedition team? There were some losses, but we still did not find anything." Bruce shook his head. Han Xiao sighed. The World Tree civilization still did not know that they had sent out troops to search for their main body. The Secondary Dimension Expedition team was the true game-changer of the three universal civilizations. After meeting the leaders of the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao immediately went to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. At this time, all the leaders of the Superstar Cluster civilizations were in the room, staring at Han Xiao. "Black Star, we were just talking about you. The results of your battle are shocking. If we didn't know your capabilities, we would have thought that the enemy this time is very weak." The leaders of the civilizations praised him. "It wasn't too bad. It's mainly because the Beyond Grade as are working together," Han Xiao replied casually. He observed the expressions of the leaders of the civilizations present and quickly calculated. Based on his understanding of the Superstar Cluster civilizations, these people were most likely waiting for the three universal civilizations and the World Tree to both suffer so that they could ascend. Thus, they might not be too happy to see such low losses. He remembered that in his previous life, the Superstar Cluster Alliance even had a plan, which was to take the opportunity when the three universal civilizations were fighting the World Tree to leave the explored universe with their own civilization and escape in the middle of the war. They thought that the three universal civilizations would not have the energy to stop them and could only watch them leave. However, after completely experiencing the perverted nature of the World Tree civilization, the Superstar Cluster Alliance understood that it was like drinking poison to quench their thirst. In the end, they did not use this plan and wholeheartedly cooperated with the three universal civilizations to fight the enemy. Han Xiao estimated that the Superstar Cluster Alliance most likely had similar thoughts at present. After being bullied by the three universal civilizations for so long, it was impossible for them to not have considered this route. While he was thinking, the Star Arc civilization leader knocked on the table and asked, "Black Star, why did you contact us this time?" Han Xiao composed himself and said, "I'm here to fulfill the agreement." "Which agreement?" "I promised to revive 10 of your direct Beyond Grade as now is the time." The moment he said that, the leaders of the civilizations were overjoyed. After coming to an agreement, the Superstar Cluster Alliance quickly collected the revival fees and handed them all to Han Xiao. However, Black Star would decide when the revival would take place. They did not know how long Black Star would take, but they had already paid the deposit, so they could only wait patiently. It was finally time. This backup was worth it. Indeed, everything came at the end of fawning. The Star Arc civilization leader suppressed his excitement and said, "Got it. What should we prepare?" "I need some mediums." Han Xiao repeated his explanation to the three universal civilizations, and everyone nodded. After explaining, Han Xiao looked at everyone's expressions, smiled, and said, "One more thing. I will still give you 10 slots in the next revival. You will still need to buy them. You can discuss if you want to add more." "Of course we accept," the Star Arc civilization leader immediately said. 10 slots were far from enough to revive all the Beyond Grade as in the history of the Superstar Cluster civilizations. Since Black Star was willing to sell another 10 slots, there was naturally no reason to reject him. You don't have to be in a hurry to bid. It won't be too late even after I bring these revivers back. Han Xiao waved his hands. The two of them exchanged a few more words before hanging up. The leaders of the civilizations were the only ones left in the conference room, and their faces were finally filled with joy. When our direct descendants return, our plan will have a much higher chance. Black Star has done us a huge favor this time. The Star Arc civilization leader took a deep breath. What they did not know was that Black Star only gave them 10 slots each time, but the number of slots sold to the 3 universal civilizations was unlimited. 2 days later, somewhere in the ancient star desert, the Holy Accord organization spaceship was hovering in the starry sky, preheating the equipment and preparing to open the Sanctum channel. Han Xiao remained in the main ship, talking to Gila and the other upper echelons. While I'm using the Sanctum revival, the army will be under your command. Preserve your strength. If the World Tree makes a move, Aurora, you will have to pay attention to your own safety. It'd be best to convince Manison, Kasui, and the others to be your bodyguards for the time being. The World Tree has lost quite a number of experts. They won't revive too quickly, so the intensity of the following battle shouldn't be too high. Don't worry, I can protect myself now. Aurora nodded. However, just in case, if anything happens, you guys should evacuate. I've provided Herberlin with some kings. Although he hasn't joined the battle yet, if there's any danger, he will use his mechanical force to teleport you guys away. After giving some instructions to the officers, Han Xiao hung up. If you're done, shall I begin? Oathkeeper asked. Start. Han Xiao nodded. As the order was passed down, rays of light shot out from the Holy Accord spaceship and entered the key of the first sanctum. Very soon, a familiar scene appeared again. The 6 doors of light appeared, and only one of them was left, which turned into the passageway of the first sanctum. Han Xiao took a deep breath and charged into the sanctum passageway. The next moment, the door of light shrank rapidly, and a thin beam of light flashed past like when an old television was switched off. Before all the onlookers, the sanctum passageway disappeared along with Han Xiao. Oathkeeper exhaled. The annoying fellow is gone. I can finally experience what it feels like to be in charge again. Chapter 1345, Plunder and Thoughts. Chapter 1345, Plunder and Thoughts. The tunnel filled with endless streams of light seemed to be able to travel through time. Han Xiao's senses became hazy and blurry, as if his mind had sunk into an old dream. After an unknown period of time, his vision cleared up, and he regained consciousness. He looked around and realized that he was in a boundless white world with countless light orbs floating around. He had a deep impression of this scene. Phew, I got in. Freebnovel.com. Han Xiao calmed his mind and made a grabbing motion at the collapsing tunnel. A surge of energy emerged from his body and turned into a mark on his palm. The sanctum channel immediately stabilized. He retracted his palm and looked at it. This mark was formed by 8 patterns. It was LV8 clearance of the first sanctum. I have to hurry. Han Xiao calmed himself down and immediately started to move. This was his second time entering the sanctum, so he was already familiar with it. The longer he stayed in the sanctum, the more time would pass in the outside world. The last time he entered the third sanctum, he had wasted a lot of time testing the functions of the sanctum. This time there was no need. His actions had a purpose. Han Xiao took out many mediums and called for the sanctum to revive. Beams of light gathered and condensed into a sanctum revival mark in front of him, floating quietly. He touched it, and the sanctum revival mark fused into his palm, turning into a tattoo-like mark. After checking the revival targets in the imprint, Han Xiao nodded. Without any delay, he started to touch the various information form light spheres to gather different information. The information stored in the first sanctum was closely related to mechanical technology, and it contained the high-level blueprints developed by countless generations of civilizations. Most of them were universal treasures meant for mechanics. The value of this information to Han Xiao far exceeded the value of the third sanctum. Han Xiao's authority level in the first sanctum was higher than that in the third sanctum, and he could store more memory. He could take away more technological information in one go, so there was no reason for him to let go of such an opportunity. The technologies of the final civilizations of various iterations entered Han Xiao's mind one after another, slowly reaching the upper limit of his memory capacity. Finally full. The memory capacity of a rank 8 authority is quite high. Han Xiao's plundering stopped, and he was rather excited. This wave of plundering was a huge supplement to his technological foundation. He had obtained the trump card of technologies from final civilizations of multiple iterations, which was enough for him to study for a long time. The number of blueprints in his inventory had increased tremendously. The trump cards of these final civilizations were not simple, and they had complicated functions. Some of the technology's strategic value was not much worse than the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device of the Federation of Light. Bringing these precious technologies out was equivalent to obtaining new trump cards against the World Tree civilization, increasing the war capital of the Galactic Society. After being happy for a while, Han Xiao suppressed his emotions. After doing these two things, his goal of opening the sanctum was complete. Looking around, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. He used the sanctum authority to summon the message board of the civilizations in the past iterations. The last time he entered the third sanctum, due to his authority, the message board was mostly empty. This time, his authority in the first sanctum was higher, so he should be able to see more content. Han Xiao planned to take a look before he left. The sanctum mark released rays of light and quickly formed a screen-like message board, floating in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao browsed through it carefully and compared it with the contents of the third sanctum in his memories. Sure enough, he found that much of the empty content from the last time had become visible. He continued reading, and his eyes paused on the record at the fifth last paragraph of the Celestial Star Alliance. He then looked at the last 4 paragraphs with the most empty content. Compared to what he had seen in the third sanctum, most of the last 4 paragraphs were still covered, but some new content was revealed. The 4th last paragraph displayed the most content. In the large empty space, a few pieces of information appeared. According to the results of the joint observation, the great reboot will take place after we have learned our lesson from the previous iteration and have formulated information form stripping plan. We hope that the long relay will end in our hands. Our civilization is called If the Civilizations in the later iterations. That means our plan. Please take a new route. Is this the iteration after the Celestial Star Alliance? Han Xiao pondered. It looked like a message from another civilization that did not manage to survive the Great Reboot. Although his authority was not enough to show the name of this civilization, and he was unable to find the other party's information form light spheres, he knew that the other party's plan to get through the Great Reboot was called the Information Form Stripping Plan. Information Form Stripping. Sounds interesting. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Apart from this paragraph, the other information that appeared in the last 4 paragraphs were all bits and pieces of information. They were of no value, and the level 8 authority was not enough to fully check this part. After browsing through the messages again and memorizing them, Han Xiao turned off the message board and flew toward the sanctum channel. The second day after Han Xiao entered the sanctum, Interception Circle's main base, many beyond grade as were on standby. When there were no combat missions, they would do their own thing. In the exclusive activity room, a portion of the beyond grade as were resting or having fun, chatting casually. Kasui was playing cards with Secret Master, and a group of people was watching from the side. Black Star is already disconnected. I wonder how many troublesome fellows he'll bring back this time. Sun Hunter, who was the size of a finger, stood on the card table with his arms crossed and said in a low voice. Kasui threw out a Kasui card and smiled helplessly. This is indeed troublesome. After all, some of the historical beyond grade as have complicated relationships with us. The first 2 batches of revived beyond grade as did not have much contact with the current beyond grade as, but the targets this time were different. Many of them were their acquaintances. Ahem, to be honest, I'm not prepared to meet my ancestor. Milizau's had a headache. He was the patriarch of the Starry Spiritual Dragon race, and Starry Spiritual Dragon was a branch bloodline left behind by a beyond grade a magic azure dragon. Milizau's was not the only one with such a story. The Beyond Grade, as that Black Star was preparing to revive, had a similar relationship with many of the people present. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, many people had enmity between them. When they thought about how their enemy was about to be revived, many of them felt uneasy. Initially, when people died, everything would be settled, and the hatred would be let go. However, now that the enemies had all come back to life, should they still pursue their past grudges? This was especially so for the victims of the tragedy of the Pinnacles represented by Dylan. Everyone felt that they definitely would not let this go. When this group of people is revived by Black Star, it would be nice if they don't start a fight. Kant shook his head. Gila, who was resting in the corner, said without opening her eyes, "What's there to be afraid of? Black Star can revive them, and he can also stuff them back into their graves. If they cause trouble, I'm more than happy to send them to the underworld." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her, speechless. "That's true, but you saying this in front of us feels like you're warning us." Everyone curled their lips and looked away. Humph. Although they were sisters, Aurora was still cuter. Gila is right. At this time, we cannot waste a single soldier, Kasui chuckled. After Han Xiao entered the sanctum, Kasui and Gila became the backbone of the association. The former was the vice president, while Gila did not have enough reputation. However, Han Xiao had given her the intelligence channel of Destiny's Child, so Gila enjoyed a transcendent position for the time being. Speaking of which, although Black Star is shameless and cunning, he is still very hardworking when it comes to fighting for the benefits of the Beyond Grade as in protecting the safety of the Galactic Society. Sun Hunter smacked his lips and said, "That's because you don't know him well. Cunning is just a means. I've always felt that Black Star is an idealist who plans far ahead for the peace of the universe. He has a noble ambition that transcends reality." As a veteran bootlicker, Biger's tone was filled with respect. "Forget it. Black Star is purely an opportunist, but his common interests are the same as ours. We're on the same side, but don't flatter him," Heber snorted. The group began to heatedly discuss Black Star's character. Anyway, Han Xiao was not here. It was not convenient for them to roast him in front of him. But now they could say whatever they wanted. On the other side, Madison was alone in the observation deck of the main base, looking at the starry sky. He was playing with a Rubik's Cube-like polyhedron in his hands, which looked like some kind of mechanism. The complicated mechanical structure kept sliding and making cracking sounds. This was a children's toy of the mechanical race, used to cultivate mechanical sense from a young age. Ancestor might be returning, Madison muttered to himself with mixed feelings. He was the second Beyond Grade A born in the mechanical race, and he also had a distant ancestor. Although he had become an independent species after becoming a Beyond Grade A super, this relationship could still be counted. This was especially so since Madison was the only leader of the mechanical race and treated the mechanical race as an important asset. If the ancestor of the mechanical race returned and wanted to become the leader of the mechanical race again, who would the mechanical race listen to? Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Would his position be affected? It was a pity that the Sanctum revival target was decided by Black Star. As long as he found the medium, he would be free to choose the revival target. Madison could not control Han Xiao's thoughts. He even suspected that Black Star did it on purpose. At this moment, Claudia and Ulu were also conflicted. The two of them were waiting at the dock of the base, watching the giant starships enter the port. Ulu lit a cigarette and exhaled a light blue cloud. He slowly said, "The direct descendants of the past are about to revive. Are you nervous?" "Why should I be nervous?" Claudia was expressionless. "Hey, don't tell me you don't have any psychological trauma toward them," Ulu sneered. Claudia said nothing. He was now a direct descendant of the dynasty with the highest position, but he was still a junior in front of the previous generation. Claudia did not become the national pillar of the dynasty as soon as he became a Beyond Grade A super. Before he grew up, there was still the national pillar of the previous generation that supported the dynasty's prestige. At the same time, the direct line of descent had an inheritance relationship. Due to the strength of his Esper ability, Claudia was the focus of the dynasty's training. The previous national pillar was his special training instructor and could be considered half a teacher, leaving him with an indelible impression. If God had not been killed, he would have received Claudi's special training, carrying on the inheritance. Although Black Star's goal is for the sake of the war, Ulu took another puff of his cigarette and shook his head. However, this kind of action will probably cause many people to enter a situation they never imagined. Claudi shook his head. Facing the many seniors who were about to be revived, the entire Beyond Greta group had their own thoughts. Chapter 1346, Lerbo Space Protection Belt. Chapter 1346, Lerbo Space Protection Belt. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The military mobilization of the various star fields in the explored universe continued, especially in the flickering world. Under the construction of the engineering fleets and various planet modification packages, the various war facilities in the large war zones were quickly completed. Military factories were active all day, and countless starships of various models were sent out every day. The three universal civilizations were also in full swing, recruiting a large number of supers from the various races to join the army. At the same time, they summoned back the vast number of reserve soldiers who had once served in the army and gave them further military training in the various military bases to replenish the military strength gap between various military posts. They also carried out mandatory basic military training among the galactic residents to expand their flow of troops. The war mobilization speed of the interstellar era was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under the unification of the three universal civilizations, the war machines of the explored universe operated at high efficiency. All kinds of resources were being thrown into the corresponding gaps to be used efficiently. The construction of the intercepting circle on the front line was also progressing rapidly. Although the World Tree civilization had failed in their assault, they did not stop harassing in small groups and had exchanged fire with the intercepting troops many times. As the space stabilization anchor orbit set by the three universal civilizations was expanding further and further away, the World Tree civilization's jump point was also constantly moving backward, further away from the intercepting circle. Mail. As a result, the World Tree also treated the destruction of the space stabilization anchor orbit as an important battle target. It sent its vanguard troops to attack the space stabilization anchor orbit in different routes many times, unsealing the different jump points and sending reconnaissance troops to this coordinate. Due to the World Tree reconnaissance troops constantly splitting up, the overall structure of the space stabilization anchor orbit was like a three-dimensional tree model with many divergences, extending continuously. Countless streams of light representing both fleets jumped between the tree branches, colliding from time to time and erupting into local battles. In the three universal civilizations' interception circle's main base, high-intensity energy sources that represented the battle points kept appearing on the general surveillance strategic radar. The World Tree fleet would occasionally succeed, destroying the branches of the space stabilization anchor many times. They needed to be repaired and troops needed to be sent to pursue the new batch of reconnaissance troops that were put on these jump points by the World Tree. As the interception circle and space stabilization anchor orbit continued to expand, the number of openings left for the enemy would also increase. This was unavoidable, but the three universal civilizations could still deal with the current defensive line. The harassment of the World Tree is endless. Although this is an effective method, it will take a very long time. They must have made multiple preparations. They should be preparing a new wave of attacks to create a huge gap in our defense line, removing our control over the intercepting circle. In the conference room at the interception circle's main base, Simon was discussing with the commanders and staff sergeants. In the past month that Black Star was not around, there had been small conflicts between the two sides, but there were no large-scale battles. The overall situation was quite stable, and the number of times a Beyond Greta group was dispatched could be counted on one hand. Gila was in charge of the surveillance channels of Destiny's Child, and there was no news of the World Tree making a big move. Both sides were in a stalemate for the time being, with both sides attacking and defending. The enemy did not make much progress. Simon and the others naturally understood that the World Tree would not continue to tangle with them like this. In the past few days, he had an intense tactical intuition and felt that there would be some changes soon. According to the data, the frequency of the World Tree attacking the space stabilization anchor orbit has decreased by 37% in the past 5 days, and the number of reconnaissance troops has increased by 73%. Furthermore, we have discovered that the World Tree civilization has left behind a large number of topological space directional marks near the anchor orbit. We speculate that the World Tree civilization is trying to bring super long-range weapons at the jump points that are not covered in the orbit, destroying the various branches of the orbit remotely. Simon pressed his hands on the command platform with a solemn expression. Another commander nodded and said, "The anti-over-the-horizon radar is in an activated state. If the World Tree adopts this plan, the Dynasty's super long-range antiparticle base cannon, the Federation's psionic planetary obliteration beams, and the Church's soul sniper beam can lock onto the source of the attack and carry out the counterattack mission. I'm just afraid that the World Tree will set up the Lerbo space protection belt. That would not be good." Simon shook his head. Beyond visual range warfare was also the main form of interstellar warfare. In this regard, the three universal civilizations were strong on offense but weak on defense. However, the World Tree civilization was different. According to the intelligence provided by Black Star, the World Tree civilization had a universal treasure-level special defense weapon that could be used in beyond visual range warfare. It was called the Lerbo Space Protection Belt. This kind of defense technology had a similar effect to the psionic seal ring. It was like a portable miniaturized version, distorting the universe constants of an area, preventing the over-the-horizon strikes from penetrating it. However, this restriction went both ways. The external energy attacks could not pass through, and the attacks from the inside would also be blocked. Therefore, it was difficult for the fleet that opened the Lerbo Space Protection Belt to attack from the outside. Because the Lerbo Space Protection Belt could not move along with the spaceship after it was opened, it was not used in battle. It was usually used to protect some important facilities. Only physical weapons such as interstellar missiles and Starship's close-range assault could ignore the effects of the Lerbo Space Protection Belt. Other energy weapons were basically useless. However, the majority of super long-range weapons were energy weapons, so this technology was often used in beyond visual range warfare. The protective belt would be retracted when firing and opened when the firing was stopped. This way, it was very difficult to be put at a disadvantage in beyond visual range warfare. While the upper echelons were discussing, the entire surveillance radars that covered all the space stabilization anchors suddenly issued an alarm. Hundreds of red lines representing high-energy attacks suddenly broke into the edge of the radar and quickly hit different branches of the orbit. The 3D radar model in front of everyone reacted, and hundreds of red ripples appeared. The destruction report of the orbit was quickly sent back. It's confirmed to be over-the-horizon strikes. The World Tree really used this method. Simon's expression froze. Speak of the devil. He had just mentioned over-the-horizon strikes when the World Tree's attack wave arrived. His recent intuition had come true. The jump point of the World Tree's super long-range weapon was located outside the range of the radar. Analyze the attack trajectory and counterattack, Simon ordered. The anti-over-the-horizon radar started to work, quickly analyzing the curvature, angle, and other factors of the enemy's hundreds of attacks. Over-the-horizon strikes did not usually move in a straight line. Under various universe environmental factors, the attack trajectory would show different deviations. For example, a sniper needed to calculate the wind direction, distance, trajectory, gravity, and other conditions. It was the same for over-the-horizon strikes. More parameters needed to be calculated, and the calculation model was very complicated. The reverse lock was to reverse engineer these factors and obtain the coordinates of the source of the attack. Very soon, the final result was sent to the three universal civilizations' super long-range weapons through quantum communication. Crack! A huge planetary fortress stretched out rows of enormous cannons. The base slowly turned, and the barrels turned as though they were aimed at empty space. The actual super long-range sight had already locked onto the space coordinates calculated by the artificial intelligence. Immediately after, the cannon barrel started to light up from its base, and dark blue particles rapidly gathered from all directions, accumulating energy in the muzzle and releasing a dazzling light. When the power was accumulated to its peak, the color turned from blue to red, suddenly releasing huge energy beams, disappearing into the vast starry sky in the blink of an eye. However, this round of counterattack was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response. Simon and the others waited for a while. However, the second wave of attack from the World Tree came, and hundreds of orbital branches were destroyed. The source of the attack was exactly the same. The counterattack did not seem to have any effect. Maybe you were right. They used that defensive technology. One of the commanders looked at Simon and secretly cursed. Continue firing. Do not stop, Simon frowned. The weapons of the three universal civilizations began to fire continuously. Although they could not observe the effects of the attacks, the enemy's attacks had stopped. Even if the World Tree has set up the Lerbo space protection belt, our frequency of firepower is enough to suppress them and prevent them from taking back the protective belt. This way, they won't be able to continue attacking us, one of the staff officers said. Simon knocked on the table and shook his head. This is just a temporary plan. If we want to solve it once and for all, we'll have to send out fleets to attack them on the spot and destroy their artillery bases. Call some beyond grade as to move out and try to take over the Lerbo space protection belt. Not long after, the beyond grade as on standby in the base were summoned to the conference room. After hearing Simon's explanation, they quickly understood the situation. Kasui stroked his chin and asked, "Not only do we have to destroy the enemy's artillery base, but we also have to confiscate their special equipment. Then, it will be up to Manison or Kant. How many people do we need? It's best if there are 10 beyond grade as or more. Bring a batch of thrones along." Simon nodded. "Isn't 10 a little too much? We probably won't meet any World Tree experts on this trip." Sun Hunter turned to look at Gila. "Can your surveillance channels see the situation of this artillery base?" No, Gila shook her head. The World Tree did not use oracles for the stronghold, and Destiny's Child could not spy on the other party's personnel. Therefore, everyone knew almost nothing about the situation of this base. Currently, they only knew the location calculated by the anti-over-the-horizon radar. "This is just to be safe," Simon explained. "The other party might not have built this base just to bombard from afar. They might also use it as an outpost. We can't sit back and watch the World Tree build a bridgehead. We have to take the initiative to attack and keep pushing their formation further away." The group discussed for a while and quickly decided that Kant would lead 9 beyond grade as, including those from the association and direct line descents, out. Since they estimated that there were no World Tree experts among the targets, Aurora did not follow them and remained at the main base. Very soon, Kant and the others formed an expedition team and arrived at the edge of the radar through the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, heading toward the World Tree's temporary base. The 3 universal civilizations' armed fleets only arrived at their destination after a few days. Outside the window, a group of galactic bases was floating in the area, surrounded by a hazy, glowing space. It was the Lerbo space protection belt. Over the horizon, light beams kept shooting from the back of this fleet. This was the firepower suppression that the 3 universal civilizations had been maintaining for several days. However, the moment they entered the Lerbo space protection belt, the speed of the energy beams instantly became like a tortoise crawling. At the same time, the beams of light rapidly shrunk until they dissipated. All of its power was obliterated, as though they had entered an energy restriction zone. "This is the place. The target is clear." Kant's Lord's avatar's electronic eyes flashed, sending the image back to the main base. At the same time, the battleships of the 3 universal civilizations shot out interstellar missiles one after another, dragging their exhaust flames into the Lerbo space protection belt. The physical missiles were not affected at all, and they headed straight for the temporary bases at the center. However, the next moment, the armor on the surface of the bases slid, and rows of turrets rose up. A metal storm suddenly appeared, forming a concentrated barrage. All the galactic missiles were destroyed halfway, and a series of fireworks exploded. Energy weapons were ineffective, and physical missiles could not penetrate the barrage. "This is a problem. It seems like we have to charge in and let the fleet pass through the Lerbo space protection belt. Only then will we be able to attack their bases," the fleet commander said in the channel. The Lerbo space protection belt was unable to isolate the quantum communication network. Kant opened his quantum network vision and tried to hack into the bases to seize control, but he was blocked by the firewall. "There's a force protecting their firewall. I can't enter." Kant retracted his vision and hesitated. "It feels like a trap." There is indeed something fishy. Assault Team 2 and 3, go in and take a look. The fleet commander waved his hands and ordered a group of assault battleships to approach the enemy's bases. Most of the fleets stayed around the flagship and did not move. After all, the enemy had opened the Lerbo space protection belt and the weapons could not attack them. Beep, beep, beep. However, at this moment, the radar on the spaceship suddenly issued an ear-piercing alarm. Hundreds of large-caliber planetary obliteration beams suddenly shot over from another direction, heading straight for the armed fleet. There's a problem. Defend. Kant's expression changed, and his mechanical army rushed out to form layers of shields. At the same time, the armed fleet also activated its own shield. The next moment, hundreds of light beams shot over, blasting the protective shield until it was on the verge of collapse. Electric arcs shot out and cracks appeared. This wave of over-the-horizon strikes destroyed a small portion of the fleet before they were blocked. However, before the situation could stabilize, a large number of over-the-horizon strikes came from all directions, causing the fleets to retreat in defeat. The image was transmitted back to the main base's conference room, and the expressions of Simon and the others changed slightly. Madison knocked on the metal chin of the Lord's avatar and said, "It seems like the World Tree has built camps outside of our radar range, covering each other within over-the-horizon strikes range and guarding each other. I'm afraid the goal is not just to build an outpost, but also to use the Lerbo space protection belt to build a firepower coverage area like us and wear down our military strength. Do you have any suggestions?" Simon asked. "If Black Star's surveillance channels can't get the coordinates of these bases, then as long as the bases don't open fire, they will be invisible to us. However, the Lerbo space protection belt is too difficult to deal with, and long-range attacks have almost no effect. If we use our troops to fill in the gaps, we will fall right into the enemy's trap." "This isn't easy." Madison slowly shook his head. The three universal civilizations did indeed have plenty of universal treasures, but the World Tree had conquered one civilization after another, and its foundation was even more astonishing. It also had many strategic weapons and could not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression turned grave. He could not make up his mind. He pursed his lips and sighed. "It's a pity that Black Star, the special consultant, isn't here. If he was, I could have asked for his opinion." Meaning unclear. Chapter 1347. Deadlock. Chapter 1347 Deadlock. Black Star's opinion was an important reference for the three universal civilizations to carry out their decisions. It was as easy as reading a walkthrough to fight a monster, allowing the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations to fully experience the joy of sucking up to someone powerful. However, he could not contact Black Star now. He could only think of a way and act according to the situation. Simon composed himself and said slowly, "Therefore, there are two key points that need to be resolved. One is to locate the various camps, and the other is to use an efficient method to break through the Lerbo space protection belt and destroy the enemy's artillery bases." freewebnov.co. "If we can't find anything from Destiny's Child surveillance, we can either passively wait for their bases to launch attacks and analyze the source of the attack, or wait for our control range to slowly cover it," a staff sergeant said. Hearing this, the church commander shook his head and said, "As long as the World Tree's beyond visual range encampment exists, it will continuously keep destroying our space anchoring orbits, monitoring the base station, and other facilities, stopping us from expanding our control range. In areas that we have yet to cover, the World Tree can expand the size of the camp at will, and there will be no end to it. These resources are just a drop of water in the ocean to them, and they are using an extremely low cost to form a tug-of-war with us, obstructing our movements. So, from the looks of it, we can only wait for the other party to make a move, then lock onto them. This is very passive. How about a large-scale search using reconnaissance ships? The area to be covered is too large. This method is like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the other party will surely send out a large number of patrol fleets near the camp area. It won't work easily." "What about mysticism?" Upon hearing this, Secret Master interrupted and said, "The World Tree has a targeted defense in this area. We can't use mysticism to locate it, Everyone discussed for a while but could not come up with any effective countermeasures. They had no choice but to temporarily put aside the problem of positioning and discuss how to attack. Compared to positioning, destroying the base is not difficult. This time, the Dynasty commander spoke. We can use the space-time splicing technology to let the small fleet carry high-energy bombs directly through the Lerbo-space protection belt and blow up the enemy's base. Space-time splicing technology is indeed feasible. Simon pondered for a few seconds before nodding. The three universal civilizations had communicated with each other during the war mobilization phase, and they had briefly introduced most of their trump cards to facilitate dispatch. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Federation and Church all knew that the Dynasty had the space-time splicing technology. In terms of attacking the camps, everyone had the same opinion. The space-time splicing technology was extremely suitable for this kind of tactic. Compared to sending the army to take the brunt of the firepower, this was clearly a method with a lower consumption rate. They would only have to pay for a few hundred battleships at most, as well as a group of dispensable suicide squads. It was mainly to be safe and to switch to manual control under unexpected circumstances. Everyone knew who the suicide squad was. Let the immortals of our army carry out the space-time splicing operation. This is a job they love, Aurora said while blinking. Sure. Simon had no objections. After pausing for a moment, he added, the suicide squad better choose low-pollution bombs, and they have to be powerful enough. Otherwise, they won't even be able to blow up the base's shield. After deciding on the method of attack, the group returned to the topic of positioning. There had to be a solution. It's not impossible to passively wait for the enemy to attack, but if we can't block the enemy's attacks, our losses will only continue to increase. We need to find a way to protect the various branches of the space anchor. With all due respect, it's almost impossible to protect all the orbit branches under the over-the-horizon strikes of the enemy whose scale is unknown. After all, there are too many branches and the number is still increasing. We don't have the Lerbo space protection belt, so we can only try to eliminate the topological space directional marks left behind by the enemy's small troops, an officer said helplessly. The enemy is in the dark while we're out in the open, so we can't deal with them for the time being. However, if we can seize and analyze the Lerbo space protection belt, we can also have the same defensive capabilities as the other party and mitigate our passive situation, Simon said. Therefore, apart from the space-time splicing daring attack, we still have to send official troops based on the situation. The space-time splicing technology could only send them to their deaths. They could not obtain the spoils of war, and they had to rely on their high-level combatants. Currently, the few pieces of good news were that the targets of the World Tree's over-the-horizon strikes were limited. They could either target the topological space directional marks left behind by the reconnaissance troops or take the targets near the base, unable to accurately attack other locations. This meant that every camp was a bait, and the three universal civilizations' fleets would only be exposed to the attack range when the fleets attack. Therefore, they were not too worried about being hit by the over-the-horizon strikes. Kant's army quickly retreated, losing quite a lot of manpower. Most of the exterior armor of the remaining battleships had traces of damage, but they had not completed their mission nor were they able to destroy the World Tree camps. The only reward was that when they received the other side's over-the-horizon strikes, the artificial intelligence analyzed the locations of the new camps, giving new targets to the three universal civilizations. Not long after, the Second Fleet set off and split up toward these bases. They were all equipped with the improved space-time splicing device by the Dynasty, which would only activate when they arrived at their destination. The crew members were all temporarily enlisted army players. They did not convey the tragic feeling of a hero leaving and never coming back. The atmosphere of every battleship was very relaxed, and many of the players had happy expressions on their faces. They did not look like a group of death squads, but like they were on a holiday. I didn't expect such a suicidal mission to be so rewarding. Luckily, I got it. We can complete the mission just by dying. This is too easy. How comfortable. If I can come a few more times, wouldn't it be like farming experience points? Hearing the excited discussions of the players around him, Frenzied Sword felt very happy. The players were the designated members of the Suicide Squad, and only the players could accept this mission. The mission briefly introduced the combat mission of the Spacetime Splicing Force, and the players were shocked to realize that this mission was actually not difficult for them at all. However, the mission reward was so high that even the credit for destroying the enemy base would be given to them. This meant that he did not have to do anything at all. As long as he sent himself to death, the experience would come flowing in. It was extremely easy and was the same as farming experience. According to the forums, this combat mission was very important, and it was actually very difficult. It was equivalent to a death mission for normal soldiers. However, their natural advantage happened to counter this difficulty, so they could obtain a high reward that did not seem to match the difficulty at all. Not many players were willing to miss such a good opportunity. Due to the limited number of slots available, many players almost fought over it, and only a very small number of people obtained the chance to go on the expedition. Amidst the excited atmosphere of the players, the various fleets arrived at different World Tree camps. Without a word, they activated the space-time splicing device and moved toward the base. All kinds of long-range attacks came one after another, shattering the fleet. However, the next moment, the fleet returned to normal and continued to jump forward. Very soon, they entered the Lerbo space protection belt and were unaffected. When the space-time splicing army was halfway there, the World Tree camps realized that this was an unknown space-time technology through their space radar. They quickly stopped their regular attacks and used space-time methods to target the space-time splicing army. The space-time splicing technology was not unsolvable, and its nemesis was the space-time technology. Back then, the dynasty had also used the same method to crack this technology from the Kundi race. The World Tree camp's response was very effective, and the frame skip of the space-time splicing technology began to decrease. However, after many years of improvements by the Crimson Dynasty, although the space-time splicing technology was still restrained by the space-time methods, its resistance had already greatly increased, and it could last for a longer time. The space-time splicing technology team, which was equipped with high-energy bombs, resisted the attacks of the World Tree camps and stubbornly passed through the Lerbo space-time protection belt, exploding among the camps. Amidst the shock waves, dazzling energy clusters lit up in the universe one after another, engulfing the entire encampment. At the same time, in the temporary base of the Black Star Army, white light flashed, and the army players who acted as a suicide squad were revived in the stronghold. Frenzied Sword opened the interface, looked at the mission that had been completed, and smiled. Nice, nice. After eating this reward, my level should be higher than the players in the first tier. I wonder if this kind of mission is a one-time thing. I really hope it comes a few more times. With the assault of the space-time splicing technology, the three universal civilizations were able to effectively attack the World Tree's camps. The World Tree did not have a good solution for this kind of black technology. They could only continue to carry out their original strategy and continuously destroy the anchoring orbit of the three universal civilizations, while the three universal civilizations continued to send people to destroy the exposed camps. As the space-time splicing force was not afraid of conventional attacks, the World Tree reduced the over-the-horizon strikes at the incoming fleet, not wanting to expose the locations of more camps without reason. Using this advantage, the three universal civilizations secretly sent out a wave of normal fleets led by high-level combatants, mixed in with the space-time splicing force, and successfully broke through a camp. They seized a Lerbo space protection belt and hurriedly sent it back to the Interception Circle's main base for analysis. At the enormous Frontline Research Institute, the generator of the Lerbo space protection belt was suspended in a vacuum bubble. A large number of mechanical needles were inserted into the structure of the device, continuously testing the parameters and derivation principles. Countless technicians were busy in front of different instruments. Simon and the other high-ranked officers were also paying attention to the progress of the analysis at the Research Institute. The remote projection stood on the ground, showing the image of the Lerbo space protection belt midair. It was originally just an attempt. I didn't expect to obtain this device in reality. The expedition team was almost wiped out. If we can analyze this technology, not only will we be able to deal with the enemy's over-the-horizon strikes, but our interception circle will also be harder to break. Just as they were rejoicing, the lights of the Research Institute suddenly turned into a blinding blood-red color, and a buzzing alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! detected unknown data trying to infiltrate the firewall. The technicians present were shocked and quickly checked the source of the problem. "What's going on?" Simon's expression changed. Reporting, "This device seized from the front line seems to be carrying some kind of highly latent data virus. It is invading the firewall on its own and trying to obtain information from our database," the research team leader hastily replied. "Where's the investigation report? Why didn't we find this virus before?" Simon asked. All the tests were passed. "We can only explain that this unknown virus escaped our detection." The research team leader gritted his teeth. At this time, the frequency of the alarm increased once again. Many technicians were sweating and shouting. "Uli 16. Level 1 firewall has been broken. Level 2 firewall has been broken. Too fast. This virus is invading too quickly. Requesting immediate activation of main artificial intelligence to suppress it." Simon hurriedly looked at the screen of the technicians and saw that this unknown virus had broken through the layers of the firewall and was about to officially enter the interception circle base's quantum network. However, at this moment, streams of silver data suddenly appeared and wrapped around the unknown virus. It was as if the white blood cells had swallowed a virus. No matter how hard the virus tried, it could not break free from the blockage of the silver data and slowed down. A large amount of silver data appeared once again and condensed into Madison's virtual body with a calm expression. "Mechanic Emperor!" Simon's eyes lit up. "I sensed the fluctuations in the network. It seems like there's something wrong here. Is this the virus of the World Tree?" Madison extended his hand and grabbed the struggling unknown virus. Upon seeing this, Simon immediately asked, "How's the situation?" "This thing is a virus-type artificial intelligence, not just data," Madison replied calmly. This time, the unknown virus suddenly exploded and disappeared. The alarm at the research institute immediately stopped, and the lights returned to normal. "You destroyed him?" Simon was stunned. "No, he realized that he could not break through my blockade, so he disintegrated on his own. If I'm not wrong, this artificial intelligence is a member of the World Tree, and he can also enjoy the revival of the World Tree. He has an innate advantage in the quantum network, and most firewalls can't stop him." Madison narrowed his eyes. "I see." Simon pondered for a few seconds before his expression relaxed. "Luckily, you're here this time. Otherwise, even if we could get rid of him, we would have leaked some information. The 3 universal civilizations could also have eliminated this artificial intelligence virus by utilizing more artificial intelligence computing power, but they were a step too late. If not for Madison's high-speed reaction, the enemy's artificial intelligence virus might have invaded the quantum network and shared information with the World Tree. Due to the lack of intelligence, the previous attack had failed. Thus, the World Tree had used more methods to gather information about the 3 universal civilizations. So naturally, there was no lack of information warfare. "Black Star isn't here. Leave this to me," Madison calmly replied and deactivated the virtual body. Upon hearing this, Simon exhaled. Currently, when the strongest mechanic in the galaxy was mentioned, everyone's first thought was Black Star, which caused the Mechanic Emperor's presence to decrease. However, he could not underestimate the Mechanic Emperor just because of Black Star's strength. After all, he was at the peak of the mechanic class from the previous generation, and his strength was still there. If the conflict of ideals was not mentioned, Simon still believed in the Mechanic Emperor's abilities. Although they had temporarily lost Black Star's help, the 3 universal civilizations were still able to fight the World Tree back and forth with the foundation laid by Han Xiao. Both sides used all kinds of universal treasures and special technologies to restrain each other, temporarily unable to do anything to each other. The World Tree would occasionally send out some foreign experts to test the waters. Due to Black Star's existence, the World Tree had already turned these foreign experts into cannon fodder. Since they could not be used on the battlefield, they might as well use them to harass and exhaust the enemy. However, because Han Xiao had entered the sanctum, the foreign experts of the World Tree did not receive virtual purification and could only be killed by the Beyond Grade as of the explored universe. However, even without Black Star's support, the Beyond Grade as were still able to hold their own and did not cause any trouble. The 2 sides fought back and forth, while silently building up their strength. After 2 months, Han Xiao returned from the sanctum. Chapter 1348, Return and Technology Treasure. Chapter 1348, Return and Technology Treasure. In the vast starry sky, a golden spark suddenly flashed and expanded into a vortex, spitting Han Xiao out. Then, the sanctum passageway disappeared. Han Xiao quickly regained his senses. Although this is only my second experience, this feeling is quite incredible, Han Xiao muttered to himself. He quickly adjusted his thoughts and looked down. The sanctum mark had already disappeared and the interface could be opened again. The notification of entering the first sanctum popped up. Every time he entered a different sanctum, his authority would be increased by 1. He had calculated it before entering, and only then did his authority in the first sanctum reach level 8. After organizing his thoughts, Han Xiao stored the technological information from the first sanctum in his memory palace. He then took out his communicator and looked at it. The last time I entered the third sanctum, I was there for more than 3 months. This time, only about 2 months have passed. The higher the authority, the closer the convergence of time flow. In such a short time, there shouldn't be any problems with the war, right? Han Xiao immediately called Simon's number. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. Simon appeared on the screen with a look of surprise. "Your Excellency Black Star, you're finally back." This tone of impatient expectancy sounds like the reaction of someone meeting their savior when they're in trouble. Could something bad have happened? Could it be that they need me to turn the tide? It can't be that coincidental, right? Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a bunch of thoughts flashed through his mind. He asked, "I'd only disappeared for about 2 months. Did something happen on your side? Although there are some changes, we can still handle it." Through the screen, Simon could not feel Han Xiao's mentality. He smiled and said, "Now that you're back, we have more confidence." After hearing Simon's explanation, Han Xiao knew that he had misunderstood. His teammates were still quite strong. Losing him for a few months would not affect them much. He was relieved. He felt as if he had found his backbone again and could finally rely on others. That was right. With the foundation from before, the 3 universal civilizations would not be so weak. He was worrying too much. After hearing the current situation, Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, "So, the World Tree has built a beyond visual range encampment and is firing at us. The construction of the interception circle and space anchoring orbit is meeting huge resistance. If we want to destroy the enemy's strategy, we have to start from finding their positions, right? That is the situation. However, we are currently in a passive position. Only when the other party fires will we be able to lock onto them. The other conventional detection methods have all been blocked," Simon explained. The World Tree chose to build camps at a jump point further away from our territory. This is indeed difficult to handle. You don't have any ideas either? Although Simon did not have much hope, he could not help but feel discouraged when he saw that even Black Star did not seem to have any ideas. Because Han Xiao had always been very reliable, the 3 Universal Civilizations officers had already put a know-it-all halo on him in their hearts. For him to encounter a problem that he could not solve, although they would not have any problems with it logically, they more or less felt a little depressed. "I'm not sure yet. Let me take a look at the situation first." Han Xiao did not give a definite response. Facing the situation that Simon had mentioned, his brain was working rapidly, sifting through one plan after another, while also looking for any technology that could be used in this area. Not to mention, the information that he had obtained from the first sanctum this time did indeed mention a special detection technology that was suitable for this situation. It came from an advanced civilization of past iteration, and it was especially used in beyond visual range warfare against enemies whose coordinates were unknown. According to the data, this civilization's specialty was in beyond visual range warfare. Even without the aid of wormholes and stargates, they could accurately strike targets across multiple star fields. The first sanctum contained countless mechanical technologies. He had only dug out a small part of them this time, but it was still an enormous treasure trove of technology. It was not that he wanted to get rid of the old, but it was far more comprehensive than Jay's treasure. With the experience and accumulation of many different civilizations of past iterations, He was able to deal with all kinds of situations and had a targeted solution to many battle tactics. This was an advantage that Jay's treasure could not provide. Originally, the World Tree civilization had devoured the accumulation of many civilizations, so they had a certain advantage on the battlefield. This information was enough to close the gap between the two sides and even gain an advantage. To the three universal civilizations, this wave of technological information was like a timely gift, a priceless treasure. This way, even if the revival mechanism and resource conversion of the World Tree was impossible to solve, the three universal civilizations would be able to last longer and buy more time for the secondary dimension expedition team. With this batch of technological information, I have a higher chance of dealing with the World Tree civilization. It's a pity that none of the past iterations have met an opponent like the World Tree. It would have been great if they had a targeted device. Han Xiao was overjoyed but also a little regretful. After this trip to the sanctum, he made a discovery. Every sanctum stored different types of information. The first sanctum mainly focused on machinery, but he did not find any information form technology. If the 5 superclasses corresponded to one sanctum, he guessed that the additional 6th sanctum would contain information related to the information form, which was the best weapon against the World Tree. However, the 6th sanctum key was too difficult to synthesize, and it was completely different from the other 5 sanctums. Han Xiao had never even heard the names of some of the materials. While he was thinking, Simon spoke again. Sanctum revival succeeded? There is one final step left. I need to gather the other beyond grade as to hold the fort and prevent any trouble. Han Xiao nodded. He could not help but think about the revival of the World Tree. According to his previous life experiences, the revival speed of most of the World Tree powerhouses varied from 2 to 8 months. The revival time of peak beyond grade as usually fluctuated between 5 to 8 months, and the revival time of the Tree King was different. That's good. Come to the main base. I'll gather everyone and wait for you. Simon was overjoyed. Okay. I'll be there later. Han Xiao hung up and called Oathkeeper. This time, it rang for 30 seconds before the call was reluctantly picked up. You're back. Oathkeeper appeared on the screen, expressionless. Why do you look so unhappy? I'm very happy. This sentence, coupled with your dead fish face and flat tone, is not convincing at all. Han Xiao thought to himself and said helplessly, All right, I'm just informing you that I'm back. There are many direct descendants among the targets of this revival, so I can't send them to the Holy Accord. Oh, if you have nothing to say, I'm hanging up. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He ended the communication, changed into the king and disappeared. On the other side, at the Holy Accord's base, Oathkeeper, who was sitting before the card table, put down his communicator. He turned around and saw the members of the Holy Accord staring at him with burning eyes. Black Star is back? Finally, another batch of people will be revived. There might be some of my enemies among them. Ha 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 ha. These people can't join the Holy Accord. If we let them join the battle, we don't have to go out. Letting those direct descendants die on the battlefield will indirectly avenge us. Black Star is amazing. In the room, many revivers had intense reactions. They threw down the cards in their hands, and the atmosphere was jubilant. Seeing this, Oathkeeper's hand tightened around the card, and his heart was filled with jealousy. Boss's experience card had expired again. In the conference room at the Interception Circle's main base, everyone gathered and surrounded the throne. A beam of light flashed, and Han Xiao, who was wearing the king, teleported over. The president is back. Army Commander, Your Excellency Black Star. Upon seeing Han Xiao, everyone greeted him. Thank you for your hard work during my absence. Han Xiao put away the king, smiled, and waved his hands. He had the style of a leader and everyone present was used to it. When will we complete the Sanctum revival? Simon walked up and asked. Hearing this, most of the Beyond Grade as looked at Han Xiao curiously. Most of them only knew about the Sanctum revival but had never seen how it was carried out. There's no hurry. Let me take a look at the current situation. Han Xiao shook his head and walked straight to the command station. He pulled up the surveillance and the battle reports from the past few days and quickly browsed through them. Seeing this, The others did not rush him and followed behind him, not disturbing Han Xiao's observation. However, this scene gave many people a strange feeling. For some reason, they felt as though their work was being reviewed by the leader. After a while, Han Xiao looked at Simon and said, "I'm clear about the situation. I have an idea that might be able to restrain the World Tree strategy of the Beyond Visual Range encampment." "You really have a way?" Simon froze. "Just a moment ago, you said that you were not confident. Now, after seeing the situation, you have already thought of a countermeasure. So fast. I have a special detection technology that might be able to solve the positioning problem." Han Xiao took out the information of the technology from his memories and hid the details of the technology. He gave a rough outline of the theory and effect, showing the group. Simon quickly finished reading the information, and his expression became even more surprised. If this technology is real, not only will we be able to solve the current tug-of-war, but we will also be able to change the direction of our future decisions. This will bring more new tactics and expand our tactical portfolio. The Beyond Grade as also took a look at the technical introduction. The mechanics among them were shocked and could not help but size Han Xiao up. Compared to the others, the experts were more shocked. One look and they knew that as long as they followed the blueprints and created the real thing, it would definitely be a universal treasure-level device. Just this technology alone was enough to change the way an advanced civilization fought. Not only did Black Star's combat capability improve rapidly, but even his research and development capabilities had reached such a level. When did he develop such strategic detection technology? Han Xiao looked around and nodded. Of course it's true. I can share a portion of the technology and let the 3 universal civilizations build the framework for the military factories. I'll be in charge of the core, splitting up the work to increase efficiency. He did not plan to hide some of the technologies that would be helpful in the war. He only held on to the core technology, while the 3 universal civilizations provided resources to build the other aspects, increasing the 3 universal civilizations' capital to fight the World Tree. Good. As expected of the special consultant. I will ask the 3 leaders. Simon immediately became excited. Black Star had just returned, but he had already proposed a solution to the problem that had troubled them for 2 months. Not only was he extraordinarily intelligent, but he also had achievements in strategic technology. Black Star was indeed reliable as ever. Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Han Xiao remained calm and did not take credit for it. Strictly speaking, this was not his own ability but the strength of the advanced civilizations of the past iterations. He was just standing on the shoulders of the giants and had grasped the information difference. He had nothing to be proud of. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao waved his hands and said with a solemn tone, "Let's put this aside for now and choose a place for me to use the Sanctum Revival. This time it won't be like the past. For sure, there would be many people among this batch of revivers who won't accept us requesting them to participate in the war. I don't wish for any accidents. All Beyond Grade as, follow me." Okay. Everyone's expression turned serious as they agreed. Chapter 1349, Revival and Declaration. Chapter 1349, Revival and Declaration. On a man-made planet in the flickering world, the silver land laid out by engineering alloys was boundless and covered the entire planet. There were no buildings on the ground yet, and the entire planet was a round silver sphere with only the most basic geological modification. Over 100 Beyond Grade as were in the middle of the vast silver plain. Their eyes focused on Han Xiao's back. To reduce any unexpected factors, the 3 universal civilizations chose a planet in their territory as the venue for the Sanctum Revival, and many Beyond Grade as followed Han Xiao to use the teleportation device. The 3 universal civilizations did not deploy any fleets in the outer space of the planet. They only deployed space stabilization anchors, as well as hidden supervisory weapons in further locations. They used long-range equipment to observe the situation from afar, so the outer space of the planet looked empty without any armed forces. This was Han Xiao's suggestion. All Beyond Grade as had tempers, and if they were forced to negotiate with someone the moment they woke up, they would surely be unhappy. So it might not be beneficial for both sides to come into contact right away. This time, the 3 universal civilizations had a favor to ask. The other parties were also famous historical figures. They were all people with high statuses, so it was not suitable for them to put on such a tough attitude right from the start. On the contrary, having communication among beyond grade as would be no problem at all. If physical persuasion was needed, Han Xiao and a group of beyond grade as would be enough. Only the strong would be respected. This was the unspoken rule among beyond grade as, if military forces were to interfere, it might have the opposite effect. Then I shall begin. Han Xiao looked back and saw everyone nodding in agreement. He then looked away and activated the Sanctum Revival brand on the back of his hand. A golden light suddenly blossomed and shot out like a silk thread, condensing into glowing objects on the plains in front of everyone. They slowly solidified and turned into various life forms. The energy fluctuations resonated with each other as if a storm had appeared out of thin air, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. All the beyond grade as stared at the scene, afraid to miss anything. They're alive. So this is how the resurrections are done. It's not what I expected. I thought there would be an incubation process or something similar. Speaking of which, what is this principle? It looks so magical. A series of surprised whispers came from behind him, but Han Xiao pretended not to hear them. He carefully observed the revivals. Direct descendants of the three universal civilizations, direct descendants of the superstar cluster, neutral beyond grade as. The organization of the revivers this time is more complicated than the previous two, and the conflicts are probably more intense. Han Xiao was mentally prepared. At this moment, the revivers finally woke up from their daze and looked at each other in shock, sizing up the unknown environment and people around them. What's going on? Illusion? Dream? Virtual world? What did the Federation of Light do to me? It's you. I crushed your head with my own hands. How are you still alive? After the group of revivers had seen the situation around them, the scene gradually became chaotic. A gaseous flame emerged from their bodies, and their energy quickly entered an unstable active state. They entered combat mode, and many people who had enmity with each other started to move. As for some neutral people who did not understand the situation, they frowned and quietly retreated to the side. Their visual organs spun around as they observed the situation. Just as Han Xiao was about to speak, a tall male life form looked over and stared at Han Xiao and the others. He slowly spoke out. If I'm not wrong, all of us are dead. Did you resurrect us? He was wearing a gorgeous divine official robe, and his voice was solemn and ancient. It had a calming aura that quickly suppressed the chaos in the entire venue, attracting the attention of all the revivers present to him. Following his line of sight, they locked onto Han Xiao and the others. Are you trying to steal my lines? Han Xiao looked at him carefully, and his consciousness filtered through the database. Very soon, he found the information of this man who spoke. Hilbert Mueller was a direct esper of the Arcane Church, a peak beyond grade a super. His ability was related to space, and he was once the pillar of the Arcane Church. He had a senior and aloof status as the previous master of the Arcane Church, before Werno's. This was because Werno's ability was more suitable for the Arcane Church. After Werno's grew up, the Arcane Church changed the owner of the national weapon, and Hilbert left his position as the pillar of the Arcane Church. He went out to explore the secondary dimensions. He disappeared during a long-distance exploration, and his fate was left unknown. From the looks of it now, this guy had crossed the line of life and death. The universe was so big, and the dangers were endless. Han Xiao did not know what he had encountered in the secondary dimension, but he could exclude the possibility of the Celestial Star Alliance. Han Xiao had once learned the appearance and name of the first 3 batches of outsiders from Jays. Those people were not in his revival choice for the time being. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, but he nodded and replied, "That's right. I believe you all still have your memories. You've all died long ago and become history. It's the year 783 of the galaxy calendar, and many years have passed. I used a method called the Sanctum Revival to wake you all up. It really is revival. Unbelievable. There's such a thing. I thought someone uploaded my remaining consciousness into the virtual world. freewebnovel.com. The revivers started to quiet down and were surprised. They had never thought of this before. At least when they died, not many of them thought that they would again wake up one day. A female dynasty human wearing a military uniform narrowed her eyes and asked Han Xiao, "Then who are you?" "You can call me Black Star, the only ruler of the Sanctum Revival, the consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, and the current Beyond Grade A president." Han Xiao introduced himself and added with a smile, "I was once an ally of the dynasty, so we could be considered to have some relationship, Your Excellency Reeve." "So, you're one of us?" Reeve's expression softened. She was one of the pillars of the dynasty, a peak Beyond Grade A mage. Her nickname was Demonic Empress, and her combat strength was outstanding. Hearing Han Xiao's title, it sounded like he was on the side of the 3 universal civilizations. At the same time, Han Xiao claimed to be an ally of the dynasty, so Reeve felt that he was not an enemy. She turned around to observe the Beyond Grade as behind Han Xiao. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on Claudia, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. "Isn't this little darky? You're still alive." Everyone looked over and saw the usually cold Claudia's face twitching slightly. He quietly shuffled his feet as if he wanted to hide himself in the crowd. "Hey, Claudia, don't pretend you don't know me. I saw you. Where are you trying to hide?" Reeve had her hands on her waist. Her voice was rough, as though like a lion roaring. Han Xiao could not help but rub his buzzing ears. He felt that this woman and Sun Hunter had a lot in common. They either remained quiet or shouted at the top of their voices. "We meet again." A rare look of reluctance flashed across Claudia's face, but he still forced himself to respond. In terms of seniority, Reeves could be said to be his senior. She had taught him, together with the other national pillars, for some time. When Claudia was still weak, she had left a deep psychological shadow in his heart and could be considered half a teacher. What made Claudia's scalp tingle the most was that Reeve would flirt with him, making moves towards him on purpose. Speaking of which, Reeve could be considered a seductive beauty. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have avoided her, but the problem was, this guy was a postnatal transgender. She was not like Lotus Swordsman, who had no choice in the say of her gender. Furthermore, it was not a decision made when Reeve was weak, but a decision made after she became a Beyond Grade A super. The reason was weird. Put in Reeve's words, once you get tired of being a man, try being a woman. Although the galactic era was open and the change of sex was widely accepted, Claudia had never liked the new trend. He could still accept it if they got along normally, but being teased made him feel a chill down his spine. He really could not accept it. This mentality was probably, "I treat you as a brother, but you actually want to sleep with me." Ahem. "Everyone, now is not the time for small talk." Han Xiao quickly interrupted their conversation. He had yet to finish his business. If he allowed these people, who were related to each other, to start recognizing and chatting everyone up, when would he be done with his business? That's true. Let's not talk about anything else. You resurrected us for a certain purpose. What exactly is going on?" The revived person from the Federation of Light also spoke up. This was a psychic, the direct descendant who was a predecessor of Ulu. The ones asking questions were mainly the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations, who gathered together on their own. The rest of the revivers looked at the communication between the 2 sides and quietly obtained information. As for the 10 direct descendants of the superstar cluster, they hid at the side and maintained a high level of vigilance. Hearing this question, everyone's mental states perked up. This was what they were most wary of. They were afraid that the revival was done with bad intentions at play. Resurrecting isn't just my idea. The 3 universal civilizations and the entire galactic society have the same idea as all the Beyond Grade as present. Han Xiao paused and said with a deep voice, "Our hometown has met with a huge crisis, where a foreign universal civilization is invading our world. Their strength is beyond imagination and extremely powerful. The war has already broken out, and we need everyone's strength. A universe-level war." All the expressions changed. That was true. If not for this level of danger, there would not have been a need to go through so much trouble to revive so many historical Beyond Grade as. However, from a personal point of view, most of the revivers were unhappy about being used by others. The revivers looked at the hundreds of beyond grade as in front of them and finally understood the situation. The joy of reviving was gone, and they were filled with anger. If we're not willing, what will happen? Will you force us? A neutral beyond grade A frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "That's not the case. We will try our best to convince everyone that everything is voluntary, and we will not force you to participate in the battle." The revivers were individuals with free thoughts after all, not slaves. Forcing them was not an option, not only because of their complex identities but also because of the feelings of the other beyond grade, as using a gun to force the revivers to compromise would cause many repercussions. One of them was to make the other beyond grade as feel the same way. They were worried that they would receive the same treatment after reviving, so it was hard to say how many more association members would be willing to participate in the battle. Surely there would not be many revivers who would agree with him through verbal persuasion alone. Furthermore, force was an indispensable part of it. It was difficult for both parties, and Han Xiao had no choice but to grasp the problem. This was even more difficult to deal with than the previous two revivals. Han Xiao had long prepared himself for this hurdle. This time, a beyond grade A with a medium build spoke out. "We need to ask the upper echelons for their opinion. Can you give us a communicator?" Han Xiao looked at him and recognized him as a direct member of the superstar cluster. His name was Mablo, and he had outstanding combat strength as well. It was a pity that he had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. "Sure, take it." Han Xiao did not reject this request. He took out a communicator and threw it at Mablo. This was the condition of his deal with the superstar cluster. With the rich experience of the superstar cluster being persecuted, they would surely suspect that the three universal civilizations might secretly do something to their high-level combatants during the war, and thus would not allow the experts who had finally revived to participate in the war. Han Xiao did not expect all the revived members of the superstar cluster to participate either. Mablo took the communicator, nodded slightly, and led the other 9 members of the superstar cluster to contact their upper echelons. For a moment, the majority of the revivers fell silent. They exchanged looks among their acquaintances and hesitated to speak. This time, Reeve let out a breath and said slowly, "Since the dynasty is in trouble, I will not shirk my duty. Isn't it just a war? As long as the dynasty gives the order, I am willing to contribute my strength." "Yeah, me too. I was already a dead man to begin with. If the Federation needs my strength to fight the foreign enemies, there's no harm in burning myself again." With Reeve taking the lead, many direct members of the 3 universal civilizations agreed and expressed their support. Seeing this, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The support from most of the direct members of the civilizations was within his expectations. High-level combatants who had undergone long-term patriotic education from the 3 universal civilizations were naturally reliable and willing to contribute to the explored universe. However, since it involved a second life, things were obviously not going to go so smoothly. While many of the direct descendants expressed their stance, voices of dissent came from the crowd as well. "Black Star, I'm sorry, but we don't want to continue fighting." Han Xiao and the others looked over, and their expressions changed. The person who spoke was not a historical expert, but a member of the association who had died on the battlefield not long ago. His name was Garose, and he had briefly interacted with Han Xiao before. The other members of the association who had died also followed beside Garose. They had reached a consensus and mustered their courage to meet Han Xiao's eyes. As expected, even the beyond grade as who were willing to participate in the battle did not want to take the risk after dying once. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Although he was not surprised, he still shook his head and sighed. However, before he could respond, another reviver objected. "I'm sorry, but I don't plan to participate in this war either." Han Xiao turned around, his gaze startled. The person who spoke was none other than Hilbert. He was the first direct member of the 3 universal civilizations to reject this conscription. Reeve looked at him in surprise. "What are you?" Before she could finish, Hilbert waved his hand and interrupted her. "I've already sacrificed my life for the 3 universal civilizations and fulfilled my duty. Even if I'm a direct descendant, the church can't keep asking me to contribute. Even the upper echelons have a choice to retire. Furthermore, I died once, so everything was wiped out. Now that I finally have a second chance, I can't keep working for them forever. As soon as he said that, many of the direct members of the civilization who were still in dilemma were stunned. They felt that he had spoken the truth and nodded in agreement. Even the direct descendants of the civilizations who had already expressed their stand were shaken by these words. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations originally wanted to persuade him, but after hearing this, they were speechless. This doesn't look good. Looking at this scene, the heads of the three universal civilizations who were monitoring remotely through the equipment all felt their hearts tighten. Chapter 1350 Conflict. Chapter 1350 Conflict. This guy. Looking at the broadcast on the virtual screen, the Pope's eyes darkened. Most of the direct descendants were stubborn. From the perspective of the leaders of the three universal civilizations, reviving the direct descendants and having them continue working for the three universal civilizations was natural. They wished they had the eternal loyalty of the direct descendants, but people's hearts change. Especially after experiencing death once, even the direct descendants were not an exception. After sacrificing one lifetime for the civilization, they felt that they were even and did not want to be commanded anymore. To the three of them, Hilbert's idea was human nature, but the understanding was not in line with their current interests. If it was during peaceful times, the three of them would not have minded if the other party wanted to retire. They would even have given him a title of merit, showing the glory that Hilbert had once served the civilization, to increase the loyalty of the other direct descendants. However, the situation was different now, and with Black Star agreeing to the terms of reviving, the three of them were in a difficult position. After Hilbert finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again. Hilbert looked around, then looked at Han Xiao and asked, "What do you think?" Han Xiao did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at Kasui with a meaningful look. Kasui was stunned. Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing. I'm just looking." Han Xiao looked away. TSK. The arcane church is indeed full of traitors. Although Hilbert's act of expressing his desires could not exactly be considered traitorous, it affected the mentality of the other revivers, and in the eyes of the three universal civilizations' leaders, he was probably no different from a traitor. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He smiled and nodded. "Your request is quite reasonable. Indeed, no one says that one has to work forever after becoming a direct descendant of a civilization. Even ordinary people have the privilege to retire. As someone who died for the civilization, you naturally have the right to do so. So you have no objections?" Hilbert raised an eyebrow. "I personally understand, but I don't have the final say in this matter. The three universal civilizations bought the quota for your sanctum revivals from me, and they have paid the deposit. If the three universal civilizations wish to reduce the quota, I can cancel it." Han Xiao spread out his hands and continued, "In times of war, every resource has to be put to use. If you don't show your usefulness, I guess they won't be willing to pay. In that case, take my life back." Hilbert opened his arms with a calm expression. Seeing this, everyone looked at Han Xiao and Hilbert with complicated emotions. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Was this guy really willing to give up the second life that he had painstakingly obtained? That was impossible. This was just a method of retreating in order to advance. He was certain that the three universal civilizations would not kill him, or else in the eyes of the other revivers, it would be no different from a forced threat. This would go against their original intentions, causing more beyond grade as to waver, further damaging the loyalty of some of the direct descendants, making them feel like they were forever enslaved. Just as Han Xiao was about to speak, he suddenly received a message from the three universal civilizations leaders. He looked at it and shook his head. "Hey, you can rest assured. The three universal civilizations have just expressed that they will still pay for your revival and will not take back your life." The three universal civilizations reacted quickly, unwilling to damage the loyalty of more direct descendants. "That's good." Hilbert lowered his arm without changing his expression as if he had already expected this. Immediately after, He turned around and pointed at some of the revived direct descendants who had agreed with him. Since you did not reject our request and did not force us to join the battle, we should be able to leave? Han Xiao smiled and said slowly, "You're mistaken. You can't leave on your own. You can only follow us." Hearing this, the faces of many revivers changed slightly. Hilbert narrowed his eyes. "You mean to put us under house arrest?" "You can think of it this way. All of you have been dead for a long time and have just revived. You don't know much about the current galactic society. At the same time, the composition of the organizations is quite complicated. Because the current war situation is tense, in order to reduce unexpected factors, we will conduct unified supervision. None of you can move freely before you get permission." Han Xiao's expression did not change, but his tone was firm. This was a plan that had been devised long ago. Even if he did not force all these revivers to participate in the battle, he would not allow them to move freely. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to bring so many beyond grade as over. This time, Garros and the others could not help but say, "Us too." Han Xiao looked at them and said with an expressionless face, "All of you died in battle against the World Tree. Of course, you don't have to receive such treatment. Come over." In reality, he did not want to let these people go either, but he had to take care of the thoughts of the association members behind him. He still had to give differential treatment. With his current position, he had no choice but to mediate and balance the thoughts of all parties. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. He couldn't make people from different sides give up fighting for their own benefits. Garros and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of both parties, they left the position of the revivers and stood among the beyond grade as behind Han Xiao. As long as they obtained the benefits they wanted, they naturally had no intention of standing on the same side as these revivers. The beyond grade as glanced at Garros, not having any intention of looking down on him. Hilbert did not speak, but the neutral revivers did. "How long is the house arrest?" a dark gold-skinned reviver asked in a deep voice. His aura was even more oppressive than Hilbert's. Everyone looked over, and their hearts skipped a beat. Nilfgaard, the first divine throne mechanic in history, the founder of the machinery faith. All the mechanics with the machinery faith bonuses were enjoying his protection. To a beyond grade A mechanic, he was like the founder. Han Xiao nodded and explained, "Your Excellency Nilfgaard, there is no fixed time limit for the house arrest. Everything will be done according to the specific circumstances. Everyone will have to go through a long one-on-one screening. You will only be allowed to leave after we make sure nothing unexpected will happen." Hearing this, another neutral beyond grade sneered. "The criteria for the screening are decided by you guys. You can say whatever you want. I'm very curious. Will our house arrest continue indefinitely if we don't agree to participate in the war?" Han Xiao turned around. The person who spoke was called Aegon Vardnads, nicknamed Flowing Flame. He was a peak beyond grade A and a shapeshift type Esper. He was from the same era as Dylan and was also an influential figure who had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. At this moment, he looked at Han Xiao and the others with undisguised hostility. Right then, a bunch of powerful people were revived. There were all kinds of extraordinary people. "Of course not," Han Xiao replied casually. "The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations, the direct descendants of the superstar cluster, as well as the beyond grade as whose deaths had nothing to do with the three universal civilizations. Even if these people were not willing to participate in the battle, they would not do anything too extreme. However, the people who died at the hands of the three universal civilizations or the tragedy of the Pinnacles were completely different. Their hatred was deep, and this was a thorn that was difficult to deal with." Aegon Vardnads coldly glanced at Hilbert and the rest of the revived direct descendants and said indifferently, "You received payment to revive these direct descendants. But you voluntarily revived us neutral beyond grade as, right? You can say that." Han Xiao nodded. "Heh! I thank you for letting me live, and I owe you a favor. However, if you want to use this favor to hold me hostage to fight the enemies of the three universal civilizations, that's impossible." Aegon Vardnads stood with his arms crossed, and streams of red light flowed around his body. The temperature of the area rose rapidly as he said with a firm tone, I'm telling you clearly that I will not accept the 3 Universal Civilizations house arrest. This is the same as being prisoned. They will never let us victims of the tragedy of the pinnacles go. I'm leaving right now. Who wants to leave with me? Rumble. As soon as he said that, many beyond grade as who had died in the tragedy of the pinnacles burst out with their auras and echoed with their actions. Some neutral beyond grade as who were not willing to be placed under house arrest also stood up, wanting to use the strength of the group to leave this place. A huge energy wave spread out, and the alloy ground trembled, with depressions appearing one after another. The direct members of the 3 Universal Civilizations, the direct members of the Superstar Cluster, and some neutral beyond grade as immediately retreated to the side. They did not plan to help any side and decided to watch the show and act according to the situation. The direct members of the Superstar Cluster who had retreated to the side communicated telepathically. We're not going to attack? This is a good opportunity to break out. I just contacted the upper echelons. They told us not to act rashly and listen to their arrangements for the time being. Mablo paused and looked at Han Xiao in surprise. Also, the upper echelons specifically told me not to mess with that Black Star fellow. I will die. At the same time, the aura of Aegon Vardnadz and the others rose rapidly, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing this, Han Xiao's smile gradually disappeared. We won't force you to take part in the battle, but it's a must for you to be grounded. There's no room for negotiation. You're all seniors with high statuses, and I don't wish to use force. However, if you make things difficult for me, I can only make you suffer a little. Don't choose the hard way. With that, the beyond grade as behind him spread out and formed a semicircle around Aegon Vardnadz and the others. Humph! That's more like it. Aegon Vardnadz's aura was boiling as he shouted. You want to solve the problem with just words? You're dreaming. Either you back off obediently or use your fists to make me give in. This is the rule between beyond grade as, if you want to stop me, you can give it a try. Bang! Raging flames gushed out, using energy as fuel, as though it would never go out. The alloys on the ground melted instantly. Aegon Vardnadz's body changed in an instant. His body expanded and turned into a strange giant-like creature. He looked like the demon in some religious artworks that had walked out of hell, and his body was covered in flames. The next moment, his 4 limbs suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot toward the outer space of the planet like a meteor. He was extremely fast, trying to break through the encirclement. This was a signal. The many revivers who stood with him showed their abilities and attacked the beyond grade as around them. The energy storm exploded, instantly opening up the chaotic battlefield. The ground shattered under the collision of the beyond grade as abilities, creating huge craters in the blink of an eye. Looking from outer space, it was like the planet had been ruthlessly smashed by an awl, shattering a part of its shell. Take him down! Han Xiao remained where he was and waved his hand. Although there were a few powerful individuals among the group, Kakasu and Manison were not to be trifled with. With the help of Claudi, Ulu, and many other direct descendants, they were more than enough to suppress Aegon Vardnadz and the others. There was no need for him to fight personally. As expected, just as Aegon Vardnadz rushed into outer space, a huge silver mechanical deity quickly appeared, and the visual effect almost covered the entire sky. It looked down on the planet from outer space and slammed down, instantly smashing Aegon Vardnadz back to the ground. Bang! The alloy ground caved in, twisted, and shattered. Aegon Vardnadz crashed down like a meteor, creating a ring-shaped valley. What a good Buddha palm technique! Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. On the other side, Kasui's eyes flashed and an endless amount of psychic energy gushed out, filling every inch of space. There was almost no place to hide, and the continuous mental explosions shook and distorted the movement of many escaping revivers. The other revivers did not interfere. They retreated to the edge of the battlefield and only received a little bit of psychic shockwave. They were also shocked and felt a sharp pain in their brains. These later generations beyond grade as are not simple. Just 1/3 of them can stop them. I don't think they can escape. The leader, Black Star, has yet to make his move. His strength should not be too far off. Many of the revivers who were watching the show whispered among themselves. They were also using this opportunity to observe the strength of the Beyond Grade as of this era. They had just revived and lost their weapons. Most of them were not at their peak state, especially the mechanics. If this group of Beyond Grade as was so powerful that they did not see a chance to escape, they would accept the house arrest. Manison and Kasui led a group of association members to fight with Aegon Vardnads and the others for a while, quickly defeating the weakened revivers one after another. However, there were a large number of opponents and there were peak Beyond Grade as well. Many of the association members were also injured. Aegon Vardnads, whose body was covered in wounds, avoided Manison's psionic cannon and collided with the desolate beast, Mercer. He received a few punches in exchange for injuries, and his sharp claws slammed into Mercer's chest. The concentrated flames entered Mercer's body through a skill and exploded. Boom! The flames expanded, and Mercer shot out from the smoke and landed on the ground. His momentum did not decrease, and he plowed out a valley. Black smoke was coming out of his body as if he was burnt inside out, and his injuries were not light. However, at this moment, Aurora raised her hand and shot out a wave of life energy, hitting Mercer. His charred skin fell off one after another, and new flesh grew out. His injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Recovery Esper. Aegon Vardnad's expression changed. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. He changed his direction and charged toward Aurora. After the intense battle, he had already realized that it was impossible for him to forcefully break out of the encirclement. Since he could not break through Manison and Kasui's blockade, he already had the intention to give in. However, when he saw Aurora's ability, he suddenly had an idea. Since the three universal civilizations were resisting a foreign enemy, recovery-type espers would surely have a strategic significance to the high-level combatants. If he could get to the recovery-type esper class and use her as a hostage to negotiate with them, he might be able to successfully leave. Aegon Vardnads made up his mind. One last try. Just as he changed targets, the Beyond Grade as on the association side were all furious. Aurora was their support to fight against the World Tree, and she was a strategic weapon that could maintain the advantage of high-level combatants. However, this guy wanted to put their only healer in danger to escape. Even the direct Beyond Grade as such as Claudie, who did not make a move, could not hold back any longer. They turned into streams of light and charged toward Aegon Vardnads. This scene was like poking a hornet's nest. Aegon Vardnads was shocked, but he did not stop. Instead, he increased his speed and believed that this move would work. Frubuvel.cm. The revivers were also shocked. They were about to continue watching the show, but at this moment, a powerful shockwave swept out. Buzz! Han Xiao's figure appeared in front of Aegon Vardnads like teleportation. The next moment, the black mechanical deity rose from the ground and said coldly, "I know that you have a grudge with the three universal civilizations, so it's not a problem for you to vent your anger. However, if you wish to attack our important strategic figure, you're courting death." Han Xiao did not hesitate at all. He opened his palm, and a strong restraining force field was applied on Aegon Vardnads, temporarily freezing him in midair. Then, the army of soldiers separated from the mechanical deity and fired at him. Wave after wave of attacks rained down on Aegon Vardnads without holding back. No matter how Aegon Vardnads tried to escape, the mechanical army chased after and bombarded him. "I surrender. Stop attacking." Aegon Vardnads hurriedly admitted defeat, but Han Xiao ignored him. The Beyond Grade as who were rushing over stopped in their tracks, and the revivers who were watching the battle were also shocked. How could they not see that this was killing intent? Regardless of how Aegon Vardnads surrendered or retaliated in despair, Han Xiao ignored all of them. He chased him for a long time before finally blasting him to death, leaving only an incomplete body falling from the sky. The battle of breaking the encirclement had long stopped, and everyone could only watch as Han Xiao killed Aegon Vardnads. No matter how Aegon Vardnads fought back, he could not escape Black Star's control. The difference in strength was completely overwhelming. Just as the revivers were surprised by Black Star's killing move, Gila grabbed Aegon Vardnads' corpse, pulled out a soul, and threw it into the underworld, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Gila did not mind and snorted. Black Star can give all of you a new life, but he can also take your lives. If you continue to be so shameless, I'll send all of you to hell. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.